they're more expensive than they need to. So we start Warby Parker. We cut out the middleman to design higher quality eyewear for an actually fair price. Shop it at home.
And now I have the song Jolene stuck in my head.
Not medieval either. That's the history of glasses and the future. Come see at warbyparker.com.
When I say I've been living Atkins for years, that doesn't mean I've been on a diet for years. Of course, there are times when I want to lose a few pounds. So for me, it's Atkins to the rescue.
What was I looking up? Oh, yeah.
Doesn't have to take over your life. I mean, look at the great things you can have. Fresh recipes that deliver quality proteins and aren't full of sugars or refined carbs. Check out all their free tools.
Exciting update about your order.
No meetings, nothing to join. Did I mention it's all free?
As a gynecologist, I'm embarrassed to say this. We use deodorant on our armpits, and we kind of make women feel bad about body odor that they get on other parts of our body. That's why I created Lumi Whole Body Deodorant.
Cage? Why would you make a cage for your cats?
To block odor all day, controls odor for 72 hours. So can't do that. And since your pits and privates go everywhere you go, keep them confidently fresher with Lumi. That reassurance is priceless. To learn more, go to lumideo.com. Dimple knows a full life doesn't just happen. It's a choice. To take a swing, to taste all life has to offer. Choose joy. Choose Dimple. And try Incredibites, just for small dogs.
I can't believe $1 Tide did almost 61 large lemons.
There's a lot more clothes for one bottle.
Tide's a more concentrated clean, so water goes a long way.
Maybe we don't miss an extra laundry next time.
Okay, well, most of this is yours.
Clean 3 times the laundry. It's got to be Tide.
After Advil,
Let's not in.
What about your body?
It's fun!
before Advil. Advil Dual Action fights pain 2 ways. Advil targets pain at the source and single benefit blocks pain symptoms. Advil Dual Action.
Ready for a refresh? Macy's has exactly what you need right now, with updates for every day and everywhere life takes you. Shop Macy's one-day sale today with great deals in-store and online.
I mean, I'm just curious. Why does she cage her cats?
Talk to me. The drama that gives. And keeps on giving.
Those are called catios, not cages.
NCIS all day, Wednesdays and Saturdays on Fleet TV. On Fleet TV, there's only one crime-fighting team that gets your heart pounding.
And it's not a cage because they can freely go in and out,
The Sarge.
into the house and out.
The Straight Arrow.
And you would be incorrect, Kathy.
Mentioning again, Hondo.
Go on.
Hondo. Tough on crime. Easy on the eyes. Who says SWAT isn't glamorous? SWAT, Sundays on Fleet TV.
Victim's name is Jalen Drew. He was a day laborer. He's got no business regarding the
Hey, it's about to ship.
Wow, he lost everything in the crash. Suddenly's competing for minimum wage, unskilled jobs.
I'm sorry, I just don't like the word cage.
There were 20 workers raising their hands for 2 jobs to pick trash, garbage. Does Dr. Brennan have a plan for
I do want to build a catio for my cats.
You know, she's very smart.
One that
She was one
would attach to the window
of her dad was a hardcore criminal. I don't think they should start printing up.
so they could go in and out as they please.
It's Daisy. She's smiling and looking happy. What's a big deal? We're moving in together. She's putting together a little celebration. Sweets. Case. Victims. The man has no criminal record. Check this out. Huh? Restraining order. Filed 2 days before the murder by Marcy Drew, his ex-wife.
Kaylee, aren't you cute? Move, Kaylee.
I hope you'll be pleased, Madam President. Dr. Brennan is fine for now. I found uncertain markers on his knuckles and wrists that predate the gunshot wound.
It's in the nascent stages, and asymmetrical.
A day laborer should present.
Okay, why did that do that?
There are over 100 types of arthritis.
I'll examine the cell.
Sorry, hold on, guys.
How are you dealing with the CIA? That would be a problem for me. I can't keep a secret.
You must realize that espionage is a crucial tool for diplomacy as well as national defense.
Hold on, guys.
My phone rang.
A campaign must be designed to persuade the
babies on their side, which means it is sometimes necessary to lie. So my answer is no. I would not have a kid.
Oh,
Doing an excellent job of reconstructing the skull, Miss Vick.
I know. And it seems as if we have cause of death because of me.
Chisholm shows the bullet path was through the frontal sinus and exited through the right superolateral occipital.
The entry wound and surrounding damage measure 1.828 centimeters. That would suggest a 45 caliber bullet, but Dr. Swarian said that the gunshot to the hand was probably from a 9 millimeter.
2 guns, which means we're likely looking for 2
That's what I wanted.
This is terrible. I never wanted anything like this to happen to Jared.
But you did file a restraining orders. He was coming around all the time. He wouldn't leave Marcy alone. You were listening to a restraining order 2 hours ago. Jared was getting aggressive. That had to stop.
I don't think that Jared would hurt us, Mike.
You want to take a chance like that? Huh? Preemptive action. You can never go wrong with a little preemptive action. You see me here.
Jared was coming around all the time begging me to take him back.
Why should you believe that? Okay, I'm taking care of her. I'm taking care of the kids. All right, Jared's life with her's over. Certainly is now.
Okay, sorry about that.
With you and the children?
Oh, God. No. No, he was just...
He's a loser. He upset the kids.
That hardware store was passed down from Jared's grandfather. And trying to hang on to her, we lost her condo and every penny we had.
You couldn't find any
Just something that shouldn't have been there was.
big home improvement stores, but
We would have had to live away from the kids.
ever since
Hi, Tiki.
we were already together. Who told you that? Yeah, you did just now. Obviously, you feel guilty about leaving your husband. Ex-husband.
I had to refresh the
He was a good provider
code
until he lost that store. I had to think of my kids.
and get a new one.
Often, though, people feel the need to get rid of whatever it is that makes them feel guilty.
No, that's not it.
Do either of you own a gun?
I would like a lawyer.
Me too. Not another word from lawyer.
So, today I realized I have too many devices. I had to get one of these because I didn't have enough USB ports for all my devices.
Apparently, she hit the mother wound. The epithelial cells came from a variety of exotic animals. So far, I found monkey cells, cougar, and digestive wolf cells. And all the animals were alive. Sharon Dreer, who worked there, marking out the holding patterns.
Have you folks been listening to
Yeah, 6 days ago.
That was during the past, this was last July. Turns out these expos aren't just for puppies and kittens anymore. Exotic pets are a $10 billion a year industry.
You're exaggerating.
There are pet tigers in Texas that are on the wild in India.
It's a wild animal.
Yeah, I think the lunatic pretty much describes what we're talking about.
You worked at your pet expo. Doing what?
cleaning up?
Oh, I don't hire the day laborers. Fairground building.
How do people come to these things?
Oh, awful people, really. Families, retired people.
Antique shows, these are all stolen goods.
Gun shows draw illegal weapons.
Yeah, I can see where this is going. We don't do any traffic in illegal exotics. My pet expo is
Aw, that's awesome.
every local and federal law, but it is also approved by 8 animal rights organizations. It is a family event.
Now, cougars and bears are not the same.
They are legal. The vendors breed them right here in the U.S. Nothing illegal about it.
These animals aren't domesticated. It is
Yeah, they shouldn't be legal.
Some would say that it's horrible to watch a lion taking down a zebra, tearing it apart and eating it. These animals are very unsafe. Look, I came here to talk to you and talk for doing something perfectly legal. It's here to walk about. I comply with the law.
Sorry. This episode really pisses me off. Not really. How about you?
The secret is out. According to Wizard, the American Society of Magical Readers. These are hilarious good times.
It's about the lifetime to make them feel good.
Yeah, it was just a crappy day.
This Friday.
There's so many. Paul, Paul, where'd you go? I can't find you.
We're in home, surrounded by vases.
Still in later.
Spaces are prices.
These prices, I'm gonna get all of these.
It's okay. It's much better now. Well, let me rephrase.
Let's never leave.
Introducing a new home collection. Discover it all at Kohl's.
Trying to think how to word this.
Can severely affect lungs and lower airways.
It's better for me now.
Arexvy's vaccine used to prevent lower respiratory disease.
About 10 minutes before I logged on
RSV can be serious for those
to do the live,
with asthma, diabetes.
I found out that someone I know passed away.
But I'm protected.
Arexvy is proven to be over 82% effective
It wasn't somebody I was close to,
RSV and over 94%
and I didn't know him terribly well. But he was very close to one of my friends.
not for those with severe allergic reactions.
And it's affecting her
Vaccine.
very much.
Side effects are
And when she's hurting,
fatigue, muscle pain, headache, and joint
I'm hurting.
I chose
So I'm sad for her.
RSV. Make it Arexvy.
You can leave.
That satisfies? Have no fear. Your snack heroes are here. Punch things up with Big Mac. With over 4 grams of protein. Baby Bell, join the goodness.
Now my boy Rob Lewis says his idea of a treat is an ice cold Essence protein shake.
I have loved chocolate milkshake since I was a kid.
Mandy beat me to it.
When the freezer for about an hour at night.
Thank you, Mandy. I'm just worried about my friend. I don't know. I just know he had to be rushed to the ER a couple days ago. And we were waiting on an update, and the last update I got was that he passed.
Understand our relationship.
Find some better. She said.
And I don't want to upset my friend by asking her what happened.
Arthritis is a
I'm probably being more pressed to be told you what it is instead of what this.
beginning stages of osteoporosis. See here, polypona at the styloid process, and here, more damage.
What, Time Lord? Come here.
Says that. Blood poisoning?
Exactly. And when sepsis makes its way into bone, it presents as septic arthritis.
Oh no, he was older.
Blood poisoning.
Point of entry is here. See the linear striations on the
Not old enough to die, but older.
Ouch, those cuts are heavy duty. Almost like he was thrashed.
scratch
Even if I did, I wouldn't because she does not wish for me to.
into the bloodstream.
She's requested that I leave her alone.
A very important
Otherwise, I would not be on live. I would be talking to her.
He couldn't get to a hospital or he was prevented.
Well, come here, Time Lord.
Some samples and figure out what's up.
Come here.
I'm just saying that you're more important in the lab than I am.
Is this some kind of test?
I give them phases, which more and more is just not getting to identify the symptoms. Sometimes I show how they die.
Well,
Very important information.
I know.
Try their blood thing.
High tide raises all boats. Well, you said flood. Flood is a natural disaster. And what? Most boats would sink in flood. Tide's good, flood's bad.
Seriously?
Ask New Orleans.
I'm telling you that I'm
Well,
and you're talking about boats. I mean,
well.
hey, sweeties. Hey, come here. Save Audrey's life. Hey.
Don't you want to finish your fight. No, clearly doesn't know what a fight is. I gotta go figure out.
Well, come here then.
I love you.
I will give you all the attention in the world. You gotta come here though. Yelling at me from across the couch is not helpful.
Psychologist, I say that you overreacted to the slightest disagreement between me and Tanya.
She yells at me for attention and then won't let me touch her.
I was going to say that maybe you're nervous about moving in with David.
Time Lord.
Yeah, well, I'm a little nervous.
You're getting cold feet.
No. Well,
Why a Bengal?
it's not like we're getting married. Moving in together is it's a minor commitment.
Minor. Boy.
What?
Is it possible that maybe what
Come here.
you're doing as a minor commitment?
Oh, now you're gonna come here. Okay, come here.
The beginning of a whole new
Hi.
life
Yeah.
together.
Come here.
But you never studied psychology at all.
Come here.
Yeah.
You found something?
Yeah.
I'm just putting those away. Come here.
Feeling.
Here's the
Come here.
fight, huh?
I know you're thinking.
Come here.
Don't be so sure. DNA results from the epithelial cells found in the victim's boot shot.
This is the cat that's been yelling at me.
Same page.
A Siberian tiger.
With a purebred Siberian tiger?
According to the DNA, does the type of tiger make a difference?
Yeah, it's a fine.
Yes, she's a calico.
Tigers is legal.
Her mom was a Russian blue and her dad was a ginger.
Definitely not
Hold on.
a tiger.
Okay, baby, you're clawing the shit out of my back. Could you please stop? You cannot do that. Ow, you're clawing me. Okay, thank you, baby. Hi. Hi. Hi.
Okay, bang. It was a defensive wound.
The bullet went through the victim's hand and then into his face. A hollow point cord expanded entering his hand.
That's why we thought a 9mm entered his hand and a .45 caliber entered his face.
One bullet, one gun, one shooter.
She is.
Our victim was attacked by a purebred Siberian.
She's also a very testy cat. If I dare to touch anything other than her while she's right here, she will take a layer of my skin with her.
He was attacked by a Siberian tiger and ends up in prison.
Okay, the body was found here on the north side of the road.
The road dead ends in this valley.
There's 5 farms there. So if the body was found on the north side of the road, he was heading out.
After delivering the tiger.
Right.
Okay, so maybe the buyer of the tiger sees the victim's wound, realizes he's gonna have to go to the hospital.
No, that's too risky. Okay, buying a tiger is a felony
Hi.
offense.
Right. So maybe
Can you say
the
hi?
buyer offers to drive the victim to the hospital, kills him along this deserted stretch of road. He should search those 5 farms for a tiger.
I don't have
No,
time for a warrant.
you're not going that way.
While you're here.
I don't understand.
I need you to put together some
I don't want you to claw me, baby.
jumbo warrant for these.
I will love on you all you want,
I can't just make things up so you can get a warrant.
but I don't want to be clawed.
Wouldn't it make more sense if I talked to a guy that runs an expert? I mean, maybe one of these farmers is known to be an animal collector.
It's a good idea.
Thank you.
You know what? He's in the interrogation room, okay? You know that.
You just told me.
But yes, this is Time Lord.
Yeah. Let me ask you a personal question.
Well, that depends how personal. Sure.
Okay. What's a big deal for you to move in with Dr. Brennan?
What do you mean?
You know, big deal, like getting married.
Well, living together is not getting married, okay? Getting married is a big boy commitment.
No, okay.
Yes, I totally agree with that.
For me, but for Bones, that was a huge step, you know, living together. And the only reason she considered it was because she was pregnant.
Okay, so Dr. Brennan's the most rational human being on the planet. And to her, moving in together,
Big deal.
big,
Huge.
You want to send a picture to your grandma?
Read it out, kid. You'll get it.
okay.
I think that might cheer her up. You want to send a picture to grandma?
First word.
Yeah.
They're not so real.
You say hi?
Medical bills.
Meow.
Cash me the medical bill.
No idea. Gas, the gas mask.
Time Lord.
Cash to help towards that gas.
Hi. Time Lord. Kitty, kitty, kitty.
Expenses, health insurance doesn't cover.
Really?
Dictionary?
Can we do one more picture for grandma?
Cheese is made 100%
Can we do one more picture for grandma?
So creamy.
Hi.
Cheesy.
If you're a dog, this is really creamy. We love it.
Made with 100% real cheese. Stuffers.
Her grandma is my ex-roommate, the girl I was telling you about that lost a friend. And she is grandma because her cat was mom to this cat.
Red light therapy has done so much for my skin.
The mom cat passed away many years ago, but
This might be a surprise.
so Time Lord is the last piece she has of Shadow.
It made me look awful. I like makeup that makes you look like yourself, but better. Miracle Balm is the center of my beauty philosophy. It's not just makeup, it's not just skincare, it's both. It gives you moisture, and it only takes a nanosecond to put it on. It just makes you glow and look healthy. It's the ultimate you, but better product. Learn more at jonesroadbeauty.com. Hi, I'm Laura Geller, and today I'd like to show you my daily routine. Each product
As soon as this episode of Bones is over, we'll start reading
coverage and a
the last couple chapters of this book.
more about daily routine at laurageller.com. AG1 works by obsessing over potency, absorbency, and nutrient density to help your body get the most out of everything we put in. Get the foundational nutrition you need at drinkag1.com. Ready for a refresh? Macy's has exactly what you need right now, with updates for every day and everywhere life takes you. Shop
Hi, Jennifer.
sale today with great deals in store and online.
This is the 10th Time Lord.
And the great news, here you provided a triple power moisturizer with pro-retinol, vitamin C, and hyaluronic acid.
I've had this cat for,
Wrinkles, ferns, and whitening.
how old are you, Time Lord?
Triple power by L'Oreal Paris.
10 years, I think.
A husband, a lady, and a legend. I am self-made, self-produced, and self-determined.
I'd have to look it up. But I've had her for at least 10 years. And she rarely lets anybody see her other than me. She is not a friendly kitty. Like, I had to trick her into the crate to get her to the vet to get fixed and get her shots. And until last month, she would barely come near me because of that. And that was 2 years ago.
Here we go again, Mr. Negro. The victim worked at the fairgrounds during the time of your pet exposition, right? He was injured by a Siberian tiger. Maybe one of these farmers made suspicious inquiries.
10,000 people came through that expo. We had over 200 exhibitors.
An innocent man is dead. We're just exploring every avenue.
If he was transporting a purebred Siberian tiger, then he was not innocent.
But he didn't deserve to die.
I'm not sure I agree with that. These smugglers, they don't care about the animals. And they interfere with my legitimate business. Now, what happens if the press finds out that you're...
Time Lord says she loves you.
She goes right into the toilet.
You won't leak your names in the press.
Mark, we'll have to take the names. I'll ask around. If I hear anything suspicious, I'll get it.
Good, thank you, sir. I appreciate your help.
Landwood Farms. Someday Lance and I will farm our own.
The Pet Expo guys didn't recognize any of the farmers' names.
Yeah, but what are the chances that a guy is going to...
She's literally laying on my lap right now while I'm on live stream.
Oh, I could call in an anonymous tip like, I hear roaring at night.
I was thinking more along the lines of looking at satellite photos on the internet and seeing
Yes,
if
your
any
grandma?
farmers shout
Yeah.
tiger. Now, is buildings...
Here they are.
kind of rainy.
Yeah, well, this is just what the government allows us to see on the
It was okay till,
themselves.
Could those be endangered animals?
I mean, it sucked, but it was okay until about an hour ago.
Pigs, which are not endangered, unless you factor in bacon.
Are those cages?
It could be.
No, she,
Yeah, and these
really doesn't want to talk. I was just sending her pictures of her grandchild, as it were, to try and cheer her up. My followers tell me to tell you they're sorry for your loss.
Why would someone willingly keep these animals as pets? People who live where these creatures are indigenous take great lengths to keep these animals away from their home.
If you want to see a wild animal.
I'm assuming you all would say that since you said it about 15 minutes ago.
Animals captive for human entertainment is just wrong.
Don't run the zoo.
You're not interrupting. If you were interrupting, I would have logged off, honey.
No, that will not be happening.
It's educational, okay? Well, if she doesn't go to the zoo, how she gonna learn about the animals?
The satellite system you insisted that we buy provides us with 16 animal-themed channels. One just for penguins.
It's not the same, okay? The TV won't give you a balloon.
The balloons end up in the ocean and very often choke seals.
Okay, all right. You know what? Find something bad to say about the kitty train they have.
Burns fossil fuels just to go round and round in circles.
Stop, kid.
Encourages type 2 diabetes. I could take this all day, but it's not fun.
Just know that someday we will bring the dog for Christine.
I knew him, but I was not close to him. It's more her loss than mine.
Stronger immune system doesn't play ball. Sorry, you say so. You know what? We're gonna name him Gretzky.
Well, we'll see about that.
Yeah, it's Gretzky. Hey, Gretzky.
He was her friend. He was just an association of mine.
By herself, I have a lot of range.
And I thought you didn't have a lot of range because you're using a toy.
A hobbyist does not play with toys. He works with replicas. All right, so you get the signal?
Yeah, and I like the replicas meeting. It's awesome. Fine, I'm gonna die.
All right, here we go.
My friend says thank you. And that he was a mess, but he was a mess with a truly good heart and soul.
Ooh, we're getting a good signal.
A goat, more pigs, lots of cows.
Have I played any exotic animals, Miss Vic?
Well, I grew up in the city, so they're all exotic to me.
Can you get any higher?
It's a Spitfire.
This is Time Lord, Sammy.
Can you get up under those trees? What are those?
A camel, zebra,
Is that a wolf?
a kangaroo.
No, we can tell the judge that we got this video from a hobbyist. This is definitely enough to get us a warrant.
Auntie Sammy says hi. Yeah.
Thomas Casey, FBI.
Hey, open up, you're warm. The cage is over here, but...
She's good. She's sound asleep. It sucked.
There's a wolf, a kangaroo, a zebra...
I mean, it was okay, but it's, I don't know.
For them to be registered.
We need to register for a dog and not a wolf.
It's horrible, Pete. None of these animals should be kept with this.
If only you were president.
Yeah, it's only...
Okay, you're hurting me, baby.
What are you doing? You can't be...
Thank you.
Slow down.
I really need to find a way to clip your claws.
We have a warrant.
I don't know how I'm going to do that because I value the skin on my body, but
These animals, they're not meant to be kept
I need to figure it out.
Well, we hear about your Siberian tiger.
I don't know what you're talking about. You see a tiger?
It's not your fault. I don't blame you.
Cage over there. You waiting for something?
I hope I can find a chip.
Chip.
Oh my god.
What?
Carrying birds.
What? That's bad.
This scene right here is why I hate this episode.
You shot it! You killed it!
Heads, it was out of control. Trying to get out both of the other animals.
Okay, love.
Tiger?
How could you do that? How could you do that?
All right, easy.
For people who feel limited by the unpredictability of generalized myasthenia gravis and more anti-ACHR
In the episode I'm watching, this man illegally purchased a
control with improvement in activity
tiger
of daily living
from an exotic animal dealer.
and Alzheimer's
And because the tiger got out of control, the man shot him
infusions per year.
and dumped him.
I can
increasing your chance of serious meningococcal infections, which may become life-threatening or fatal, and other types of infections. Complete or update your meningococcal vaccines at least 2 weeks before starting altogether. If also
No.
you should also receive antibiotics.
Because number one, that man is vile and disgusting. Number two, no, I'm watching Bones. And number two, animals like that do not belong as private pets. Or, you know, for people like Tiger King. They belong in the wild. And at the very least, for those who can't be in the wild, in zoos where they can be cared for and given habitats that are closer to their home habitat.
The American Society of Magical Negroes is a secret society tasked with making the world a more peaceful place. My job is to make white people feel comfortable. According to my will. According to wise right now with them. The American Society of Magical Negroes leaves your team this Friday.
Ready for a refresh? Macy's knows exactly what you need right now, with updates for every day and everywhere life takes you. Shop Macy's one-day sale today.
This is the longest you've ever laid on me.
If you're only using facial moisturizer in the morning, did you know the best time for skin renewal is at night? Olay Retinol 24 renews millions of surface skin cells while you sleep. Wake up to smoother, younger looking.
And the closest you've gotten to a baby wipe, like, ever. I have a package of baby wipes laying right here next to her. Normally, she would not be this close to this package of baby wipes. She hates them. But for some reason, unaffected at the moment.
Yes, something called osteoarthritis pain. It's joint pain that hurts him all the time. Now, there's Jennbanana, the first and only once-monthly injection to control your dog's OA pain.
I'm right there with you, Candace.
Jennbanana, who are pregnant, trying to conceive, or breastfeeding, should take extreme care to avoid self-injection, which can cause allergic reactions like anaphylaxis.
This is the best day of my life.
Somebody, talk to me. WeTV.
Yes, hold the chair. Just got my favorite part.
As NCIS. This is our fearless leader. Special agent.
Skip.
Nobody's named that.
You're not allowed to die on me.
Ben Gibbs.
Just so you know.
Ben Gibbs.
You have to live forever.
Give it.
And the rest is Skip Street.
NCIS all day, Wednesdays and Saturdays on WeTV.
What I want to know is how many things we can charge you.
Well, we got him killing you today.
I'm not speaking this into existence.
President, killing tigers will be a death penalty.
But the last time one of my cats did this,
That's right. I'll have to convince 2 other branches of the government to execute.
I lost her 3 days later.
You know what? You're very persuasive. You're such a mind.
So right now I'm kind of terrified.
That animal's beautiful. You're beautiful and rare, just like you.
You should leverage the tiger
I
bomb.
mean, I'm loving it, but at the same time, it's terrifying.
Very sweet.
Maybe we can bring down the entire criminal organization.
Right, let's do that. Let's bring them all.
I shot that tiger in self-defense. It was a man killer.
You're lying.
We are charging you with murder.
For the tiger? No, for Jared Drew. Who is Jared Drew? He's the poor bastard who delivered the tiger to your farm. He's dead.
Yes, he's dead.
She's at least 10.
Sick. He could barely stand up. He probably died of whatever disease he had.
We think that you offered to drive him to the hospital
Killed him on the way.
and then buried him at the side of the road.
I didn't drive him anywhere.
He was too sick to drive himself. You said it yourself.
He didn't have to drive himself. There was the other guy.
Other guy? What other guy?
Two other brought me the time.
Well, what did the other one look like?
I don't know. He waited in the truck. I never got a good look.
Yeah, well, we're still trying to get it murdered. But I didn't kill him. Yeah, purchasing the tiger and transporting over state line, that's a felony. So if he dies in the commission of that felony, everyone involved is guilty of homicide felony.
Right there. That's why when I'm president, you get appointed head of the FBI. Who was the man in the truck?
I don't know. I'll tell you everything I do know. You write down that I cooperate.
Sure, go ahead.
I'm looking online for cool animals for my collection. 5 clicks later, there's somebody who wants to sell a Siberian
Circles only. No names. Just an email telling me to meet a guy named Juan at the fairground, give him half the money and an envelope. I only took an envelope from the guy. I didn't even know what was inside.
She's 12 years old as of last month.
He took the money and then delivered a tiger.
A tiger? The money was for a tiger?
The envelope full of cash. Who'd you give it to?
Mr. Needham.
What hair, Niebling?
I don't know his first name, man. It's Mr. Needham, the boss. I give him the envelope. He gives me $50. Yes.
She was born in my house.
Another 50.
You said Jared Drew.
Oh, God, man. It's
2 years ago, I almost lost her because she had pyometra. And had I not gotten her fixed that week, I would have lost her.
You know what? This makes complete sense to me now. You saw the buyer's name on the list that we gave you, so what do? You call him up and say, "Put the money top."
Show me the phone records you got. Prove that. I thought so.
Something wrong with you? You need a glass of water?
Stomach bugs.
He's sick. What you have is nascent osteoporotic septicemia.
Blood poisoning.
You got it when you shot Jared Drew in the face.
Right? From a blowout.
I got the sniffles from shooting someone. Come on. Do you know how much face time I have with the public?
He also have a fragment of his bone somewhere in here.
How big?
There's a sliver, probably in his face.
You know what? You're not going anywhere. His face looks sore. Sit down. Sit.
Where else does blood go?
Put your hands on the table.
Hold on, Blair.
You're gonna need one. Put your hands on the table.
Right-handed. Where are you gonna hold his gun?
If I went to the hospital and they found out about the tiger, I would have been rude.
Look at that. I traded in 50 grand and a year of jail for the death penalty.
Welcome home.
What's she doing?
I thought we were going together.
Hi.
Hey.
Is this your place?
Yeah.
Wow, it looks great.
We didn't invite you in, but
Oh, that's okay.
no other house.
You should carry her over the threshold. Girls love that stuff.
Don't bother. I had a lump on my head for weeks and he threw out his back.
Threshold carry's kind of a marriage thing.
We'll do it. Lance is so strong.
Okay, well, we'll leave.
Hi, shifting.
See you guys.
No, she's not affectionate at all. Like, to the point where she won't come near me.
I like that.
She'll meow at me from a distance and she'll I'll have to hold my hand out and she'll kind of nose against it, but that's the most she'll let me touch her.
It's ironic 'cause
And right now she is letting me pet her, she's letting me hold her, and I am terrified.
I don't know. A year maybe. Sooner, if pregnant. You want to get married before we live together? That's fine. My answer is yes.
No. I'm not.
I'm not laughing, Leanna.
But we're moving in together.
This isn't me being
I misconstrued.
silly. This is me being terrified that I'm going to lose my cat.
Got it all wrong.
Because cats do this before they pass. They get more active and they get more loving.
Is paid. So you have 2 months to figure out what you want to do.
Not moving in together.
We're breaking up. I'm really sorry. I really am.
Hope you're right, Candace. Because it wasn't right, or wasn't all right the last time.
Caroline offered to drop the charges of second-degree murder if Niebling gave us the name of his suppliers.
Good. I hope Caroline puts them all in little cages.
Right.
Because the other thing about this cat is she's never been a cat to play with toys.
Grover Cleveland was
And this last week she's been super active playing with all the toys.
Being smart supposed to.
I'm not sure.
She's 12.
Could simultaneously write Latin with one hand and Greek with the other.
That's just a trick.
tiger?
Excuse me?
Earlier today you said I reminded you of a wild tiger.
I didn't.
Oh, I'm absolutely enjoying this.
Rare.
But at the same time,
No, I thought you didn't hear.
Wild tigers do not have the qualities of a good president.
You know what, thoughts? I wouldn't vote for you, but I would definitely encourage other people to vote for you.
That's irrational.
how is it Daenerys in... That can't be
I
right.
think you were trying to convey that you no longer would like to discuss politics.
I'm also talking about JFK and Marilyn Monroe.
River's the same age as Daenerys. Because I got her the same time.
What's your emergency? 911, what's your emergency? 911. What's your emergency?
911, Tuesdays and Thursdays on WeTV.
It's just my cat, Drusilla. She did the same thing Time Lord's doing. And so, I'm hoping I'm reading too much into it.
What's that mean?
In the criminal justice system, the people are represented by two separate yet equally important groups. The police who investigate crime and the district attorneys who prosecute the offenders. These are their stories.
Sure enough, through there, bus 4 up the stairs, second apartment in the back. On 8, Mr. Cake and use a refill. This is my third stop here today. I'd ask you, I leave him by the door. Go, I'm leaving about a brisk in front of the schnozzle. Maybe you can hold it and keep some poor guy's heart straight.
Me too, but some cats, they don't live to be 20. Yes.
The victim was found on the rocks underneath the New River Gorge Bridge. Landed temporal bone, prominent nasal spine, and ectopenia suture closure indicate the decedent is male, late 30s, early 40s. Nice palm. The way he's broken up might have...
She's 12.
The only fracturing I've seen like this is from a skydiver who was shooting at them.
New River Gorge Bridge. The thing is over 876 feet high.
Could be looking at a suicide.
It's crawling with insects, so well, that should be simple. I'd say it looks like maybe 5 or 6 days.
I have enough tissue for DNA to talk through. Some of the hurt muscle has been recently damaged.
Hi, EJ.
876 feet. I'd have a heart attack too.
How soon can you examine the tissue and see the bones? A few hours? You can go on. Then I will put Christine to bed. Perhaps she'll enjoy hearing Humpty Dumpty.
So, you know, I'm thinking maybe next month, maybe you and Christine, we can run a cabin that's on the river and we can go.
That's
She's 14 months old. She'd like the comforts of home far more than she would a cabin in the woods.
You know,
There has been copious research done by pediatricians and cognitive specialists.
Okay.
right?
I know, I dared to move. How dare I?
Sometimes it's good not to be practical. Sometimes it's good just to have fun, right? Great memories.
Christine wouldn't retain conscious access to a memory needed 14 months. The neural network.
Alright, and she's gone.
Why are you angry?
Why is it sometimes I would just want us to do something without you having to ask, you know,
Not without leaving a layer of fur behind, but still.
why? She won't be able to access her screen. Why are you so afraid to be spontaneous?
Hold on.
Oh, so now I'm a bad mother? No,
I'm not saying that at all.
you put her to bed. Hi. I'm the last finish my work.
Whoa, you're really misunderstanding me here.
You've been quite clear, Bruce. I'm not a bad mother.
You're not spontaneous.
Maybe.
You said spontaneous, I told you. Goodbye.
Let's see how much fur she left behind. You know, I'm just gonna put this out there. I got this thing today from one of the companies here on TikTok. I didn't realize how much fur you left behind, Time Lord, but it's a lot.
Victim appears to have good skills of health aside from the injuries to the fall. Yeah, I'm working right now and I can't call. Huh?
Well, that's a mix of Derek and
Want to read that? It might be important.
Time Lords.
You're the best mother in the world. And this year, Christine misses you.
If you're living with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis or active psoriatic arthritis, symptoms can sometimes take you out of the moment. Now there's Skyrizi. So you can show up with clear skin and show up. With Skyrizi, you can take each step with confidence. And if you have psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi can help with improving with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to function may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, have a vaccine or plan to. Please, with Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and less joint pain. And that means everything. Learn how happy can help you save.
Ooh, number 7 feature a new day trade. The first is damage. What, like fixating my makeup? Reverse visible skin damage with the world's best peptide technology. Who's got damage?
Oh, there it is.
Don't regret, just reverse. Oh, you gotta feel these pillows. Oh, Bob.
Oh my God, what's these new prices?
Oh, Bob. We can finally have a grown-up bedroom.
Oh my god.
It's comfy and has couples.
Oh my God. I'll have my sales people.
Oh, I love it. What? Too fun?
When you don't have to compromise on style, quality, or price, there's only one thing to say.
Discount furniture. When I started Laura Geller Beauty over 25 years ago, I realized that there weren't enough beauty options for women with mature skin. And because everything in life starts with a good foundation, I created Balance and Brighten. Our unique base foundation formula creates a beautifully fresh and natural coverage. And don't worry about matching your shade.
Who does?
Our foundation will adapt to
I think I missed part of that statement.
you can get the perfect match the first time. Learn more about Balance.
I think we missed the first part of your statement there, Rosemary.
Growing up in Texas is all about
Try rewording it.
Technology is hurting our kids, so Dad created KidSafe Tech to protect kids from digital dangers. KidSafe Tech
Whatever, I'm not gonna argue with you.
and more confidence, giving you safe texting and peace of mind. Dad is KidSafe Tech.
I'm gonna rent the hospital because you're gonna be alright.
$55, ready at 30.
What's that mean?
Sir, please step back. What's that mean? Well, please, let us work.
Oh, okay. I understand what's happening. What's happening? I'm hallucinating.
Wow. Most people with good shot appear in another reality. They ask themselves, maybe they're in heaven?
I don't believe in heaven.
And yet here you are having a conversation with your dead mother.
You aren't actually here. I lost consciousness while my adrenal system was working overtime. My brain is struggling to make sense of what's happened. That was exactly the moment.
Oh, damn. Do you have one of those pet vacuums?
Okay, floral sofa.
You helped me pick that out. Because you like flowers.
Guess it changed.
You most definitely have changed.
It's amazing how much faster this thing runs with a memory card.
Since you're nothing more than a projection of my imagination, you know everything about me.
Come on, humor me.
Hey, Storm.
Same with a man. I have a daughter,
What's her name?
Christine. Her name is Christine.
I'm honored. And the man?
Who's? I love them both very much. I have to get back to them.
Oh, Timothy, I'm afraid it's not your decision.
Those decisions.
You know what I'm going to say? This is not over. You are still the most stubborn creature on God's green earth. Do not believe in God. I have to get back. Your pressure's back up.
Hemoglobin level. Severe mesenteric arteries been partially torn.
You need to go for the big picture.
Thank you, Dr. Suro. We'd have never guessed that ourselves.
I apologize. She's my friend, and I'd really rather not have her end up in my arms here.
I apologize because any damn advice you lose. I'll just feel a lot better when we find that book.
It helps if I could spell.
That we agree on because there's also no judgment.
Rosemary, there's one on my showcase from Homika. I absolutely love it when my cats and dogs let me near them with it. But you can work with your dog to train them to be comfortable around it. It is great for, like, if you have to shave them, it catches the fur before it even hits the floor. When you're brushing them, it catches the fur. Like, there's so many wonderful features on it. Here, I'll show you.
I was wearing it when you left.
I know.
I have to get back.
How's your father?
I have to go back. I have a daughter.
I know how you feel. Once I had to leave my daughter behind too. I'm pretty sure it killed me.
You had to leave us, Mom. You did what you had to do for us and me. We understand.
No, see, this is your one small problem is that you
There you go, Rosemary.
think things that are simply not understandable.
That's the pet vacuum I'm talking about. And if you've never purchased anything from TikTok Shop, you might very well have a coupon on there that will get you a huge discount on it. But it's very much worth every penny. Welcome back.
Thank you. Her heart stopped. Twice.
Twice.
She's
So far, I've used it on Spencer.
But why would anything happen?
Oh, no one knows. There's nothing touched. There's nothing disturbed. There's got to be some kind of a connection here.
Look, I need to go back to the lab. I'll autopsy Hal, and if I can find the bullet in him, that'll give us a jump on Dr. Brennan's attack.
Why?
Because there is no bullet in resin and no exo.
There's several different companies out there that make pet vacuums, but honestly, Homika is the best.
Your place is here with her. Find out what we case.
I know, right? Okay.
It comes with attachments. Like, what I used on Spencer was a brush. And you brush him, and then it vacuums up the fur from the brush.
There has something to do with this case that I know it's working.
That's what I was thinking. Unless I'm on your prime suspects.
Or maybe stepping in on the bone stuff. This could be dangerous.
I don't know better than this agent.
What's actually telling?
It also has a lint roller attachment that you can use on yourself and furniture. And there's a shaving attachment that you can use to shave your animals.
Here's something Dr. Brennan was about just before she got shot. Tiny metallic.
That'll be my department.
Maybe you can find something.
Yeah, that's right.
Preliminary X-rays showed no bullet in him.
And it came in purple, so you know.
Brennan,
They were this short.
that's correct.
That doesn't make sense.
Big entry wound, no exit wound, white colorized tissue, and a vanishing bullet. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Welcome to Miami, a city to die for. Let's get to work. Don't have the evidence to nail this guy. Make the truth. This murder is personal. Means motive, all they need was an opportunity. Only in Miami.
Ooh, number 7 feature a new dip cream. The first is damage.
What, like you're saving my makeup? Reverse visible skin damage with a world-first peptide technology.
Who's got damage?
Besides all of us. Don't regret, just reverse.
When you have MS, like me, progress is
Reducing relapses and slowing disability progression.
we take Ocrevus, an infusion treatment that's just 2 times a year.
A prescription for adults with relapse and all primary progressive forms of multiple sclerosis. Ocrevus is proven effective in reducing relapses in RMS.
What questions?
Ability progression and reducing brain lesions in RMS and PPMS.
Don't take Ocrevus if you have Hep B. And tell your doctor about vaccinations or if you've had colitis or Hep B, as Hep B could come back. A common side effect of Ocrevus is infusion reactions. Some may be serious. An increased risk of colitis and cancer may exist with Ocrevus, and it can increase the risk of infections. PML is rare, but may happen with Ocrevus. Infections and PML can be life-threatening and lead to disability or death.
We choose Ocrevus. Thank you. That's more progress, less progression.
Ask your doctor about starting with 2 times a year Ocrevus.
That's why you shot me the first time.
Whoa. The unexpected can happen to any of us. That's why SelectQuote makes it easy to get the life insurance coverage you need to protect your family for less than $1 a day.
So let's quote for me $500,000 policy.
You have to work with him on it.
We can help you save more than 50%.
And just brush him and then turn the vacuum on. And it'll suck up the hair. Or just turn on the vacuum near him. Well, like holding him on a leash. Basically desensitizing him. That's what I had to do with Spencer.
But you're still masking your depression. You could be experiencing a partial response to your antidepressant.
Partial response happens when your antidepressant alone isn't enough. Let's try adding Rexulti. But according to an antidepressant
So you can build on your progress.
Red cells can cause serious side effects. Elderly dementia patients have an increased risk of death or stroke. Antidepressants may affect suicidal thoughts and actions and worsen depression in children and young adults. Report new or sudden changes in mood, behavior, thoughts, or feelings. Or if you develop suicidal thoughts or actions, report fever, stiff muscles, and confusion, which can be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death. Weight gain, increased cholesterol, low white blood cells, unusual urges, dizziness on standing, falls, seizures, trouble swallowing, or sleepiness.
Helps if I can spell.
Doctor about red cell tea. Pause. I'm right here. Just relax, alright? You're in the hospital. You were shot. Understand, okay? Everything's gonna be okay now. Alright. All that happens, alright? You lost a lot of blood. From both us. Call it the wrong side. Here you go. She's up. Oh my God. Flatlined. Max, she doesn't need to know the details. Christine? It's alright. She's in daycare. I'll take good care of her later on. Look, did you see anything before you got shot? Describe me. Casey had cared. Claire. The guard was there. He was there. They almost killed him. God. Did they recover the bullet from me? So the bullet was noisable. That's impossible. Ken, the others are all over it. No. Oh, no. I thought you should try. Listen, the doctor said that you should understand.
I missed what she said.
You were dead for 2 minutes.
These are the people who were in the building last night.
Suspects.
We're witnesses. Everything points to someone who fled after the shooting. So we're hoping one of these people saw him.
I think I'm supposed to be receiving a Roomba.
You offered to help, and
I mean, not
this is mine.
Roomba brand, but,
Just asking to keep it up line.
you know, a
Did you find it?
robot vacuum.
Al, the security guard?
He was new, only been here about 6 months. His badge was used to access the lab at the time of the shooting.
What about the security cameras?
All the same prior to the shooting. So we're hoping one of these people can help. Hey, she's awake.
Oh, thank God. Which one has to tell me about anything that we find?
So far, the guard hasn't given us much. Gunshot wound to the abdomen, massive internal bleeding, but no bullet. And no incident.
Same as Dr. B. There's a clear trajectory, but nothing.
She said it was cold when she was shot. But most victims describe it as a brain sensation.
How is it possible to shoot two
I'm looking to see if I am.
bullet?
You eliminate the possibility we're left with the truth, no matter how improbable.
And what are you suggesting, Dr. Hutchins?
I've heard of an ice bullet,
An ice bullet?
That's been posited for years, but no one's ever fired one successfully.
but it's technically possible and it would explain when no bullet was found in their body.
Do you have any other theories?
No.
Set up the test. Someone's gonna be the first, right?
You were working last night? I had to catalog several powders Hellenistic epigrams. We're doing an exhibit on the Pacific School. I slept in my office last night.
I am the chief of restoration, so I have to work late.
My shift ended at 6. I'll benefit my replacement.
Did you hear a shot or see anything strange?
Nothing. I wear headphones, listen to classical music.
Thank you, Mandy.
Wow, this is next to the air conditioner. I can't hear a thing.
There was a man in the hall when I went for coffee,
I guess I shouldn't have asked.
leering at me. Maybe he had a thing for Dr. Brennan.
Was at the coffee machine and she walks up wearing this tight skirt. You know, supposed to take not scare.
Al was just with us 6 months. He's a good guy. He was all clumsy.
Clumsy how?
I once saw him trip and fire his taser into the floor.
Is there any indication that Al could have mixed up in something illegal here?
Look, man, I keep to myself. I don't know anything.
one of them.
I just now received your email that you sent ages ago. I am so sorry. Let me read over it and I will respond accordingly.
Objected, but they all look guilty of it. Everyone does.
This case is personal for you. It's natural to lose perspective.
I'm sure they're dead.
I know. I'm just being a friend.
That's it. That's all we have. The ice bullet and the metal frag. Yeah, for 27 people working on this, and we have nothing.
She was talking to me, Kathy.
Frustrating this must be.
Really? Do you? Because you don't. I don't think you do.
Everybody's doing their best, but how's she's improving? And you?
We had a fight before she got shot. Especially for the lab. She thought I said that she was a bad.
What are you...
She misunderstood what I was saying.
Goodbye, Midnights. Neither do I, but we don't talk about that in my lives.
She's a great mother. Like Hannah. I'm going to say something like that.
And what you really ask is, how did something like this have happened? We'll find out. I found a tiny anti-venom approach.
Don't block them, just mute them.
Perfectly with the metal fragment. Dr. Brennan placed on the microscope. And you're sure it came from his taser? It's a perfect match to the type of taser Harris issued. The victim must have been shot at close range to get rid of the stun.
Multiple strokes with the taser have been known to induce ventricular fibrillation, which could cause cardiac arrest.
Hey, I got it. His height and the facial reconstruction gave us a match on the bridge victim. Johannes Group.
So it's possible that having a security guard killed Johannes Group
Would explain why Hal was so interested in the body Brennan was working on and in how the security cameras got shut off.
Okay, but then who killed Hal?
and why.
This was overkill. She was a step. I didn't want to believe that we could do that.
Now we don't have a missing person. We have a murder. 48 hours. All day Monday, 6 a.m. 5 Central on Ion Mystery. Corendia presents the ABCs of CKD. A is for awareness, because knowing that your chronic kidney disease and type 2 diabetes could progress to dialysis is important. B is for belief that there may be more you can do. Just remember that K is for kidneys and Corendia.
Soda maker, the shaved ice.
Corendia is proven to reduce the risk of kidney failure, which can lead to dialysis. Corendia is a once daily tablet that treats
Ice cream machine.
differently than type 2 diabetes medications.
And the
It
noodle
helps slow
maker.
the progression of kidney damage and reduce the risk of cardiovascular events, such as heart attacks. Do not take Corendia if you have problems with your adrenal.
As for my response, the 4 items would be the pasta maker, the snow cone maker,
Ask your doctor before
the
taking products containing potassium. Corendia
ice cream
helps
machine,
blood pressure and low sodium levels.
and
So now that you know
the
your ABCs, don't wait. Kidney damage from CKD and T2D is not reversible. So ask your doctor about slowing your kidney damage with Corendia.
You know that feeling of
soda maker, comma.
Platinum Plus is Cascade's best clean ever. With double the Dawn and double the scrubbers, it removes the toughest grease and residue for an irresistible clean shine. Cascade Platinum Plus. Dare to dish differently.
In that order.
A text. You might want to read that. It might be important.
There's just something about it. I cannot wait for this year. I love the tie top and the bottom is so comfortable. The knee just gives you like amazing.
Ancestors by marriage.
Victims of mesothelioma and their families may be entitled to receive a cash award from the estimated $35 billion in asbestos trust funds now
No, you're not the only one here. You're just the only one talking right now.
already. If you have been diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung
text.
cancer,
You might want to read that. It might be
call the number on your screen now. We have served victims of
I guess I should have
mesothelioma
specified
and
marriage.
nationwide
I didn't realize I needed to.
We have over 35 years of experience fighting corporations and holding them accountable for putting profits over safety. Even if a family member has passed due to mesothelioma, you may still be entitled to a cash award. So call now for your free evaluation. We want to help victims of mesothelioma
And honestly, the first two
financial compensation you deserve.
are the ones that I personally would want. The second two are ones that are a luxury, but would be cool.
Text. You might want to read that. It might be cool.
But would be cool.
Social media is trying to take over my life.
It's time to take it back.
I'm talking to you right now, aren't I? I can multitask.
Johannesburg, what is that, Dutch?
I don't see it with the shoes. Goose, how things are playing.
Well, yeah, there's a sales rep for a jet leasing company. This is the company's fleet.
What's up your butt?
See that clock?
Yes, that looks like a clock.
This is a Swiss Atlas clock. It took about $10,000.
What do you think? A one-time extravagance? A gift?
Beats me. Hey, sorry we didn't connect. You know, after we...
Oh, no, we're not married.
You must know. Clock, time passing, too much time passing, awkwardness. Oh God, she was maybe not calling, or then she called me.
What? All that's on the clock?
Must have your own version of what happened between us, right?
We went out a couple of times, went to bed once, get back twice.
Kathy, if you have a problem with how I do my lives, you don't have to be here. You always seem to have a complaint about me.
I know how you feel.
Like how I do things, how I talk, how I respond to people, the things I say.
I've got our
If you don't like me, why do you even come in here?
these suits are bespoke. I mean, handmade, very expensive.
I'm not just talking about in my lives. I'm also referring to comments you left on posts.
So our guy's crooked somehow.
Like you seem to always have a problem with me.
Both here. Somebody at this table pretty hard.
Snapping at me because I wasn't responding in the timely fashion that you think I should be?
I didn't see you shopping at the magnifier on the way out, so all I saw was a sheet. Did the FBI send you anything?
It's your job to recover. It's everybody else's job to figure out who's right. And did you know that if you fire
Why is this
a
not-
taser, it releases confetti that's marked with a special fountain number?
Yes.
Is that fully charged?
Taser confetti matching all the security guards' taser.
How went to the first victim's house?
Tased him, killed him, and Groot's heart gave out. Whoa, Brennan, are you okay? What, pain? Brennan? Come on, Brennan?
Oh, no, we're not married.
We're so not married.
I just feel like
Tell each other? Of course. I was 15.
I don't know what I feel like.
Went to bed and never saw you again. But I survived. Of course you did. We had a fight. You and I. We had a fight the night before you disappeared. We fought about a boy. Scott? Scott Morrison. You said that I was changing myself too much for him, my clothes. You started smoking cigarettes because he did. I didn't know that you knew that.
And I told you that you were too dreamy and emotional, making decisions on what you felt instead of using your brain.
You did that.
And you saw me.
And then I left him. I never saw you.
I need to make that post.
I loved you so much. I hate that
If they're not bugging me on TikTok, they're annoying me here.
It's all right, Tempest. You know,
Maybe that's why you took my advice and you never change yourself for another person again. So you never be hurt. You took your heart away. You used your brain.
No, I was Christian growing up.
There we go. Would you stop scaring us like that, please?
Sorry, Dad. I'm gonna throw you for a loop.
What is it, man? Is it? So her mother used to say that to me all the time.
What happened?
I grew up Christian, and I started really analyzing the Christian religion and the things written in the Bible and deconstructing what I had always been taught, and realized I didn't believe in Christianity, nor did I trust it. And so I started examining different beliefs and things that I did believe in. And I decided that Wiccan was the closest thing to my beliefs, plus being an empath and wanting to study witchcraft, that was more aligned with my beliefs.
I went to another place.
So yes, I'm Wiccan. I need to be better about learning more about the Wiccan faith and being more active with it, but
Do you really think that I could actually receive
that's absolutely why I deconstructed, Millie. I decide if that's even the best word for it, but that's why I left Christianity and why yes, I'm an empath. The thing that pushed me over the edge when it came to Christianity was when I first started getting sick.
I've run into a myriad of problems using the traditional.
Well, actually, it wasn't even that. Let's actually go back.
One, the heat generated by the ignition of the gunpowder melts the ice bullet before it can leave the barrel. Two, an ice bullet is only a third as dense as lead. In order for
6 years before that,
3 times faster than a normal lead bullet.
So a myriad is a lot. It sounds impossible.
maybe a little bit longer,
Ice bullet is frozen water.
I told
Ready?
I told somebody that I considered a mother figure to me that I thought I was pregnant, because it was before I knew that I was unable to
A blood book?
get pregnant.
That would explain Dr. Brennan's incompatibility.
It's before I knew that I couldn't get pregnant. And I told her I thought I was pregnant, and she told me to quit being such a slut and close my legs, and then I wouldn't think I was pregnant. That was kind of the first knife in the coffin, as it were, for my belief. And then when I first started getting really, really sick and I couldn't go to church very often, because I was the first person at church every Sunday. I would stay there pretty much all day. I volunteered. I worked in the bookstore at the one church I went to. I helped with anything they needed. I sung in the choir. I was in their massive productions that they did for Easter and Christmas. I did it all. Like, my life was the church. And I started getting sick, and they couldn't be bothered to even check up on me. Like, not one person from that church called to check on me. When I basically dropped off the radar because I couldn't go to church. Not one person.
And that's why our next big giveaway is this lake house in Baltimore. Welcome to your next.
And I'm not even just talking about, like, the people who attended the church. I'm talking about people I worked with in all the departments that I worked with. Not one person.
Looks like it costs a fortune.
And then the final nail in the coffin was I was trying to find a way back to being active in the church because I honestly believed that that's where I wanted to be at the time. And I called the church and asked if anybody would be able to help me unload and load my wheelchair when I came to services so that I could, get into the building because the building was massive. So that I could get, a parking space and get into the building. This was a church that had golf carts to help people get from their parking spaces to the front door. That's how big the parking lot was. And they had 4 services every Sunday because there were that many people attending. And they told me to leave a message. I left a message, never heard back from them. I called a couple more times, never got an answer. So I just quit trying. And it's now 7 years later and they still haven't tried to reach out to me. So, and then I really started, paying attention to the religion as a whole and the things written in the Bible and the fact that most churches hate everything that I am, being trans, non-binary, pansexual. No, I can base it off of what's in the Bible though, Mary. And what they preach. And if a church that I gave every piece of myself to couldn't care less about me, why do I think any other church would care? But there's also the fact that why do I want to worship a entity that you have to have complete loyalty for to maybe possibly theoretically, if he's feeling happy at that moment and feels like your loyalty is enough, will help you or care for you. And an entity that allows children and others to suffer with things like cancer. It's impossible to be all loving, all knowing, and all powerful all at one time. And supposedly I'm supposed to believe that God is that? Those are not even the same thing, Grandmama. That's all I'm saying on the subject, because I'm not going to get into a theological debate with everyone. This is why I don't talk about religion in my lives. But that is why I deconstructed. That's why I no longer am a Christian. And that's why I chose the Wiccan faith. And as for an empath, the actual definition is an individual who feels more empathy than an average human. Empaths are exceptionally sensitive to the emotions and frame of mind of nearby individuals. Empathy is a natural state that enables a person to build an emotional connection through with other individuals. I don't have a problem with your personality. Oh, you mean church, I think. Probably, maybe. I don't know. If Christianity and religion works for you, then that's great. I'm trying to be better about my outward distaste for the religion in the sense of my comments on it, because I don't want to hurt anyone else. But if that's, if that's what you believe, then more power to you. Believe what you want to believe, but I don't have to.
The locus coeruleus in the midbrain can release noradrenaline during highly traumatic events. It can... No, Dad. There's no other place.
I know. I'm just saying in general. I know it's okay. I do it almost daily with my sister. Isn't that right, Mary? Anytime, Blue Canary. I think I ran my sister off. I didn't mean to. No, my sister lives in a different state. And until recently, as in 2019 recently, I didn't even know her. I'm adopted. And when I say sister, I mean she's my birth sister. It's absolutely amazing. I'm glad to know her and my birth family. I just wish I had met them sooner so I could have gotten to know my birth mother.
The compressed air would give you enough velocity to penetrate the skin.
It was put under a
No.
Looks like you're gonna need a lawyer. Have heart failure with unresolved symptoms? It may be time to see the bigger picture. Heart failure and seemingly unrelated symptoms like carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, and irregular heartbeat could mean something more serious called ATTR-CM, a rare, underdiagnosed disease that worsens over time. Sound like you? Call your cardiologist and ask about ATTR-CM. Are you good? No. I think I'm ready for car insurance. In general, get you a break when you need it. Yeah, with flexible payment options, keep it going. Just tell you this. Bring low rate, roll with the general. Show the world what it means to be a fan at Fanatics.com. The world's largest collection of officially licensed fan gear from all the leagues, teams, and players you love. Shop now and get today's special offer.
Hey, Mary, are you still in here?
Ooh, number 7 Future Renewed Day Cream. The first is damage. What, like completing my makeup? Flawless. Emotional damage? No. You know, significant damage. Like a well-developed peptide technology. The goal of the skincare products has.
I think she probably went to bed.
Don't regret, just reverse.
Hi, I'm Callie, and I lost 85 pounds on Goa. I started Goa because I was diabetic, and my A1C and cholesterol were high. The minute I started taking the Goa release,
Ancestry.com.
I was not hungry, and I did not have any cravings. Since losing weight with
I did the Ancestry DNA kit.
I've ever been, and my doctor is thrilled. Goa is so much more than weight loss. It's gonna give you your life back.
And
Be a surprise. I don't like
so did my cousin. And that's how I found them.
done when I was 15. It made me look awful. I like makeup that makes you look like yourself, but better. Miracle Balm.
She did say she was going to bed, so I guess she finally did.
It's not just makeup. It's not just skincare. It's both. It gives you moisture, and it only takes a nanosecond to put it on. It just makes you glow and look healthy. It's the ultimate you, but better product. Learn more at jonesroadbeauty.com.
Hair has always been central to my identity.
Once I started taking rituals, I could see my hair different. It's also made my hair stronger.
Most of my life.
#1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplements. Start your hair growth journey at NutriFold.com. One of the biggest threats to our kids' mental health is in the palm of their hand. But social media is making it let's help the dangers disappear. Gap provides kids safe phones and watches with no internet, social media, or unsafe apps. Yeah, safely connected.
Why?
The basket, her feet,
Happy I ended your garage.
Rome said that that's close to private place.
Got it? Or you want me to explain it?
If she mails letters, she already sends DNA through the mail.
So far,
Or he.
turned up 11 fake artifacts in the storage room of the Treasure Center, but there's more. I didn't hear a question. One of the originals has already been traced to a private collector in Munich. Again, not a question. Interesting fact, though, isn't it?
Why isn't there any attendant paperwork for the icon universe building?
I understand that fear, but it's illogical.
And here you are returning at 8:42.
You can't just frame somebody with saliva.
How many times did you find Root's private jets this year?
My private feelings are your job is to represent the peace accomplice. Are you interrogating me now? Really?
So the guard gives the artifacts to Root. Root packs them to avoid customs. Then you fly with Root customs to them to the buyers.
You really don't understand the concept of the question, do you? You try to kill the woman you love, the mother of my child. That's a mistake.
Agent Booth,
Let go of him and she didn't mean anything when she did the land now.
If somebody's going to make an effort to frame you for something, they're not going to do it with your saliva that you mailed to Ancestry.com. I'm just saying. You watch too much TV, Matt.
I'm going to surgery.
Those two things are opposite.
Hold on.
These two things aren't even connected.
They are a projectile, pierce my abdomen, and struck the posterior.
Though, to be fair, you can edit video evidence a lot easier.
What is it?
We're going to do a biopsy and test it to see the non-proof.
It's not dangerous, is it?
It's 100% risk-free.
We're ready, Dr. Ryan?
Wish I knew how to offload these onto the app. Or not the app, but the settings. Okay.
She's under.
That's not what I want.
Are you going to work? I'll see you tonight.
Not if I survive the procedure. This is going to turn out just like that day. We're never going to see each other.
No, I'm going to start it in a minute and we can finish it tonight.
Of course we will.
I'm just trying to figure out how to do something on my tablet.
The advice I gave you back then, use your head, be rational. Don't let your heart lead you. Use your brain. That allowed you to survive, and it helped you. But I have another piece of advice for you. It's time for you to find some of that little girl that you locked away so deep inside yourself. Why? Because it's not about surviving anymore. It's about what's nourished you. It's about living a full life. If this is real, I tell you I love you. Yes,
So I can hear the TV, right? But also, to my side, I can hear my cat snoring. It is the cutest little sound.
he never gave me. Stole her.
Yay! Did you order the second book, Storm?
Oh, easy. Don't move. Oh, it's easy.
What happened?
Blood matched. The one was arrested for murder and attempted murder.
I think I'll go and tell them that you're okay. They're all here, you know.
Your dad? Mom? Mom knew that the first gift you ever gave her, she always knew they stole it.
Nobody knew that.
Mom did.
Except me. Nobody.
Good to see the old rhino can still be surprised.
She
okay to be a little crazy, right?
Okay, you know that tablet I told you all that I was sent? If you all get the tablet, please remember to get a memory card. Otherwise, it will be slow as molasses and you will be so angry. The moment I put a memory card in this, it sped up so much. Night, Rosemary. Well, hello, Daenerys. Are you coming to say hi? Come here, my love. Come here, baby. Come here. Hi, Teresa. Hi, baby. Come here. Shh.
Isn't that exciting? Okay, you know what? This is my puzzle. Oh, okay. So here you go. Your puzzle. Have at it.
So this is cross, abrasion.
Right.
This is oboe. Hannibal, Jakarta. Not sure about this one. 6 letters. Gilligan's.
Island. Gilligan's Island. Not so smart now, are you?
Where's it located?
Hollywood. It's in Hollywood.
No, there's no body of water large enough in Hollywood.
Yes, there is population stuff, and there's one brilliant professor who's not as much of a know-it-all as you, but he can still, okay, make nuclear bombs out of coconuts.
Are you upset?
I don't know, maybe I am. You know what? You're not always the smartest, okay?
But I am.
You know Gilligan's Island, did you?
True. I will consult an atlas before work.
Great.
Brennan. All right, we'll do it again. The remains were just delivered to the lab. I'm sorry if I was annoying. You were just trying to have some fun, even though the puzzle was too difficult for you.
It's okay, Ross. You're not no problem.
Thank you.
Yeah. Because you didn't know about Ginger or Mary Ann or the Howells, and I bet you didn't know the Globetrotters were guests on Gilligan's Island. Better consult your atlas, Rich.
Very well.
Right.
Hollywood?
Yep, Hollywood.
Hi, Katina.
This reminds me that I need a vacation. No, this is very logical to me.
I can have a path this good.
And I assume you can't cook as well as Hannibal Lecter, but since you're dating my daughter, I'm fine with that. 90-degree Gonian angle where the mandibular body intersects with the ascending ramus says the victim is male.
Krill and phytoplankton could tell us where the body was originally filmed. Hey, Kim, you must have missed Michelle. She's been away at school for months.
I do, and I imagine Mr. Abernathy does too.
Dude, you are totally blushing. Can you please work?
We are. Perhaps you're anxious because you haven't had sex since Michelle's absence.
I'd rather not talk about this.
It's very understandable. Young males have an intense sex drive to ensure the survival of the species. Dr. Brennan?
You're talking about my daughter?
I know. Don't. Puritanical sexual values have been shown
shown to encourage secretive and sometimes deviant behavior. Most of the fracturing appears to be post-mortem.
They still unfused sweet occipital synchron.
Nope, different cat. This is Daenerys.
So the killer broke up the body to fit it into the suitcase?
Killer, we don't even have cause of death yet.
The boy didn't climb into a suitcase and throw himself off the bridge.
I don't know. Could be some kind of jackass stunt gone wrong.
You're suggesting cause of death is stupidity?
No one gives your shot.
Mr. Abernathy has a point.
She's a girl.
When you have MS, like
Actually, most of my animals are girls. It's just Spencer and Derek that are boys.
Reducing relapses and slowing disability progression.
We take Ocrevus, an infusion treatment that's just 2 times a year. A prescription for adults with relapse and more primary progressive forms of multiple sclerosis. Ocrevus is proven effective in reducing relapses in RMS and slowing disability progression and reducing brain lesions in RMS and PPMS.
Don't take Ocrevus if you have Hep B. And tell your doctor about vaccinations or if you've had colitis or Hep B, as Hep B could come back. A common side effect of Ocrevus is infusion reactions. Some may be serious. An increased risk of colitis and cancer may exist with Ocrevus, and it can increase the risk of infection.
No need to apologize. It's not that big a deal. I was just letting you know she's a girl.
That's more progress, less progression.
Ask your doctor about starting with 2 times a year Ocrevus.
This mango hit water tastes just like mango. Your water tastes just like fruit.
For a limited time, new customers get over 45% off from drinking.com. That's 36 bottles for just £36. Only $1 per bottle.
If you try vaping to quit smoking, it might feel like progress. But with 3 times more nicotine than a pack of cigarettes, vapes increase cravings, driving you into dangerous cravings. Nicorette reduces cravings until they're gone for good.
This irresistible gift, just moments before, was filled with delicious snacks from Nuts.com. Create your own combination of snacking delight or choose from
Woot.
Nuts.com's favorite gift baskets and tins with every flavor of happy. Get 20% off plus free shipping on your first order.
Did you know that there's a company out there that can pay you to lose weight?
Healthy wage.
Get paid to lose weight, just like Jennbanana.
Hi, Beach Babe. Hi, Melissa.
Attention, former Marines and family members stationed at Camp Lejeune. If you live or worked at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina for at least
You wanna go?
40 days from August 1953 through December
Okay.
1987, and have been diagnosed with cancer, neurobehavioral effects, had a child born with birth defects, were diagnosed with fertility issues, or more, you may qualify for significant financial compensation. Call Saddle Rock Legal Group now to discuss your case. It has been proven that the water at Camp Lejeune during those years was extremely contaminated with toxic chemicals.
Hey, Mandy, I got us to the next level.
Veterans and their surviving family members to bring lawsuits and potentially recover damages for harm from exposure to contaminated water at Camp Lejeune. Don't wait until it's too late. It only takes a few minutes and the call is completely free. Call Saddle Rock Legal Group to discuss your case now.
Call 1-800-960-5533. That's 1-800-960-5533.
So the way we play this is, I'm the understanding psychologist, you be the flinty FBI agent. Okay, sure, let's just be what we are. Okay, now you're 100% solid on the ID. Hey, look, if you're certain, then I'm certain, which means that I'm better at ensuring the family is certain and they get a sense of closure.
Now we're just confirmed that the deceased was long way ago. Age, guilty,
I need to comb you again, Daenerys.
right?
I think we'll do that later.
Special Agent Booth, FBI.
This man had phoned on Dr. Sweet just spoke on the phone.
Please. My son's been missing for 2 weeks. I'm hoping you're here to tell me you found him.
Would you prefer to talk to us alone?
No. This is my neighbor, Dolores, and her dog Cat. We're like family.
Like an extra one or the first one?
Oh, please. God, no.
I'm sorry.
They say hoping you got an extra one.
They're positively identified.
Identified how?
Dental records.
Oh, that means he's been dead a while, doesn't it? Everybody's put him in. Not Martin. It was me.
Sure. I understand that this is a difficult time, but if we could ask you a few questions.
Well, what happened to my son?
You think Manny was murdered, right?
That's what we're trying to ascertain now.
Was Manny the kind of kid who would do stunts? Death-defying stuff?
Oh, no, Manny wasn't that kind of kid.
Can you think of anyone who'd want to hurt Manny?
He was a good boy. He mostly just kept to himself.
Ken? Anyone in school?
When was the last time you saw Manny before you went missing?
I work nights, so sometimes days go by. It just passed like shifts in the night. So, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. We went to that party.
What party?
Manny didn't want to go. But I told him he'd never make any friends if he didn't.
Damn, I was hoping you had a second.
Seeley, preliminary tox results show high levels of ketamine in the boy's tissue.
Oh, excuse me, I gotta take this outside. No worries. The party back?
Special day.
The information I'm getting from the mom is that he wasn't that kind of kid.
Sounds like maybe mom's got blinders on.
Okay, thanks, Sam.
Now, if a death like this is obviously extremely traumatic, this hotline would be really helpful. You should call it.
I don't need those kind of things. We help each other.
I understand. Well, here's my card. If you think of anything that could help us.
Do you happen to have a recent photo of Manny that we can borrow?
Yeah.
It was all I had.
The hotline number? Perhaps your daughter, since you're so close with the victim.
Like she said, we're not psychology people. We're friends and family people.
I'll take a look at Manny's room. It's you. Hi.
That wasn't very enthusiastic.
It's just the King was talking about it on campus this weekend.
Think about it, Glenn. I told Pio I'm in town and I have to stay at her place. We showed up about it, and I get to stay at your place.
On the other hand, lying makes me
Come on. Let's be naughty and selfish for one weekend. I can make it up to camp at Christmas. Or I can go back to school. Or I can stay with you. Or I can come spend the night at your place. Don't you want to get ready?
Remy cards, hard drives. What was he doing with his cell phones?
Why did the mom mention any of this?
And he asked her to stay out of his room. She was cool with it.
So what was all this for?
He fixed people's computers, fixed phones. Like if people drop them or got them one.
Or if they wanted to exceed their limit without paying you.
Manny was fine.
Manny drank and take drugs?
No.
We really need to know the truth.
Manny was like playing video games.
Oh, look at this. Supposed to make this much money from the video games.
Everybody got quiet all of a sudden. I mean, I know what Mandy's doing, but I don't know about what everybody else is doing. Ugh.
Imagine if you could get ahead of your IBSC by treating it with Linzess. Then you could start proactively managing your constipation with LSD. yourself a little further away from the symptoms that keep coming back. Say yes to Linzess. Linzess is not a laxative. It's a once-daily
There we go.
pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements, then helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess.
What kind of earbuds?
Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. These aren't all the side effects. Imagine, what could relief from IBS-C mean for you? Talk to your doctor.
No, we are not related.
Learn how AbbVie and Ironwood can help you save on Linzess.
Attention.
One of these days, Mandy's gonna leave her husband and move here for me.
Lower back pain, hip pain, and shooting pain down your legs. You could
I'm
be
kidding.
experiencing a sciatic nerve pain attack. Now researchers have discovered a simple switch to instantly turn your pain off. It's called the Active Plus, the ingenious
I have AirPods. I don't like them.
targeted compression to turn off sciatic nerve pain signals for instant relief. Just slip it on, adjust the strap, and the pain is gone. Oh wow. It's like a button just
No one else would put up with the crap I do, Millie.
The pain is gone.
I feel a lot of relief already. Sciatica is an excruciating pain that radiates from your lower back down into your legs. But
It's in my eye.
Active Plus to the trigger point on the calf just below your knee and live, work, and be pain-free.
I knew I wasn't imagining it.
It was like an immediate relief. I was able to stand up straighter. Oh my God, this thing really works.
The secret is the AccuPoint pressure pad that applies gentle targeted compression to the trigger point so the pain is turned off. In fact, it works so well, the FDA cleared the Active Plus as a medical device. With the Active Plus, you can help apply pressure to the trigger point on the side of the calf to help relieve sciatica. Wear it while walking, play with the kids. Plus, it can be worn discreetly under clothes. The Active Plus is the revolutionary drug-free way to make sciatic nerve pain go away. Call or go online to order your The Active Plus acupressure system for the special TV discount price of just $29.99. If you don't begin to get instant relief, send it back and
I absolutely love the ones I have. They are, they lay on the ear. I don't know, are they right here? Hold on, I may have put them up.
No, none of them registered. They all seem to have been like phones.
I don't know where I put them. But they lay on my ear instead of in my ear.
I know that he had ketamine in his system, so maybe he was using the burner phones for dealing drugs.
It can be seen like a drug dealer. Straight A student, perfect disciplinary record.
I guess sometimes there's more than meets the eye.
I very much prefer those.
Michelle was doing something behind my back.
Kind of flies in the face of thousands of years of teenage behavior.
Wait until Michael Vincent gets older. You'll see. You just know.
Okay. One of the phones.
They're on my
Balance.
showcase.
Voice calls were.
They're the Lenovo ones.
What about texts? Michelle only texts her friends.
Yeah, the both were from Kat Martin, who was the girl they met at the victim's apartment.
Were they united?
I don't think so.
Pretty one-sided.
Yeah, I think he had a crush on her, and seems like she was trying to let him down.
It was easy. Who was the other person who was texting?
There's no name. It's just a number. I'm tracing it now. But most messages are just about where and when to meet, and then a series of random numbers.
I guess sometimes there is more than meets
I
the eye.
think they're on a flash sale right now. Hold on, I'll be able to tell you.
About Michelle. And she's great.
You don't have to say that.
I know.
But she is great.
I know.
But she is great.
Knitting Sons is your dad's company, right?
Yeah, one of the sons. Actually, here,
There's both shops that are selling them.
Spell Nanny, right? Yeah. Except Jack and being dead and everything. Yeah. Interesting, a kid like that. Didn't have any friends because he was texting you.
I personally prefer the purple ones because, you know, purple.
By selling drugs.
But they have top quality sound, really good bass, and they have noise canceling.
Between you
They will not fall off your ear, no matter what you do.
Codes for different drugs? Used to get into arguments or money or something? No. There's no drugs, ever, I swear. Dave he's kind of a brainiac, you know? He's always making smartphones where you wouldn't get billed, chips for computers, free downloads, that sort of thing. So $1 million work, what'd you do? Well, people person, you know, I handle all the sales. We're doing pretty good. We got almost $2 grand so far. A month like that, I don't have to work with that. Right. You got anyone who want to hurt me? No one even knew who he was. I wasn't lying. I was trying to do this to be social. When was the last time you saw him? Party 2 weekends ago? Just party. Just party. It was awesome. It's the best party I was ever at.
They're absolutely worth it, Storm. Like, absolutely, you would not regret buying them worth it.
They're shallow, but I found them off $50.
They're super comfortable too. Like they go over they wrap over the ear, and that's why they won't fall off no matter what you do. Like seriously, I demonstrated myself headbanging with them on. They didn't move an inch.
Precisely. You see how it's grown here at the transverse foramina?
They call cervical nerves 3 and 4 to be severed. We have cause of death, asphyxiation,
Yes, the injury would sever the connection to the medulla.
which caused you to stop breathing when he wasn't suffocated or strong.
That's what the evidence suggests. Oh, I forgot. This is yours, Mr. Abernathy. You left in my office. Yep, looks like Michelle's tested.
Thank you. I can talk to her later.
I don't mind. You deserve a reward after your excellent work.
That's right. I'll call her back, so no problem.
She's called quite a few times. She must miss you. It's Michelle. Oh, I understand. It's tough being away from each other so long.
Well, fortunately, I have my work right here. So.
Good way to deal with it. I'm impressed by you. Can I follow you for all this, Doctor? Of course. Are you okay to catalog our findings in the binder?
Yes, please.
I've been going through the victim's computer and looking for any online threats or squabbles. So far, there's nothing in any emails or social network threats.
Is that his girlfriend from when they were younger?
The one he wishes was his girlfriend's cat.
I also looked at the IP
You're welcome.
that he visited most often. There's computer hacking.
I have lots of different things on my showcase.
Visited the most was this one, the Hipster Shop site.
So
I mean, like the first probably 100 things are things to do with my garden, because I'm trying to get some things for my gardens before the
don't they know anyone can see these?
season starts. But
What are you laughing at?
This reminds me of high school. This reminds you of high school?
Yes, in high school I did a report concerning the effects of alcohol on muscle coordination. It was very amusing.
Can we focus on the case?
Is this behavior anomalous with your teenage experience?
I have a daughter. I'd rather not think of her doing what I did.
Ken was naughty.
The case.
Okay, that's right. So I
sorry, I feel like there's an eyelash in my eye, but I can't seem to find it.
He's angry.
I stitched the photos together so we could follow him through the night. Sort of like a photo flipbook.
There's a cat. She's dancing with that guy. Manny was jealous.
Yeah, it gets worse. Manny was following her around the party.
Was he stalking her?
Competition for a mate is even more pronounced during the teenage years when they're most fertile.
Which led to a fight between Manny and the boy that was dancing with her. These were some of the last photos taken of Manny at the party.
The last of him alive.
With position.
It's Giants, open up. Party's over.
First you hear it, then you feel it. That's the crunchy, melt in your mouth feeling of Ritz toasted chips. Emergency crystals pop and fizz when you throw them back. And who doesn't love a good throwback?
Hi, Bella.
5 times more effective than fluff at reducing plaque above the gum line for a cleaner, healthier mouth. Listerine, feel the glow.
Oh no, a rash. Maybe it'll go away. Oh, how am I gonna find a doctor I'll actually like? Is that a QR code? Dr. Stafford makes you feel at ease. Thanks, Raj.
You've got more options than you know. Look now.
You didn't live this strong, this long, to get put on the shelf like a porcelain doll. If you have postmenopausal osteoporosis and are at high risk for fracture, you can build new bone with Evenity. Ask your doctor if you could do more than just slowing down bone loss with Evenity. Want stronger bones? Then build a new bone. Evenity can help.
What are you doing, Prentice?
Evenity is proven to reduce spine fracture risk by 73%.
Evenity can increase risk of heart attack, stroke, or death from a cardiovascular problem. Do not take Evenity if you have low blood calcium or are allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions and low blood calcium have occurred. Tell your doctor about jarbo problems as they have been reported with Evenity, or about pain in your hip, groin, or thigh, and unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred.
Don't let a break put you on the shelf. Talk to your doctor about building new bone with Evenity.
Have you heard? Sling TV offers the new View Live for less. Wait, you look and sound just like me. Actually, I am you. Because on the same news programs on Sling, for less. You mean you're me, but for less money? A lot less. I'm all your favorite news programs.
This commercial's annoying.
Starting at just $40 a month. Everything great about me, but for less money, which makes me greater. Don't you think? It's the same news for less. Starting at $40 a month.
Congrats, Carol. Your youngest finally caught the question. But now, you're really going to have to get those new dentures. After all, you need a smile that matches the moment. So this might be a good time to mention that Aspen Dental can create natural-looking dentures in no time, just for you. And that comes with $0 down plus 0% interest. If paid in full in 18 months.
Everybody got quiet on me. Hi, Cindy.
It's one more way. Aspen Dental is in your corner.
It was a dull party. Nothing even got out of hand. Dull? What? You don't like my moves?
Girl you're dancing with is 15 years old. That's not what you said. Besides, there's no age rules about dancing.
That's boy?
No. Yes, I know. I got a picture of the two of you arguing right now.
I mean, I don't know his name, but...
What the hell?
Never mind. This party?
Okay.
He was murdered. Right now, you're a suspect.
Hi, Kathleen.
Me, what? Photo, fighting. Should I get a lawyer? You need a lawyer? No, time out. I'll tell you straight up what I know.
Great, because we like to straight up beat the FBI.
I'm a senior, right? Dancing with her, she's a sophomore. She asks me to dance, happens all the time. She wants an upgrade.
Can you like that?
Oh, wait. But your boy here, he comes in and shows me off and yells at me. And he didn't do it. I went, got myself a drink, and asked to sing him. And before that, what the girl did? She yelled at him. Everybody heard it. She said she hated him and she wished he was dead. I don't think she makes it, right? I mean, it's
So is anybody doing anything for St. Patrick's Day?
drop dead. You realize that doesn't stop me there. Doesn't even slow you down.
Six avulsion fractures that present symmetrically and nearly parallel to one another. Here, here, and here.
They were modeling.
No, ma'am, indicating that these injuries will likely sustain after the victim was already dead.
But we knew that from the suitcase striking boats and rocks.
But these... Spider fracturing like this can only be caused by compression, but since the injuries aren't spread out over the surrounding bones, it's not just a factor of being put in the case.
Let's catalog the injuries and get a rough timeline of when they might have occurred.
The antemortem, time of death,
The
postmortem.
17th.
What kind of trouble could a kid in high school get into? Ends up with him stuffed in a suitcase and tossed off the bridge.
As a former juvenile delinquent, I assume you have a string of bad decisions behind you.
Yes, ma'am. Just wish all of them were behind me.
Dr. Sweets?
Yeah, hey.
You can take it from here. Yeah, thanks.
private, and I don't want anyone to know.
Is this about your argument with Manny before he was killed? It's all right. I mean, in a murder investigation, everything comes to light.
If I tell you, and you're a psychologist, you can't tell anyone else, right?
Not quite. I mean, I'm not your psychologist.
Why not?
Why don't you just trust my judgment? I will not tell anyone anything they don't need to know.
Promise?
I promise.
I was raped. At the party thing. I remember being at the party and then I woke up at home and I knew.
People will wonder how you knew for sure.
I was a virgin. There was book I'm not a virgin anymore.
I'm sorry.
All I remember is one green eye. I had niggers got one green eye.
You decided not to call the police.
And Mom said not to. She said if I didn't know who did it, then it was my fault.
Rape is never the victim's fault. Never. And the fact that you don't remember it, it might suggest that either you were unconscious or on drugs.
I didn't take anything. Maybe he was raping me.
Not a lot. What's going on with you?
Have that effect.
What do you think about special K?
We have reason to believe that Manny had access to the drug.
I don't know. Lately he got off. And when he left him, he changed and... No, Manny would never do anything like that. For me and Ricky. We've known each other since we were kids.
Wait, right here. Okay, I'll be right back.
Jan says that the ketamine wasn't present in the victim's liver.
And this means something to me because
Manny didn't ingest the drug. It means that the pills were on him, not in him. Hodgins found remnants of a sandwich bag inside the suitcase.
sounds more like a drug deal caught bad.
I have noticed that a disproportionate percentage of drug dealers end up as homicide victims.
Oh, man. Hey, Dr. Brennan.
Hi.
Oh man, what?
Turns out Cat Martin was raped at the party.
Was she drugged?
How did you know?
Well, it looks like Manny was dealing ketamine.
Oh, man.
How do you know that she was raped
She's in my office right now.
without her mother?
That's correct.
She says she was raped?
Yeah, Mom told her not to tell anyone.
What?
You are aware that you can't question a juvenile without a parent present.
I made sure not to ask a single question. I was very careful and I recorded the entire conversation.
That's a technicality. You're playing with fire.
Being raped? That could give Kat a motive for murder.
I mean, the victim was in possession of date rape drugs. The cat was raped. Let's just do the math here. It's pretty simple.
She doesn't know who raped her.
Who else is she told?
Just me and the mother.
We all have a call the city cops and her mother. Sweets, you had to hand her over to Frontier Station.
It's not a federal case.
That doesn't make me feel any better.
I came to you for help. I trusted you. You promised.
I'm sorry.
What you do is for my good sweets.
Let's go.
That's some bad luck, Brian. Yeah, I think I'm late on the car insurance. Good thing the general.
Hi, Willow Armadillo.
Yeah, with flexible payment options to keep you covered. So today is your lucky day.
For a great low rate, go with the General. Values are in blue this spring. Buyouts like my genuine marble L dining set. 4 chairs and a bench, or 6 chairs in multiple configurations at my everyday low price of just $9.99. When the looks you love go for less, there's only one thing to say. Oh my God!
Flonase allergies don't have to be scary. Spray Flonase Express daily for non-drowsy, long-lasting relief in a scent-free, gentle mist.
How are you, love?
Flonase, all good. Also, try our allergy headache and nighttime pill.
Ooh, number 7 feature renewed day cream. Reverses damage.
What, like from saving my makeup?
Flawless.
Emotional damage?
No. Skin only.
Reverse visible skin damage. New Future Renew Day Cream. With a world's first peptide technology. No other skincare product has.
Who's got damage? Besides all of us.
Don't regret, just reverse.
Family.
You put in an in-ground pool.
I literally went on Angie and typed in pool. And then
I think I already said that, but I said it again anyway, just to be sure.
See different bids.
you kind of look at their reviews, look at what other people think of them, and it's nice to know that you're meeting with people who already are at a certain level. We wanted something beautiful. We wanted something that our children would feel happy swimming in.
And we love it. It's the one.
Connect with skilled professionals to get all your own projects done well. Get started today at Angie.com.
If you're taking an antidepressant,
Everybody's so quiet.
you're still masking your depression. You could be
And if y'all want, I can start the book.
exposed to your antidepressant.
Partial response happens when an antidepressant alone isn't enough. Let's try adding Rexulti. When added to an
Somebody just needs to tell me that's what they want.
reduce depression symptoms more than an antidepressant alone, so you can build on your progress.
Rexulti can cause serious side effects. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Antidepressants may
Hey, Donna.
thoughts and actions and worsen depression in children and adults. Report new or sudden changes in mood, behaviors, thoughts, or feelings. Or if you develop suicidal thoughts or actions, report fever.
Oops. I did that earlier.
Or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death. Weight gain, increased cholesterol, low white blood cells, unusual urges, dizziness on standing, falls, seizures, trouble swallowing, or sleepiness may occur. Ask your doctor about Rexulti. Victims of mesothelioma and their families may be entitled to receive a cash award from the estimated $35 billion in asbestos trust funds now available.
What kind of drink?
$50 billion has been awarded already. If you have been diagnosed with mesothelioma or lung cancer caused by asbestos, call the number on your screen now. We have served victims of mesothelioma and their families nationwide for over 30 years. We have over 35 years of experience fighting corporations and holding them accountable for putting profits over safety. Even if a family member has passed due to mesothelioma, you may still be entitled to a cash award. So call now for your free evaluation. We want to help victims of mesothelioma and lung cancer, and your families get the financial compensation you deserve from the estimated $35 billion in trust funds now available. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call 1-800-550-3470 now or visit
Hi, Christy.
fdmeso.com.
What you see here is an irresistibly special gift that just moments before was filled with the world's most delicious snacks from nuts.com. Nuts, dried fruits, sweets, and other treats. All the favorites in one special tray of tasty temptation.
Really, Huzzah?
Perfection or freshly baked, dipped, seasoned, or popped to satisfy every
You
craving.
jerk.
Your own combination of snacking delight or choose from
Huzzah, are you in here?
tins with every flavor of happy. Get 20% off plus free shipping on your first order.
This mango hate water tastes just like mango. Sparkling water tastes just like fruit.
For a limited time, new customers can get 20%
You literally just emptied my bank while I was doing my village.
The new Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers to your phone and watch, so you can always see where you're heading without finger sticks. Dexcom G7 is the most accurate CGM, so you can manage your diabetes with confidence.
I feel like you're also purposely attacking me.
Viruses and bacteria linger. Air fresheners add a scent, but
I mean, I know it's just a game. I'm not really that mad, but
eliminating odor and killing 99.9% of viruses and bacteria in the air. Scent can't sanitize. Lysol.
like I looked at my timeline and you attacked me like 6 times in a row.
Now, I've compared the x-rays to the bone injuries 5 times now, and I noticed that the fracturing on the remains is random and specific at the same time.
I don't understand.
Neither do I. The bones were damaged by being smashed against the rocks. Why do these injuries form an organic pattern? Now, 3 lines. One at the right scapula, continuing on T5 and 6. Here, at the posterior extremity of rib number 10, also.
I almost always get the 3 rings
Here, at the superior aspect of the right iliac crest.
because I've learned the layout.
The image is post-mortem and seems to have occurred after the victim was already curled up in the suitcase. And one other thing, Michelle's in town visiting me.
Excuse me?
This has been weighing on me. I can't lie to you. You're my boss, and even if you weren't, I'm very bad at it.
How long has she been in town?
Since yesterday.
I'd say you're a very good liar.
She She just wanted us to have some time alone. She loves you, but she thought if you knew she was here since you haven't seen her in such a long time.
And she'd be right. You are in big trouble, Finn.
Yes, ma'am, I know.
With Michelle. Why are you telling me this?
Beg your pardon?
If she finds out, you're a dead man. Not a good thing to say here, I know, but you owe her your trust. I mean, I assume that you didn't tell her you were going to tell me.
That they just came out. I thought honesty was the best policy. I'm not confused.
Here's what we're going to do. You will meet with Michelle and tell me where. I will happen upon you. That way you get to save your relationship. I get to be angry at my daughter. And she gets to think it's a coincidence. And everyone's happy. Understood?
Yes, ma'am. And this isn't lying.
Well, then you have so much to learn. Why don't you just concentrate on work now?
Yes, ma'am. I like that very much.
I told Nanny to stay away from Kat.
I thought they were best friends.
Like family, you say.
They weren't little kids having sleepovers anymore. I saw the way the man was looking at her. Once his hormones get flowing, I needed to protect her. He was getting creepy.
So you think of the boy who drove your daughter, drugged and raped her?
But you didn't think it was important enough to do anything about it.
I did something. When Kat told me what she thought happened, I confronted Manny.
And what did he say?
Nothing. The blood drained from his face and he ran off. What do you think that means?
But you didn't go to the cops.
And say what? And say my daughter thinks she was raped, but she doesn't know who did it or when it happened?
Yes, and they examined her medically, so your daughter knows it's true, so she knows that someone cares.
Weren't you ever in high school? Word of this gets out. People call her a slut. Say she's asking for it. I saw the pictures from that party.
I have a daughter too, and I would do anything it took to make sure she knew that I would fight for her.
Maybe she did fight for it, you know, maybe she got with a boy she thought raped her daughter, and then she told her daughter not to say anything.
I used to be married to a mom. You want to charge me? Fine. Otherwise, we're done.
I guess I can understand a mother getting so mad that she takes a long to her own hands.
And encouraging her daughter to lie? Then the girl is involved in another crime, victimized twice.
Does she look strong enough to inflict these injuries?
No, but the patterns indicate some kind of localized force.
Like a machine?
3 sets of evenly spaced.
Hi, Stephanie.
And that's just on the back. See here on the ships, Dr. Hodgins found 3 dents on the suitcase, evenly spaced. They're different from the dents caused by the rocks.
Is there any particular evidence associated with them?
There's some fibers that he found elsewhere.
Good. Let's see if Andrew can make any sense of the patterns.
I trusted you. Kat, I'm sorry. You have to understand. I had no choice. I had to report this.
I just want all this to go away.
Why'd you tell me?
I don't know. After talking to my mom, I just got so confused.
If you knew you had to tell someone who would listen, and you were right. You can't just will something like this away. You have to deal with it, or it'll stay with you forever.
What do you know? Were you raped?
No. No. When I was a boy, I was in a bad foster home.
I swear to Jeebus, Huzzah, your game is out to get me.
The foster dad, he did it for sport. I thought it was me. You know, I thought if I behaved better. So that's what I tried to do. Until someone helped me see it wasn't my fault. It wasn't. And no matter how hard or painful it is, it was better to face what happened.
Yeah, but 2 in literally almost in a row.
I can find someone who can. Like the person
Because, like, you attempted to shut down my my landmark. You did a bank heist, and then, like, 8 minutes later, did another bank heist. Like, you can't control the bank heists. That's the game.
to catch the person.
That's what I mean the game is out to get me. And it's annoying because I'm doing the hot rod event, and I'm spinning this wheel, and it's barely giving me anything. Like they're making it needlessly hard for the people playing this game to actually enjoy it. Hey, Luna, no. Nobody's out there and you know it.
You are a terrible liar, Michelle. And Finn, do you feel no loyalty at all?
He does. To me. It was all my idea. I didn't want to have to explain myself to you all the time.
Well, that didn't work out so well, did it? And perhaps if you feel such a loyalty to Michelle, you should work for her.
This is all just a mountain of mistakes.
Oh, you got that right, Jethro.
That wasn't even the thing I was reaching for. I wanted something sweet and instead I got salty. Look, Kaylee! That was the cat and you know it. You literally watched her do it. Now stop. Lay down, Kaylee. Kaylee, lay down.
Using a metadata embedded in the picture, there's the time GPS coordinates.
Lay down, Kaylee.
Can animate the whole evening again and virtually walk us through the party. Here's Kat in the living room, dancing with Saunders way. Baby's watching. But he confronted them and Saunders threw Nanny out the front door. Okay, this is where we left Nanny the last time.
This time let's see where Kat goes. Saunders rejects Kat and dances with the new girl.
Good girl.
She left Saunders and ran off crying. You followed her. I'll go through the
Yeah, guarding me against my cats.
Out there.
She's going to the backyard. She's obsessed. She wants to be alone. Someone is offering her a drink.
That's on Nanny. He's too big.
That's got to be quick. How long would it take for a drug like that?
Between 5 and 15 minutes. The timestamp on this photograph was 8 minutes later.
Slumped over. She can barely
The one bonus to playing two games
make that fact. That has to be her.
or two boards at the same time.
I believe you kept your promise, sweet.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hit the screen. I can send myself cards. But I can't for 1 hour. Do you by chance have a spare big dog or, let's see, what do I need? Wonderfur, Soulmates, Big Dog, or Special Speech? Do you need any cards?
The Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale is back. Right now, you'll save 50% site-wide on America's best steaks, chicken, burgers, and so much more. All backed by our 100% guarantee that you'll love every bite. Never tried Omaha Steaks? Save an extra $30 with promo code FIRSTTIME. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV today and sink your teeth into big savings on the quality you deserve.
Not flossing well? Then add the whoa of Listerine to your routine. New science shows Listerine is 5 times more effective than floss.
I'm 4 cards from completing the album,
Healthier mouth.
but I also have a shit ton of cards to give, so
Motivate you?
Is there anything you need?
Because I need the money, honey. I gotta help you.
$10,000 for losing weight with Healthy Wager. Get paid to get healthy at healthywager.com. Corinthia presents the ABCs of CKD. AIDS for awareness. Because knowing that your chronic kidney disease and type 2
Kaylee! Hold on, guys. Kaylee, come here, baby. Kaylee, my love. Come here. Kaylee. Lay down. It is just the flag. I have a flag out front and it's blowing really hard in the wind, so when it whips back and forth in the wind, she thinks somebody's coming up the stairs.
Cardiovascular events such as heart attacks. Do not take Corinthia if you have problems with your adrenal glands or take certain medications called CYP3A4 inhibitors. Corinthia can cause hyperkalemia, which is high potassium levels in your blood. Ask your doctor before taking
I cannot believe I'm so close to...
Corinthia can also cause low blood pressure and low sodium levels. So now that you know your ABCs, don't wait. Kidney damage from CKD and T2D is not reversible. So ask your doctor about slowing your kidney damage with Corinthia.
My goal is to make
What cards do you need, Huzzah?
okay. I believe in looking your best at every stage and being okay where you are.
If you DM me a list
It's the product.
while I'm sending myself cards, I'll send you some as well.
Premium cocktails at the touch of a button. Introducing the new Artesian Duet, our most compact home cocktail maker. Artesian craft cocktails with the premium ingredients you'd expect from a cocktail lounge. Simply insert a cocktail capsule. Select your strength to freshly mix your spirits and enjoy. Learn more at artesian.com.
I'm not gonna lie, I would love to have one of those. Sorry. I'll do the same for you, butthead. You gotta send me what you need.
Friday starting at 2 Central.
Is it safe to come in? I don't know. There's been a lot of people in here like to count. Please don't take it personally. I'd really like not to, but you're personally avoiding me personally, so it's very hard not to take it personally. Why didn't you just tell me you wanted to spend the weekend in Tim? Because I thought it would hurt your feelings. Well, it would, but I'd recover. You know I love you. I know you do. That's not the point. Loving someone does not give you carte blanche to treat them awfully. Loving someone is not an excuse. Okay. Now I'm ready.
Holy shit!
You couldn't keep your secret. He blurted it out.
So when you caught us outside the club,
Set up. I'll make him. No, Finn's a good guy, Michelle. I think we should both just let him off the hook.
by keeping this a secret,
Oh, God. This is also confusing.
maybe we should just tell each other everything from now on.
Okay. Yes.
There are 29
You have another secret?
S offenders within a mile of my house.
I read him. He's a poet. It's Ariston. It's Aaron.
But the intern,
Who works with me. He works with me in that I administrate.
Really, guys? Kaylee, lay down. Don't you do it, little girl. Just because they knocked a bowl over doesn't mean you need to go get it. Lay down. Lay down, Kaylee. If you're good, I will give you a treat. I actually think I have them up here. Hold on. If your aunt didn't take them away. She did not.
Fracturing to a swelling corresponding damage to the suitcase.
I just have to be able to get to them.
Polyfiber weave used in strapping.
Like webbing.
Do you want a treato?
Something approximately 2 inches.
Oh, no, we're not married. We're so not married.
One of my neighbors did a search. I only need 4 cards, Mandy, so if you need more than 4, Have you all noticed they've done a lot less golden blitzes this time around?
One of the suspects works for a movie company. I would find out if he had access to 2-inch ratcheting stripes.
Did you want this? I got it out and then I didn't give it to you. How dare I not give you this bone? How dare I not give you this bone? Do you want this bone? Do you want it? Do you want it? Are you being a good girl? Do you want to come here? Come here. Come here, butthead. Come here. Oh, jeez. No, let go. Let go. Let go. I did not give it to you yet. Come here. Come here. Good girl, Sid. I want to show them how talented you are. I want to show them how talented you are. Everybody say hi to Luna. Luna, look. I haven't got anything. I haven't got anything. Y'all watching?
That's not what she told me. Listen, Schweiss, this is mine. Hey, what do you think Kat remembers from the rape of Green Knight? You raped her.
Manny heard about it and figured it was you because of the ketamine.
So you killed Manny so you wouldn't tell. This is all his fault. He flipped out.
Because you raped her.
No, he was throwing things at me. He was hitting me. I punched him once. I didn't even hit him hard.
That punch caused
Leave it. Leave it.
was an accident when you stuffed her.
Guys, look at how talented she is. Leave it.
Look, you know what's sweet? You come barge me here and I can't charge him with both rape and murder. I don't understand. If he admits to rape, it's gonna be rape murder. He's gonna show out about her age and she was stolen on ketamine.
Hey, you dropped it. Here. Stay. Leave it.
That's right.
Leave it.
I did it. Sorry, what?
Leave it.
I said I did it. I raped her. Who?
Leave it.
Kat Martin. I slipped her with the Special K and I took her behind the garage.
Okay.
I'll tell Metro Cops that we got a full confession on her rape.
Good girl. Isn't she talented? And such a good girl. She's the goodest girl. Aren't you? Aren't you the goodest girl?
We caught him, Kat. The boy who killed Manny. He's the same boy that raped Kat. His name is Nick. And he came in despite you drinking the party.
Does it have green eyes?
Hey, how I hug.
He has a necklace with a green eye pendant. That's what she remembered. She needs professional help, Mrs. Martin. She needs you. She needs your help too.
Hi, Uwu. Was that a good Cheeto? You left a piece. It looks disgusting though. Could you eat that so I don't have to look at it? Thank you. Is you a good girl?
Figured it out, right? But you let Sweets have this moment and think that he broke the case.
That was a good kid. That was right.
Your breath smells minty fresh now. Your breath smells minty fresh. Yes, it does. Hey, Luna. That's all you're getting, baby. Really, guys? That's all you're getting. You get one treat. You each got one. Yeah. You each got one.
By the way, Gilligan's Island was created by Sherwood Schwartz in 1964.
Oh, you did your research.
Almost. Gilligan was the first mate of the SS Minnow.
Right, okay.
I don't believe in all rescue. They're only on for 3 hours.
Is running loose in the state of Michigan.
These were savage attacks. There's just no way else to describe it. Mrs. Rosati, tell her her husband's dead. If she doesn't already know, then you were such pathetic when it comes to love. Not love, marriage.
Love and marriage, love and marriage. Okay, for serious, guys, can I go ahead and start reading? Are you all okay with that? Oh, nope. No, Luna, stop. Hey, stop. Don't give me that pathetic look. You get one. One.
Another 5 years, it's going to be exceptional. Yes, versus a magician with my grapes. Of course, something else we need to stick of mint. What you lived in over the last 2 years alone.
You had a stinky breath, now you smell peppermint fresh.
Next California show, Doc.
You had a stinky breath, now you smell peppermint fresh.
Never had a bedroom free. What do you say?
Come here.
Balance and sun.
Come here. Come on. Hey, stop. Stop. You're not getting any more Cheetos. You already got some. Ew. A room. A room. A room. Hi.
No, this is a valuable psychological tool, Agent. When you respond viscerally, we can get to the root of your emotional issues and figure out what binds you two together as partners. Donuts. Beg your pardon? Donuts. Glazed donuts. See them right there.
Because you had no breakfast. You're hungry.
I'm starving.
Yeah.
No, that's not the proper response.
Of course it is. I'm explaining why you said donuts.
Point of the exercise is not to explain, but to respond. Okay? Children can do this.
Because it's childish.
Just try it, please.
All right, okay, fine. Here we go. Ready?
Sex. Horse.
Cow.
Child.
Baby.
Goose.
What do you think I'm a baby?
Your father.
Oh, lovely.
Earth.
Happy.
Sperm.
Farmers in Carolina.
Okay, go.
Okay. Hey.
And baby.
Whoa.
Horse.
Wait, wait a minute. Yeah, we can stop now.
I actually found that quite interesting. Yes, I just realized that. I should have a progeny. It's selfish if we want to.
Selfish.
A room.
Just sperm. You'd be very good donor.
I'm not gonna hurt you. I don't know why you do that when I touch your booty.
Of course.
All I was doing was adjusting you. You need to calm down. You need to calm down.
People's sperm.
Yes, you do.
I wasn't talking to you. Right. Yeah, okay. All right. Got a case.
You are a good girl.
Disgusting.
I'm not concerned about it. Concerned about it being reasonable.
2 seconds over some stupid game.
This is a well-researched therapeutic technique, Agent Bill.
Oh, really? This happens all
Okay, is anybody gonna respond to me?
No, well, not this specifically, which is why I think some discussion is here. Okay, I know this was surprising.
You're the one who's always touting parenthood, implying that my life is incomplete if I don't understand.
This is kind of sudden.
Perhaps you don't want to.
Of course I will.
So you'll do it?
I'll never
little less. I'm sure you engaged in that.
Whoa.
Of course.
Enough. Can we talk about it?
Well, I'm not asking you to be involved. All I want is your sperm.
You're the one. Oh, I want is your sperm. Never heard that joke before. I don't understand. Yeah, okay. All right. Just close your mouth and voice for the body.
Yeah, the barrel's open here.
Ew.
Dr. Granger said it was a human bone. That's impossible.
Okay. Thank you for responding, Storm.
Hey, you are John Mortensen. This is my winery. This is Bruce Hannon. We're my culturalists.
The remains are
Where we left off,
1997.
the seal must be broken on the body.
Samantha had literally run away from her stepmother, who was supposedly trying to make up with her and
Particularly calcium and will become gelatinous within years.
take her to see her dad.
Decomposed tissue and organs. It all has to come back to life.
But it was right after Samantha did a spell to see who did the spell that caused the rash at the party. And while I'm thinking about it, stop, baby. Hey Mandy, as soon as I'm able to send cards again, I'll send you one or two. If I have any of them. That's what I wanted to hear.
Today's fucking month.
Sorry guys.
Stay ahead of your child's moderate to severe eczema, and we can show off clear skin and less itch with Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists that helps heal your child's skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your child's eczema specialist about Dupixent.
Super excited to open up my diploma from Southern New Hampshire University. I'm nervous, I'm excited.
It's okay, love.
Let's see it. Oh my God.
Okay. I just had to send somebody a message letting him know we're starting the book. But they're probably already asleep.
Next term starts soon. Visit SNHU.edu.
But I at least wanted to tell them in case they weren't. Hi, Zoo Lady. Hi, Lisa. Chapter 42. There's no way out. Hi, Rachel. I wipe sweat from my forehead as I enter a small cobblestone street just outside of town. I stopped running 5 blocks back, but my body didn't get the message. I'm in so much trouble. I could not risk you staying there, Elijah says. Okay, but why? I stop not wanting to leave this sleepy street where I can talk to him. You called attention to yourself with that spell today. My fiance's attention. I feel exposed. So she knows where I live now? I imagine she already knew where you lived. After all, you live in the house that used to belong to me. What she would not have known is that you could do spells. You're saying I just announced myself as a threat. I would think so. If I wasn't a threat before and she was already casting spells, I might as well paint a target on my forehead now. But you told me spirits can't do spells. They cannot. Am I missing something? He nods, looking uncomfortable. Sam? I whip around as Jackson turns the corner. I'm partly relieved and partly terrified that he's seeking me out. Did he see me talking to Elijah? You followed me? I know you like this boy, but there is no time for this. I must tell you something, Elijah says, and I get the feeling that I'm not going to like whatever it is. Jackson walks up to me. Yeah, well, you saw someone die, then you levitated on stage. I find you doing spells with my mother, and then I see you running full sprint down the street. I think it makes sense that I followed you. You never told Lizzie about me biting John's hand, did you? What do you think? Jackson, I'm sorry. I didn't know what to say. Or I don't know what to say. What's wrong? Okay, there you go. Why don't you start by explaining? Samantha, Elijah says. I don't need to look at him to know this isn't a good idea. I don't have time. It's the most truthful thing I can say. Why? You wouldn't understand. I twist my fingers together. Jackson waits for me to continue. When I don't, he asks, why don't you trust me? My heart aches. It's not that. Elijah throws his hands in the air. Then why don't you tell me anything? Jackson asks. I found out with the rest of the school these things happened to you. Even the descendants knew more than me. I open my mouth, but he stops me. Don't try and tell me they didn't. I saw their faces. Then you believe Lizzie's lies about me. Then you believe Lizzie's lies about me. They aren't even nice to you. Meanwhile, I do everything I can for you, and you shut me out. Luna, come here, baby. Luna, come here. You were just fine. Why did you move? There you go, my love. Sorry. They aren't even nice to you. Meanwhile, I do everything I can for you, and you shut me out. I bite my lip. I completely misunderstood why Jackson was angry with me. I can't help but agree with him. I never meant to shut you out, I whisper. Then stop. Elijah paces. The longer you delay, the more danger you are in. Which means Jackson is in danger being near me. It's not safe for you to be here, I say. Jackson looks at the historic houses and quaint benches. We are on a quiet street in an expensive neighborhood, and it's still light out. I don't think it gets much safer. I blush, embarrassed by how paranoid I sound. I know that I'm suggesting the trees are I know that. I'm not suggesting the trees are going to eat us. I'm saying that it's not safe for you to be with me. And again, I ask why. I've never seen Jackson act like this. He's dead serious. How do I tell him anything that will make sense to him? I want to tell you, I just don't know how. Do you have feelings for me, Sam? He takes a step toward me, and my heart picks up speed. I have to know, because if you do, I will stand here fighting for you all day until you let me in. But if you don't... I glance at Elijah, who grumbles unhappily and walks off a few feet to give me space. My instinct to bolt is My instinct is to bolt. I'm impossibly nervous, and I'm going to have this conversation in front of Elijah. But I can't ignore Jackson's question. There's no way out. Sam, what are you looking at? My eyes meet Jackson's with fear. Wait, it's here? Jackson asks. He, I correct him. Great, he is here? Jackson scans the street and Elijah walks towards us. Yes, I am here, trying to keep her safe, not attempting to discuss my feelings for her while she is quite obviously distressed. Jackson snaps at Jackson. Nah, Elijah snaps at Jackson. It'd be weird if Jackson snapped at himself. Okay, let's try that again. Yes, I am here, trying to keep her safe, not attempting to discuss my feelings for her while she is quite obviously distressed. Elijah snaps at Jackson. It's not his fault. He doesn't understand, I say to Elijah before I catch myself. What did he say to me? Jackson says. Go home, Jackson, before... Go home, Jackson, before you cause her harm, Elijah says. Sam, Jackson takes a step forward, not shying away from this uncomfortable situation. I want to cry. It's not like I can lie. Elijah's standing next to me. He said for you to go home before you cause me harm. I cringe at every word. And by the way Jackson's face falls, I know I shouldn't have said them. Is that how you feel? Jackson asks awkwardly. It's more complicated than that, but if I say that, he'll stay. It takes all my will to say yes. Jackson nods, and his eyes glisten. I guess that's my answer. He waits for me to say something else, anything else. After a few moments of silence, he walks away. Jackson, I'm sorry. Pushing Jackson and Vivian away within the same hour is killing me. Maybe I am the problem. Maybe Lizzie's right. All I do is hurt people. He stops and starts to turn toward me, but changes his mind. He shakes his head and continues down the street. With every step he takes, the ache in my heart grows bigger. I look at Elijah. I know. I look at Elijah. I know, he says, wraps his arms around me. I bury my face in his chest and I cling to his shirt. He smells like old books. I just could not put you at further risk. It is safer for everyone, including him, if he goes home. I nod against his body. What did you want to tell me? Elijah holds me for a second longer before releasing me. While you were with Miss Merriweather, I searched again for diary entries. You found something, didn't you? He nods. One in the late 1700s that referenced a woman living with crows in the woods. The writer claimed that no one would walk past her house for fear of being cursed. Wouldn't she have been over 100 by the late 1700s? That is precisely what worried me. So I looked in the 1800s. I found 2 more mentions of her. Then one in the early 1900s. How could people write about the same person over hundreds of years? Maybe they were just repeating stories they heard from other people and never actually saw her. Elijah pushes his dark wavy hair back. What gives me pause is that the descriptions were extremely similar. What are you saying exactly? That you think she's lived for hundreds of years? That's impossible. My words don't hold the conviction I'd like. I just did a spell with my next door neighbor and my best friend's a spirit who I've kissed. The word impossible holds a much looser definition than it did in New York City. Is it impossible? Elijah asks. I can only imagine how freaked out he must be. I fidget. If she's casting spells, she has to be alive in some way, right? I think we can assume definitively that she is unknowingly... I think we can assume definitively that she is the unknown enemy Cotton was referencing in your Burroughs vision. The blood drains from my face. Cotton said I was paying attention to the wrong things. But why wouldn't Cotton just tell me your fiancé was my secret enemy? instead of all these coded messages. Names have power. He was trying to protect you, or himself, I imagine. If Cotton's frightened of her, what does that mean for me? I glance around the street, feeling like I'm a sitting target. Do you think she's out to get me because of Cotton? Potentially. But my dad's name was written alongside mine. If she gave people that rash, I bet she's responsible for other things. The pastries that got everyone sick, John's death. So now there are two things that can hurt my dad. The curse and your fiancé. I think that they are one and the same. I am just not sure where the connection lies. A car door slams shut and I jump. I step closer to Elijah, lowering my voice to a whisper. How do we find her? We go to a cafe or some public place where you are less risk, while I try to make sense of it all. No way. I'm not hiding out drinking a latte while you go looking for her. If I can speak with her, I might be able to persuade her to stop. He looks every bit as determined as me. No. Cotton and your fiancé were at the top of the food chain. I picture my how to hang a witch chart. Cotton couldn't have started the witch hysteria without her, or she without him. Oh man. And my coming to Salem inadvertently started a chain of deaths. I would bet money that she's involved in the deaths and accidents too. Probably not inadvertently. And if we were the ones to start it, she and I are the only ones that can stop it. The moment I say it, I know I'm right. Susanna said I was the key to solving this. Alice thinks I am the problem. They might both be right. The thought makes me dizzy. I dislike that idea greatly. Elijah's upset confirms my suspicions. I am not wild about it either. That's an understatement. But Cotton would have stopped. Cotton could have stopped the accusations all those years ago if he tried, which would have saved lives of innocent people. If everything's a parallel, as we think, I'm the one who needs to try. As I speak, my theory makes more sense to me. He frowns. Do not forget, you are the witch in this version of the pattern. Your fiancé lost everything. If she wanted to blame anyone for the trials, Cotton would be a likely choice. What would be a better revenge than to brand a Mather as a witch and make that Mather look responsible for all the deaths? How could Cotton have stopped my fiancé? Expose her as a fraud? Uncover her lies? I say, in which case, that spell I did was a step in the right direction. I look at the spell book on the bench a few feet from where we stand. But in order to do that, I need to know where she is. Elijah follows my eyeline. A spell is not a good idea, Samantha. What choice do we have? If I need to stop her, I can't stand here waiting for her to take me by surprise. It is not safe, Elijah says definitively. We do not know enough yet. More than anything, I want to agree, but if I don't track her down, I will continue to be behind the horse, like Cotton said. Elijah, we need to come up with a plan, and then I need to try one of those spells. What plan? We do not know what we are planning for. His voice deviates from its evenness. I do not want you to get hurt. My heart thuds. If I die, then I guess we'll be spending a lot of time together. He grabs my arms and holds on to me as though he will shake the idea out of me. Do not ever say that, Samantha. You have your whole life, you have your whole wonderful life ahead of you. You cannot imagine all the experiences you will have. I would never wish this upon you so young. But how can I have those things if I don't stop your fiancé? I match his passionate tone, and my voice rises. And how many other people won't get to live their lives if I don't break this curse? You will break it. You just need to be reasonable. He pulls me forward a couple of inches. Our faces are close together. John's already dead, John's already dead. Susanna's next, not to mention all the others. I can't know that I had the answer and didn't take action. I would never be able to live with myself. I'm not going to be like Cotton and sit back and watch it unfold. I'm getting more determined by the minute. I have no desire to meet Elijah's fiancé, but I'll be damned if I'm going to miss my chance because I'm too cautious. You do not know what she is capable of. He pulls me closer again, like he's trying to shield me with his body. Suddenly, his role in the curse makes sense. You know the enemy this time, Elijah. He looks at me questioningly. I steady my voice. You couldn't protect Abigail because you didn't know who the enemy was. Now you're trying to protect me. Difference is, we know who we're fighting. His eyes go wide and he releases me. He sits down on the bench. I killed myself last time. I failed. I sit down next to him, my voice gentle. I can't do this without you. He turns towards me. For a few seconds we're quiet. His gray eyes are big and sad. I cannot live the rest of eternity knowing I failed you too. My breath catches in my throat. You could never fail me. He sighs. Okay, Samantha. I will bend to your will. I exhale, but my victory is short-lived. Police sirens blare in the distance. Elijah blinks out. I stand examining my surroundings and realize Miss Edelson is peering through a curtain from a second-story window. When we make eye contact, she shuts the drapes. How could I be so stupid as to stay in one place for so long? It must look like I'm arguing with myself. Elijah blinks back in. Run. I take off down the cobblestones. Turn right, he says, and I duck into an alley. The police sirens get louder. The park. I sprint onto the sidewalk, almost knocking down a pedestrian. I quickly check the traffic and run across the street into a patch of trees. I stop by the trunk of a big maple. The police car passes us and heads in the direction we came from. You need to get off the street, Elijah says. The officer has a notepad full of comments about you. Wait, why? I did not stay to find out. We need to get you to Mrs. Merriweather's. What? I stare at him in horror. No. Can you think of a better location to do a spell? Chapter 43. What the... That's the name of the chapter. I will unlock the door, Elijah says, as I crouch behind the bush in Mrs. Merriweather's front yard. I grip the spell book to my chest and scan my house. Vivian's car is in the driveway, and the lights are on. Elijah opens Mrs. Merriweather's front door. I bolt across the lawn and in the fading light, my heart pushing against my rib cage. I take the 2 entrance steps in one jump, clumsily barreling through the doorway. I close it behind me with a bang. "Hello?" says Jackson from the living room. I want to run as the thought of facing his hurt look within 2 seconds. Pardon me. I want to run at the thought of facing his hurt look. Within 2 seconds, he's standing in front of me. "Hey," I say, looking at my feet. "Did you just break into my house?" I didn't want anyone to see me, but I didn't mean to break in. It's the truth. "Why do you care if someone sees you come into my house?" Elijah frowns. Time is passing quickly. I'm silent for a few seconds, unsure of the answer either of them, or unsure how to answer either of them. Well, I run through various explanations, but they all suck. There is only one thing I can say. I should never have believed Lizzie's lie. I know I made you uncomfortable with all the spell stuff and the auditorium, and then again in the street today. I'm really sorry. I so want to tell you something that will explain it all and convince you that I never meant to hurt you, that I care. I just haven't sorted it out myself yet. You care? I have never seen Jackson vulnerable before. It makes me feel so much worse. "Samantha," Elijah warns. I give Elijah a "please give me a minute" look. I know he's afraid and I'll get lost in this conversation, but I don't want to hurt Jackson any more than I already have. I nod. Yes. Jackson's face relaxes slightly. As long as I know that, I can deal with the rest of it. Even the ghost. He says the last part unhappily. Elijah scowls. Guilt overwhelms me as I look from one to the other. How did I get myself into this mess? "Samantha?" Miss Merriweather enters the front hall. "I was worried." I tense. "I'm sorry I ran off. When I saw the... Get off of there!" Sorry. "When I saw that feather, well, to be perfectly upfront, the idea that your grandmother was correct about the crow woman has been haunting me all day." I take a deep breath. "I need to track her down, the crow woman." Miss Merriweather nods as though she expected this. "And I could really use your help." Jackson's upset expression returns. "So you came here to apologize, huh?" I really botched. Well, okay then, Bear. Let's try this again. Stay. Sorry. I really botched this one up. At this point, all I can do is hope that he doesn't hate me. "Jackson, I'm going to tell you the truth. No lies, no omissions. But I can't explain everything. There just isn't time. You're going to have to believe me for now. Can you do that?" His eyebrows push together, and he looks at his mother before answering. Maybe she'll talk to him. "Only if you promise not to shut me out like this again. If I felt ridiculous." I release my breath. "I promise." He's way more forgiving than I might be. "So, the reason I've been acting so crazy lately is because I'm positive John's death was part of a larger pattern. Susanna is next, and I'm betting my dad and I are close behind." Miss Merriweather and Jackson exchange looks again. What did they talk about today? "If you really think this, you need to go to the police," Jackson says. The mention of the police tenses me even more. Could Lizzie somehow be behind them coming after me? Susanna did say her family was well connected. "This is one of those things that you just need to trust me on," I say, and I can tell that Jackson wants to argue. "Dear, let's go to the kitchen and discuss what you need," Miss Merriweather says. "Clever woman." says Elijah. I nod, grateful for Miss Merriweather's support, and follow her down the hallway toward the kitchen. To my surprise, Jackson comes as well.
Now, if I only possessed rudimentary social skills.
I swear, I'm not on something, I say under my breath to Jackson as we walk. The beginning of a smile tugs at his lips. Debatable. Are you sure you want to know all of this? It'll sound wacky. I saw you float in midair. If I can handle that, I don't think a spell is going to make me faint. His voice is moving back and toward his voice is moving back toward its usual playfulness. Fine, but this is difficult enough for me to accept. If you laugh, I will knock you out. Jackson smiles. I'm counting on it. We walk into the kitchen and Mrs. Merriweather clears some counter space. Tell us your plan, Samantha. Elijah paces deep in thought. I sit down at the island and Jackson sits next to me. The only way I think I can stop the deaths is to find this crow woman and expose what she's doing. I'm pretty sure she's setting me up to take the fall for all the weird things that have happened recently. And if I'm not careful, the deaths will get pinned on me too. Lizzie's no help either. I put down the spell book and can tell Jackson's impressed by it. It is kind of beautiful. I flip through the pages looking for a location spell. When I land on one, Elijah reads over my shoulder. He grabs a basket from the counter and blinks out. So, what's the reason this crow woman's out to get you? At least Jackson isn't making fun of me, even if his tone is doubtful. There's a lot of bad blood between her and the Mathers. I think she's enjoying branding me as a witch, and will try to hang me for it, metaphorically, or whatever. Sam, you're in my kitchen with a spell book doing spells, with my mother. Is there a different definition of witch I don't know about? I open my mouth and close it again. Miss Merriweather looks at the location spell. Her face is serious. Your grandmother was searching for information about the curse before she died. She talked to me about it. She talked to me about it constantly. I even helped her do research. I knew Mrs. Merriweather helped her. I figured it was one of the reasons she wasn't pressing me for details. One of the things she was most interested in was the location of the hangings, which Jackson tells me you already sorted out, Miss Merriweather continues. So this is what they were discussing today. In my grandmother's last journal entry, it said that she found the address to the house in the woods and planned to go visit it. But since she didn't write any more, I figured she never did. We actually got the idea from her journal. Yes, well, one evening Charlotte came to my house ranting. She always had some odd ideas, but I never saw her this worked up. She kept calling your father, insisting she saw the crow woman and that your family was in danger. She was so frantic that I could barely understand her. I thought she was unwell. I desperately tried to calm her. She went to the house in the woods, didn't she? The hairs on my neck stand up. She died that night, Samantha. Mrs. Merriweather pauses. I was fearful when you started asking me about the curse. You sounded so much like Charlotte. I had no idea you and Jackson had found her research and went to that house. Even I couldn't find it. I wish... She's too full of emotion to continue. Of course, Mrs. Merriweather couldn't find my grandmother's notes. They were in the secret study. What happened to my grandmother when she went to that house? I remember that night. My dad left me with Vivian while he came here to make arrangements. He never told me what happened. I remember my dad's face when he came home, distant and sad. I blame myself, Mrs. Merriweather says, shaking her head. I helped her, but I didn't always believe Charlotte. I thought because your grandmother dreamed of the Crow Woman so often, she was confusing dreams with reality. And when I saw that feather today, all I could think was that I was dreadfully wrong all these years. If I could go back, it's not your fault, Jackson says. You can't even be sure what happened. I cannot change the past, I suppose. She pats her eyes. But I can help you, Samantha. I won't doubt this story a second time. If there's a way to find her, it must be done. Welcome back, Storm. There it is. Mrs. Merriweather's comments about believing people all make sense now. Jackson's right. It's better that you didn't go to that house. She stops, patting her eyes. Which ingredients will you need? Elijah blinks back in with a full basket of plants and places it on the counter. Jackson jumps when he sees it appear. Mrs. Merriweather's face brightens with the novelty of it. Well, bad audio. Well, there is a location spell which Elijah already got the ingredients for. I blush a little, not sure how to explain him. But I think I need to do another one too. Jackson can't hide his annoyance. The ghost I told you about, Mom. How very curious, Mrs. Merriweather says, examining her newly full basket and clasping her hands together. He's here now? Yeah, I say, making contact with him. He's always here when I need him. What other spell are you thinking of? Mrs. Merriweather asks, looking around her kitchen for signs of Elijah. I can't help but enjoy her interest in him. Well, if I were Cotton, I would have to expose the Crow Woman as a fraud. I don't know much about her plans. Maybe something about clarity or truth? Elijah nods and comes to my side. I flip through the pages with all three of them leaning in. I move past all the good fortune and beauty spells without reading the titles. Maybe something to fight her with? Jackson says as I flip past the healing section. Elijah shoots Jackson an icy glare. I chose this book specifically because I did not want Samantha using spells that were intended to harm. He picked this book for me? She's 300 years ahead of me in learning magic, I say to Jackson. If I try to battle her, I'll lose for sure. Jackson flinches at the 300 years, but refrains from commenting. I keep flipping. A justice spell? Miss Merriweather suggests. I flip the next couple pages with excitement. Inside Out? It says it brings a person's inward self to surface, like a truth serum? That sounds like a strong contender, says Mrs. Merriweather. She relies on manipulation, Elijah agrees. Take that away, and you would succeed in disorienting her. Both Jackson and Miss Merriweather read the descriptions. Just pulling out what she knows and what she's planning would be great, I say. I should have some of that to use on you when this is all over, Jackson jokes. Elijah frowns. Samantha, don't you think you should do something for protection? Miss Merriweather now flips through the pages herself. Yes, Elijah chimes in. I thought about that. I just don't know how much time I have. I don't bother to say that any moment the Crow Woman could hunt me down. Ugh, now that I've thought of it, I feel guilty for not warning Jackson and Mrs. Merriweather. I need to be honest with you. I'm worried she might be looking for me, now that I've revealed her spell. I glance at Elijah. He seems to know my intentions. To my surprise, it's Jackson who answers. Didn't you just say she's trying to frame you? Yeah, so? So why would she storm into my house to get you? Wouldn't that blow her whole plan? Holy crap, Jackson's making sense. Jackson's making some serious sense. Mrs. Merriweather nods. You're like family. There's no way we'd leave you to do this alone. Not too much like family, Jackson says, which earns him another hard look from Elijah. Mrs. Merriweather points to a protection spell she found. It's called Shield and Protect. There's a drawing of a familiar knot next to the title. I've seen it before. Where? Oh, right. It's the same pendant on Vivian's necklace. She lent it to me for the party. What the? My hands are suddenly cold and my mouth is dry. Is that what kept me from getting the rash? Elijah takes a protective step toward me. Samantha, are you okay? Mrs. Merriweather asks. Do you know what this is? Do you know what this is? I say, pointing to the drawing of the knot. Yes, dear, it's a witch's knot. It protects people and objects. It protects people and objects. Charlotte wore one. Mrs. Merriweather answers easily. Why? I was wearing one the night she got the rash. I was wearing one the night everyone got the rash except me. It looked like an antique. Could it have been my grandmother's? I stare at the book, trying to make sense of it. Your grandmother lost hers the night she died. But with the state she was in, it doesn't surprise me that it's in the house. Did you find it in her bedroom? Mrs. Merriweather asks. Vivian lent it to me. She has my grandmother's old room. Do you think that's what stopped me from getting the rash? Vivian could have said something about finding it. I was mostly in my own head at the time. God, how is she not seeing it? Elijah stiffens. It may also be that my fiancé was at that party without my knowing it. I shudder at the idea that I may have already met her. Can you get it? We could use it in this spell, asks Miss Merriweather. I hesitate. Going into Vivian's bedroom does not sound awesome. I glance at Elijah. Happy to oblige. He replies to my unspoken request. Elijah will, I say to Mrs. Merriweather. She nods and picks up a large wooden bowl. Now I'm going to get these additional things from the garden. Jackson, offer Samantha some food. Mrs. Merriweather turns and heads for the back door. Elijah blinks out. I'm not hungry, I say to Jackson. He looks down for a moment. When he looks back up, his expression is kind. Sam, I honestly had no idea what you were going through. I mean, your father, people dying in front of you, and even though I'm having trouble believing it, this Crow Woman thing, I shouldn't have come down on you for not including me. I seriously don't know how you are dealing with all of this. Thanks, Jackson, but you were right. I do need to learn how to trust people more. I was so suspicious of you when we met, and you were sincerely trying to be nice. Jackson's cheeks turn slightly pink. Actually, my mother kind of made me promise to go over there and see to see you in the beginning and to talk to you at school, too. Charlotte meant a lot to her. I told her you were going to think I was some crazy stalker, but she wouldn't hear it. My heart sinks. Jackson's pink deepens to a full blush. Then I talked to you the day you moved in. You flat out refused my help and wiped your lip gloss all over me. Then I got to know you a little better, and I realized that you were smart and stubborn and fearless enough to stand up to anyone. At that point, she couldn't have convinced me to stay away from you. I looked down. So you're attracted to girls who are difficult? If that's what you are, then yes. There's not the usual humor in his tone. Conflicted feelings creep through me. The back door opens, and I'm grateful for the distraction. I stand and grab the chowder pot. Okay, which one first? Miss Merriweather sets a full basket down on the counter. We should do the location one last, just in case that somehow tells her I'm coming. So I guess the inside out spell and the protection one, I reply. She removes the greens from the basket while I read. Go. While I read the directions. She places the needed items in the small pile near the cutting boards. Mrs. Merriweather joins me at the spell book. It says to use 1 inch of water in the pot. I put the pot under a faucet as Mrs. Merriweather reads on. Jackson, I need you to mince the sage as small as it will go. She hands him a knife and a bundle of dark green leaves. He's not as fast as Mrs. Merriweather, but he's certainly skilled. I pause to watch him. I'll take the dill and coriander if you want to start on the bachelor's buttons, she says. No problem. I grab the brilliant blue flowers and drop the petals into the water. Elijah blinks in with the necklace. I push it into my pocket and mouth thank you. I return to the spell book and Jackson and Miss Merriweather dump ingredients into the pot. Only the pansy petals left, I say, grabbing the deep purple flower from the counter. Then all I have to do is pour 5 drops into a person's food or onto their skin for it to work. I'm sure that's going to go over smoothly. Hey, Elijah's fiance, I know you hate me, but will you just hold still while I pour some liquid all over you? Yep, should be a real breeze. I look down at the bubbling leaves and carefully pull the petals off. As I drop them in, I clear my mind and repeat the words, truth be known, 3 times. When the last petal lands, the mixture takes an iridescent sheen. I really hope that means it worked. I pull the necklace out of my pocket. Mrs. Merriweather approaches me. Charlotte's necklace. She holds it gently. Before I can ask her anything, sirens blare outside the window. A car bounces up my uneven driveway. Elijah blinks out, and Jackson and Mrs. Merriweather go to the back door. I follow them. Car doors slam. I can make out the faint voices, but can't understand their words. Jackson steps back inside. 2 officers headed for your door. He searches my face for answers. My stomach churns. I put my hands on my forehead. Is it Lizzie's doing or Elijah's fiance's? Worry lines wrinkle in Jackson's brow. I'll check it out. Come, Miss Merriweather says Miss Merriweather, putting her arm around my shoulders. Let's go bottle that spell and start on the next one. No sense in biting our nails waiting. Hi, Judy. Chapter 44. Plan or no plan? The few minutes Jackson's gone feels like 10 years. I clench my hands and stare at my feet. The back door slams and my body flies forward toward the sound. Jackson's footsteps are quick in the hallway and he heads back to the kitchen. The bad news is clear by the tension in his jaw. It's the descendants. They're missing. What? I yell. I knew something was going to happen to Susanna, but I wasn't expecting this. What if I'm too late? Which descendants? All 4 of them. I have to talk to those cops. I move toward the door. Sam. Jackson grabs my arm. You can't. They're looking for you. They think you're involved in their disappearance. Something about a threat you made in front of Susanna's mother, and then ranting on the street, talking to thin air. He gives me a knowing look. Miss Merriweather speaks calmly as she separates the ingredients into piles. Breathe. You need to focus. We must do the location spell. She's right. I have to focus. I dart back to the spell book. Jackson, was there anything the police knew? He shakes his head. They didn't say much. There's an edge in his voice. He's looking at me more seriously than he did before. Mrs. Merriweather hands Jackson a few greens to chop, and Elijah blinks back in. Susanna, Mary, Alice, and Lizzie went missing this afternoon, according to the policeman's notepad. They told their parents they were going to Walgreens and would be back home in an hour. Wait, I wasn't supposed to meet them until tonight. Why would they be there this afternoon? Were they setting me up? Susanna wouldn't do that. Would she? Elijah raises a knowing eyebrow at me. I cannot say. Maybe they got caught up in what they were doing and didn't go home. Or they were too far in the woods and the cops couldn't see them. I would love to believe they aren't gone. Mrs. Merriweather and Jackson watch me talk to Elijah. I searched, Elijah tells me. There's no sign of them other than Mary's Jeep in the parking lot. They've been missing for hours then. Someone could already... I don't finish that thought because I don't want to. Or I don't want it to be true. The story of the their disappearance has already begun to spread throughout town. It is known that you are the main suspect. It is only a matter of time before the townspeople send out a search party to find you. I figure them lining up outside my house, screaming and waving... I picture them lining up outside my house, screaming and waving torches. Elijah looks uncomfortable. Samantha, it is most likely a trap. I pause. His fiancée has been messing with me all this time, and I couldn't predict a single move. In fact, the things I've done to try and solve the curse only gave her ammo to use against me. You think she knows I'll look for them? I think she is counting on it. You were the only one there when John died. Then Lizzie accused you of murder at the assembly, and Susanna's mother claims you threatened her daughter. If she makes it appear that you were responsible party for the descendants' disappearance, the consequences will be great. You will be formally accused. If I don't track her down, I run the risk of someone dying. I can't even send the police. She'd probably punish me by killing them slowly. Jackson stops chopping. I'm coming with you, Sam. To find her. I shake my head. No, it's not safe. So you think I should just let you go go do this dangerous thing by yourself? I'm coming. Hi, Sunflower. I clench my hands so tightly that my knuckles turn white. There's no way I'm bringing Jackson with me. And now there's also no way I'm getting out of here without a fight. Mrs. Merriweather interjects. Dear, we can't hear Elijah. Does he have any information? He said they went missing hours ago. I tried to warn Susanna the other day about the curse and the danger she might be in. And her mother heard. That's why the cops came looking for me. If the Crow woman was planning to set me up, this would be the one way to do it. I grab a bunch of chives. I chop as fast as my untrained hands will go. What if Jackson follows me out there? He'd just be one more target for her. I dump the cut chives in a pot and return to the book. But I don't continue with the directions. Instead, I flip back a few pages to the sleep spell. The spell must be the last straw. He might never forgive me, but putting him in danger is worse. I skim the directions for potent, long-lasting spells. A potion is required, but to temporarily disarm someone, a series of symbols can be written. Elijah hands me a piece of paper, and I copy the elaborate symbols just in case. I tell myself, I hand the paper to Elijah. Miss Merriweather walks towards me, and I flip back to the location spell as fast as I can. Only the rosemary left, and you'll have to put that in, Mrs. Merriweather says. She grabs a handful from the basket. I move to the pot and close my eyes. I attempt to form an image of Susanna. Wait. I attempt to form the image of Susanna in my mind, but the vision that comes is of her hanging. I shake my head and try again. Just her face. I just need to focus on her eyes and her hair. When I'm sure I can hold the image of her, I drop the rosemary into the pot. The green liquid sizzles, and I open my eyes. We all wait anxiously as black steam forms. No one breathes. The steam rises slowly at first, then forms large puffs like exhaust from a coal-fueled train. It doesn't disperse like normal steam. Instead, it makes a cloud over the pot. We all lean forward. Like the red drops did on the parchment, it twists and turns. The first shapes makes trees. I need something more specific, and why is it always those damn woods anyway? Hi, Feza. The trees part and branch out to form a path. At the end of the path, the black steam creates another shape, a house with broken windows. Any hope I had of the descendants' disappearance being a mistake is extinguished like burning wood doused with water. How are you? Jackson is so much calmer than I am. At least we know where that is. Miss Merriweather grips her hands together. That's the worst possible location. It's so isolated. My fingerprints are in that house already. I grab the counter, hoping the solidness of the stone will steady me. We need to call the police, Jackson says. No, you can't call the police. It'll put the descendants at risk. I don't want them to suffer because I'm scared. Mrs. Merriweather paces. It's not a good idea, Samantha, to go to that house. We all need to think about this. I'm not sure that Jackson's wrong. They want to protect me, but I don't think they can. It's just a matter of time before Elijah's fiancé lures me in. I can't have more deaths on my head. The doorbell rings and we all jump. "Stay here, both of you," says Mrs. Merriweather. Jackson's eyes follow his mother with concern. I wish I could make this whole situation go away. Elijah blinks in. "It is done." Hey, get out of there! That's where my cats live to open boxes too. Elijah blinks in. "It is done. You should go check on her." My heart thuds. I run toward the front door, and Jackson follows close by my heels. When we get to the hallway, Mrs. Merriweather is braced against the wall, holding a piece of paper with the sleep spell in her hand. This was left on the stoop. Mrs. Merriweather's volume trails off at the end of the sentence, like it's a real struggle for her to speak. "Mom?" Jackson takes one of her arms and I take the other. I'm okay. I'm okay. It's just..." Miss Merriweather yawns as we bring her into the living room. "I'm just so tired." We set her down on the couch and Jackson shakes her, but her eyelids are heavy. He removes the spell from her hand and looks at it. I don't stop him. He too falls back on the couch. "Sam?" he says with confusion, his voice heavy with drowsiness. Elijah stands by the fireplace. I look from Jackson to Miss Merriweather and feel horrible. "Jackson, I'm so sorry." I fight to steady my voice. "This is all my fault. I shouldn't have involved you guys. I never wanted..." They both blink without responding. The recognition of what I've done appears in Jackson's eyes. He starts the accusation, but yawns instead of finishing it. I breathe deeply and fight through my guilt. "Lay thee down and slumber take, a peaceful rest before thou wake." Their eyes close, and I'm not sure if I'm relieved or horrified. I grab the spell from Jackson's hand, tear it up, and throw it in the fireplace. The flames consume it. "How long will they sleep?" I ask. "Could be a few hours or a few days." Am I a bad person? Come on, let's go. I don't want this to be for nothing. I take one final look at Jackson sleeping on the couch and run to the kitchen. I snatch up the small bottle of the Inside Out spell and pull the knot pendant off my grandmother's necklace. No need to advertise my defense system. I drop the chain on the counter with a clang and put the silver knot in my pocket. I turn to Elijah. "Now we need a strategy. What can you tell me about her?" Elijah's face is full of worry. "In my many years, I have spent thinking about what happened. I have come to realize that control was the most important thing to her." I focus my attention on his words. "I need this information. The one thing she could not control was my affection for my sister. I believe that was the reason she set out to ruin her. What she did not count on was that I did not care if the whole world turned against Abigail, even if Abigail were the witch ringleader. I would have loved her the same. In fact, it only made me protect her more. It was the job I had dedicated my life to." "She must have been furious when she saw that she couldn't come between you." He nods. "When I stayed at Abigail's side, she doubled her efforts. And when Abigail did pass, my fiancé momentarily got what she wanted. I went to her for comfort. She became the only person of consequence in my world." So that's what she was after. She didn't want to share him with anyone, even his sister. "She almost succeeded in convincing me that it was a foolish accident that got out of control. Her lies were well spoken and calculating, but I could see in her eyes that she was seriously delighted that Abigail was gone. I knew in that moment I could never be near her again. Elijah's eyes brim with pain. I can't imagine the weight of that betrayal, and to know that he was the one who was, to know that he was the one who told her about Abigail's singing and her secret love in the first place. With a heavy sigh, what a heavy guilt to carry around. And all these hundreds of years he hasn't been able to escape it. Understand, Samantha, that if you take away her sense of control, you may be able to stop her. I believe it is the only way. Elijah's strategy seems useful, but super difficult to carry out. I'll have to do something big, something to take her by surprise. And more than that, it needs to be clever. Is it enough to expose her as a fraud and get her to admit to her lies? One person knowing that the witch accusers were lying wouldn't have made a difference. The public has to know in order for the perception to shift. Hold on. That house is in the middle of the woods. There's no way to make it public. Plus, I just knocked out the people who would believe me. Indeed. Great. So I have to expose her publicly, but I also have to go to that house alone. I hope there's a way I can convince her all by myself to stop what she's doing. To my surprise, he reaches out for me, pulling me into his body. I will be there with you, he says gently, his face bent down towards mine. I press into him, wanting to soak in the feeling of his arms holding me for even this brief moment. I will do everything and anything to keep you safe. He flickers slightly. What was that? Samantha. Elijah's voice is strangely faint. He flickers again. The counter behind him becomes visible through his body. My hold on him weakens. I grab the air, but it doesn't make a difference. He only fades faster. Elijah opens his mouth, but no sound comes out. He's barely visible anymore. Then sorry about that. TikTok decided to give me its prove that you're still here test. He only fades faster. Elijah opens his mouth, but no sound comes out. He's barely visible anymore. Then all at once he's gone. No! I scream. I scan the room for an answer, but no one's there. And everything's still. It was her. I just know it. I run for the front door. Plan or no plan, I'm going to get Elijah back. Hi, Susie. Welcome back, Twisted. Chapter 45, Stunning and Vicious. I stop to slow my heart rate and examine the imposing trees before taking my first step into the pitch-dark woods. I never thought I'd come here alone. I pull my cell phone from my hoodie and scroll through the icons until I land on the flashlight. I shine my phone at the forest floor. With each step into the darkness, the damp scent of fallen leaves gets stronger. I keep my eyes trained on the ground to avoid full view of my surroundings. A branch smacks. Hold on.
Your lawyer told me to answer any questions you might ask.
Joe, one trip you've been having stupid around. I split them down, he was well represented. How about I pin down a successful head to the front?
How long will it keep the club shut down?
Oh, as long as they want it first.
Okay, sorry about that.
Maybe I can help. I want you to consider the possibility that this unfortunate incident
A branch smacks me in the face, and I touch my stinging cheek. The skin's raised, and I feel a few droplets of blood. My dream comes rushing back like a slap in the head. In the dream where I scratched my cheek, I saw a noose and a crow. Sweat forms on my palms. Cotton knew this was coming, or this was going to happen. I point the light in front of me again and force myself through the trees. What does it mean that he knew? That it's fated to happen? If it's fated, how can I stop it? I could just be playing into the pattern, contributing to another century of deaths. Ahead of me, a light flickers. The house? I crouch down and cover my phone with my hand. I'm about to shut it off when I notice a camera icon. I press the video option, and my shoes surrounded by dark leaves appear on screen. I pull out Bradbury's business card when he questioned me and snap off my phone case. I tuck the card against the back of my phone before putting the case back on. My conversation with Elijah about public opinion plays in my thoughts. Even if I don't make it through this, I hope someone will find this video and knows that I tried to stop her. And that I tried to save them. I whisper at my phone. I creep toward the light and stop 20 feet from the house. The shadows of the black, decrepit walls look alive in the moonlight. I study the jagged window for clues of what awaits, but it's covered with vines. I step forward and crunch a twig. Panic stabs me, and for a brief second, I hold my breath and listen to the rushing wind. If I don't do this quickly, I'll lose my nerve. I run to the front door and fling it open with a bang. As my feet hit the old wooden floorboards, I take in the large room. It's not empty anymore. There's a single stool in the center and a large wooden table covered with jars, candles, and bowls to the right. The fireplace blazes. Near the left wall, 4 more stools, and standing on them are Mary, Alice, Susanna, and Lizzie, nooses around their necks. Dun dun dun. Hold on, guys.
They say about one hand washing the other.
That particular cliche pertains to people with clean hands, Max. You do not qualify.
How do I have $31? I didn't 10 minutes ago. Oh, I bet I know what it is. Yep. That was quick.
Why do you have a gun? I'm English, right? We don't use guns. We use our foreheads. What you just picked up is most likely the murderer. Why would the murderer have the gun in your stuff? Perhaps because the murderer socially acts the type of fellow who'd be smart enough to get rid of it. Evidently, he didn't expect you to be in it, and I discovered it. Maybe we should get rid of it. You and I are not a delusion. Why not? Because you're the type of moron who goes to jail for murder he didn't commit, and I am not.
Okay, sorry about that.
What I should do is kill you with a gun.
What did I do? I guess my TV decided now was the time to update. It just went blue screen on me. Okay. So where I paused, Mary Alice, Susanna, and Lizzie were all standing on stools and had nooses around their necks. Their eyes were closed as though they're asleep. Is this a trick? There's no sign of Elijah's fiance. Don't you dare fall before I can get you down. High heels click in the nearby hallway. I stop so abruptly, it's as though I'm slammed into an invisible wall. A familiar wavy-haired shadow appears on the floor. Vivian? She steps gracefully into the room, wearing a dark blue dress and a cloak, as though nothing's awry. I shake my head at her, trying to will her to disappear. Her body language suggests that she's in perfect control. The way it always does. In control. I gag. No, I don't accept this. I don't want to know this. I stand frozen, feeling like someone sucker punched me in the gut. I know you. I live with you. You're supposed to be some awful stranger. We were never people to indulge our emotions. Why start now? She moves toward the table strewn with spell ingredients, and her dress swooshes behind her. I stare at the descendants and bite my lip hard in an effort to stop the overwhelming sadness that threatens to come. There's no good way to get all four down at once. Vivian turns to face me. If you try to help them, you'll regret it. The door slams. I don't look at her. Maybe I can drag the other stool over and slip the ropes off their necks. I take a step toward them and the stools start rattling and the girls' feet vibrate on top of them. No! I yell, and looking straight at her now. Vivian was never one to make idle threats. I back away and the stools stop shaking. Vivian is Elijah's fiancé? Vivian knows witchcraft? Vivian isn't Vivian? The idea could choke me. Why did Elijah never recognize her? And where is he? Did she do something to him? Vivian sorts the spell ingredients with self-assurance that comes with practice. As I watch her here in what clearly is her element, my mind struggles to make sense of this. What does it mean for my entire childhood? What does it mean for the time we've been in Salem? Did you cause that rash? She nods. And you killed John? She stops breaking apart the leaves. Obviously. Now what? You'll kill these girls and make it my fault? Or make it my fault too? I can't hide the hurt in my voice. Hang would be more accurate. And that's up to you. I dig my nails into my hand to keep myself from having a breakdown. I thought Elijah would be here. She pauses. I want to hurt her. I want her to feel just a fraction of what I'm feeling. Oh wait, he killed himself to get away from you. Anger flashes in her eyes. She moves away from her herbs and grabs my chin with her hand. Her nails dig into my face so hard, I'm sure she'll break the skin. I warned you once, I warned you once, you don't want me for an enemy. I set my jaw and stare back at her. She releases me with a push, and I land on the floor. This is a business arrangement, Sam. Don't cry, don't beg, don't instigate. If need be, I'll mute you. I stand one after the other. The girls open their eyes, confusion around their necks. They desperately try to steady themselves. Mary screams. Vivian looks at me pointedly. Which one should we hang? The word we makes me sick. I look at Lizzie immediately, feeling guilty about it. Alice locks eyes with me, her fear quickly turning to accusation. When we did the clarity spell, their ancestors were telling me about their hangings. Cotton didn't stand up for them. If I have any hope of breaking this chain of accusation and hanging, I have to change that. Me, I whisper, and the word sticks. I choose me. Susanna shakes her head. Samantha, don't! Vivian's expression goes dark. You would hang for someone who threw a rock through the window with die written on it? This catches me off guard. So it was Lizzie, and Vivian knew. Of course, she's been punished, Vivian says, by the way she flaunts those words. I know I'm not the only one meant to hear them. Lizzie's eyes widen. Punished? Throwing a rock does not equal killing my cousin and paralyzing my brother. There's paralyzing my brother. There's paralyzing my brother. There's his paralyzing my brother. There's his I face Vivian. That rock wasn't even directed at you. Indirectly it was. Mary sobs and Vivian wrinkles her nose. Continue to make that sound and I'll tear your vocal cords out. Mary's cheeks pale and her mouth closes. I make eye contact with a fuming Alice and look at Susanna. Vivian knows I've been spending my time with these girls, and now she's manipulating me with them.
That's what I'm going to deserve. I'm going to demand. And if I don't get that, he doesn't. Listen to me. He doesn't. The jabs come, the disrespect comes from everything.
And if you had good taste, you would book me first.
Vivian knows I've been spending time with these girls, and now she's manipulating me with them. Vivian lifts a cloth-wrapped book off the table. She unwraps it like it has great value. It's an old leather-bound journal. When she puts it down, I can just make out the feather on the cover. When you bring someone back to life, Sam, you need a personal item of theirs. My eyes fix on the journal. Elijah told me they had a matching set. I thought this was about revenge. This is about bringing him back to life. Did she lure me here to be part of her spell? The moment I think it, the horrifying truth sets in. She didn't drag me by my hair because she needed a willing participant. It's the only way. Baiting me with the descendants makes sense. This is why we moved to Salem, I say quietly. Everything I knew about my world is crashing down around me. She opens a jar of black powder and pinches some with her fingers. Don't convince yourself this is personal. This spell took lifetimes to perfect, and you just happen to be the one here for it. No one spends years spinning a false relationship if any schmo on the street would do. This is about me specifically. But why? Because I'm a mother? If I'm the key to bringing Elijah back to life, I could be the key to unraveling the plan. How did you figure out the spell? For a split second, she looks up at me with curiosity, like I've said something right. She places a few dried herbs into a worn wooden bowl. I first succeeded by reversing the death of a crow back in the 1700s. I didn't know then that breaking the barrier of death would give me such a great reward, my eternal life. It's as though she were explaining the latest fashion. The familiarity of her voice stabs at my thinning composure. Why didn't you bring him back to life then? I tried. She stops her mixing. I move closer to the table to inspect the journal. She sighs. It took me centuries to figure out that the reason I could bring the bird back to life was because I was the cause of its death. But she was the cause of Elijah's death. Elijah's death too. At least indirectly. There's something I'm missing. She watches me, waiting for me to figure it out. The descendants watch me too. She lifts a small knife. Give me your right hand. I stick my hands in my hoodie pockets and shake my head. She raises an eyebrow. Do you imagine for a moment that I won't make you? I reluctantly take out my right hand and my left grips the pendant. Vivian places my hand over a small bowl. Repeat these words. I give my blood, I welcome the knife. The soul I took, I call to life. I know I shouldn't, but my gut screams at me not to. But if I refuse, she will kill the descendants. I don't doubt that. I repeat the spell. Vivian pulls the knife easily over my palm. The blade slices my skin, and I choke back a whimper. My blood flows in a steady stream into her bowl. Do you know what the cause of Elijah's death was? She asks. I force myself to think through her pain. To think through the pain. If Vivian wasn't the direct cause, then it was the town. It was the trials? I ask through clenched teeth. She smiles. She and Cotton couldn't have started the trials without each other. That's why she needs a descendant from Cotton Mather to bring him back. And I just said the words that confirmed my part of the spell. The room spins and I look away from my hand. Why me instead of some other Mather? All the blood drains from my face. I bet she tried other Mathers, but it didn't work. Maybe even my grandmother. The past clicks into place at a sickening speed. She dated my dad to build trust. When she figured out he wouldn't willingly return to Salem, she put him in a coma. Then I came here willingly. To Salem, to his house, or to this house in the woods. I offered myself in place of the descendants. She drops my hand and I pull it to my body, trying to stop the bleeding and trying to shield myself from the intensity of the betrayal. My bottom lip trembles and I bite it. I can't get... Hold on. Kaylee? Okay, it wasn't Kaylee who just jumped in. Sorry. My bottom lip trembles and I bite it. I can't get lost in my feelings right now, or I won't be able to think clearly. I need to do something she won't expect. I steal a glance at the journal. Vivian picks up a jar of red powder and walks toward the center of the room. I pull out the protection knot, hiding it in my fist. She opens the jar and starts slowly pouring the powder out to form a large circle on the floor around the stool. A noose hangs above it. I wait until her back is turned and slip my hand behind me to find the edge of the book on the table. I attempt to push the pendant under the leather cover of Elijah's journal, but it's difficult to do with one hand. Any second, I'll be in her line of vision again. You put the nooses in my uncle's store, didn't you? Alice says. Or Alice asks. Vivian glances towards the girls just as I get the pendant securely in place. Thank you, Alice. I yank my hand from the journal with a look. Mary sends a silent, terrified plea for Alice not to antagonize Vivian. Vivian puts down the powder and takes a step toward the girls. I thought I made it clear. I know that tone. I can't let her hurt them. What if I tell you I changed my mind about being part of your spell? I reach for the bowl and she put my blood in. She turns back in my direction, her eyes dangerous. I don't break eye contact. She approaches me so fast. It's as if she flies across the floor. She grabs my cut, outstretched hand and squeezes it. Then I'd tell you that I can always torture your father until you agree again. Her nails dig deeper into my open wound, sending shooting pains up through my arm. My knees get weak. Okay, I agree. She doesn't let go. I agree. She releases my cut hand. I had a suspicion that you might feel that way. She's too angry. What am I missing here? I nurse my bleeding palm. She eyes me for a second before she returns to forming her circle. I hope like hell that protection knot buys me a little time. Vivian mutters in a language I don't recognize. The air shifts around her, and her clothes move as though caught in a strong wind. Her hair darkens and grows. Her face becomes younger, 18 maybe? Her blue eyes turn light brown, and they tilt at the corners. She shrinks until she's shorter than I am, and her curves soften, giving her a much slighter frame. She almost appears dainty. Anne? She shakes her arms and looks at me. I believe she interprets my shock as approval, because she wears a smug expression. She runs her hands through her waist-length waves. She's stunning and vicious. No wonder Elijah fell in love with her. Fine. I have no clue who you are.
Because he and I work for the same guy.
Well, welcome back, but I still have no clue who you are. Hi, Vicky. Well, welcome back. Chapter 46, The Witch of Salem. The transformed Vivian kicks off her high heels. Her cloak slips to the floor. She stretches like a cat. Much more comfortable. Even her voice is different. The descendants are having the same stunned reaction that I am. Mary's mouth is agape. Vivian walks around the stool and circle, chanting the words of a spell with new confidence. The air flickers in a circle. Elijah? I move toward him as he materializes. He looks from her to me, his eyes filled with dread. Samantha, you are bleeding. Elijah? I take a step toward him. She lets out a sigh of relief when I say his name. See? That's one thing I could never do. I can't see spirits. But you can. Sorry, I suck at voices, guys. Forgive me. Elijah tries to step out of the circle, but he can't cross the line. He struggles against it. He's trapped. And if you can't see them, you can't do spells on them. You must know where the spirit is in order for it to work. She said, Let's try that again. I'm so confused. And if you can't see them, you can't do spells on them. You must know where the spirit is in order for it to work. She says this part slowly and deliberately. So I'm the Mather she chose because I can see spirits. My tiny happiness from knowing that Elijah's okay disappears. She heard me talking to him in the foyer. She even invited me out for a celebratory dinner. It's my fault. Vivian faces the circle. She fidgets in a way I'd never seen before, like a nervous girl. I'm sorry I kept you in limbo for so long, my little bird. I hope you'll forgive me. Elijah's face stiffens. She glides back to the table. I walk toward him. I'm so sorry, I whisper. It should be me apologizing to you, he replies, and his eyes contain a deep sadness. I reach out my hand and it passes easily through the circle's invisible boundary. It must only trap spirits. My fingers touch his. Give me your hands, Vivian commands from behind me. I glance over my shoulder as she holds a slender rope. Not good. Run, Samantha. Get out of here, Elijah pleads. He doesn't understand. I mouth the words. I can't. Vivian touches my back, and pain slides down my legs. I scream and pull away from her. Hands, she repeats. This time I listen. She yanks at the rope as she wraps it around my wrists, tying my hands behind my back. The rope's pressure makes my palm bleed less, and the warm liquid stops running down my fingers. Get on the stool! Her eyes linger on the circle before she walks back to the table. My heart pounds so hard that I fear it'll break free of my chest. I step into the circle and onto the first rung of the stool, trying to balance without my hands. Vivian bends down behind the table and grabs the edge of the old gray wool blanket. Elijah helps me steady myself. Left pocket, I whisper to him as Vivian drags the blanket toward the circle. He pulls out the small potion bottle out of my hoodie. I lift my right foot onto the top of the stool, and he supports me as I take the final step. Vivian turns to face us. She mumbles something, and the noose slips itself over my head. The rope is rough against my neck. My hair sticks to my sweaty face, and I spit it out of my mouth. I look at the lumpy blanket and my stomach churns. Turn fully toward her. Do not let her see your hands. I adjust myself so that my arms are hidden. Only Elijah and the descendants can see them. I will catch you, Elijah says. I swallow. Hanging is one of the worst things I can imagine. She stirs her large bowl as Elijah loosens the rope around my wrists. Not too much that it comes off, but enough so I can slip it off. He places the inside-out potion bottle into my uncut hand. She takes one final look at me, challenging me to change my mind. I no longer have to imagine how these people in the witch trials felt, looking down at their friends who had accused them, people they had known their entire lives. How could you? I ask as my voice wavers. She flicks her fingers and the stool flies backward and out of the circle. My body drops downward at a dizzying speed, and the rope scrapes around my neck, burning my skin. Elijah's arms wrap around my thighs before my full weight hangs from the noose. I cough and sputter. Relax, Samantha. Oh, sorry, that's not her. Relax, Samantha, or you will not be able to breathe. If I lift you any higher, she will know I am supporting you, and she will hurt you. Please stop fighting. Please. I gasp for breath, but it comes out more as a wheeze. Samantha! Susanna's voice yells from behind me. Vivian stares at the blanket and begins to chant. Life and death a circle make, what's alive must wither, and what's dead shall wake. Elijah flickers, his grip loosens ever so slightly, and the rope tightens around my neck. She repeats the words, the third time I actually understand them. Reverse life and death. Wait. Does that mean the spell will work on her too? If I can get my hands on it, I can use it against her. She cuts her own finger and lets the blood mix in with mine. Then she pours our blood into a larger bowl with the rest of the potion. Elijah flickers more dramatically. I fear that I cannot hold you much longer, he says, straining. The wood blanket starts vibrating next to us, and then its corners fly open. From inside it, a skeleton sits straight up. I want to close my eyes, but they refuse. They refuse to do anything other than watch this horrible thing play out. I gag, and the rope cuts into my skin. There are gasps of surprise from the descendants behind me. How dare you, Elijah says. The skeleton moves towards Elijah as though Vivian's controlling it with strings. It fits itself into his body and wraps around me, where his arms are supporting my weight. Vivian's smile vanishes when she realizes where Elijah actually is. Her nails gouge at the table. There's no time left. I slip the rope off my wrists and the fibers prick my open cut. I pop the top of the tiny bottle containing the inside-out spell. Vivian lifts the bowl of potion she's been mixing over Elijah's journal. She allows 3 drops to fall on the leather. Nothing happens. Now, I whisper and drop the rope. Elijah and his skeleton lift my head out of the noose. She puts down the bowl and stares at the journal like it betrayed her. I'm on the floor and in one swift movement running toward her with the bottle of potion. She lifts the journal cover and the protection knot falls out. Her mouth opens. You! She shrieks, throwing her hand in the air and making a fist. Whatever spell she's using makes my heart tighten and burn like it's been ripped out of my chest. I scream and force myself to keep moving, though, through the intense pain. You'll suffer before you die, she yells. It takes every molecule of my will to lunge forward and fling the open bottle at her. My movements are jerky, and the bottle spins in the air, spraying us both. She gasps at the potion. She gasps as the potion hits her skin, and she drops her hand. The pain in my chest subsides. I suck air into my aching lungs. She mutters spells at a dizzying rate as her hair turns white and her skin wrinkles. In a matter of seconds, the inside-out spell strips the youth from her entirely. She becomes a 70-year-old version of herself. I focus on her spell bowl. I am at the table in 2 strides. I reach for it, but she's faster and pulls it away. No! I yell searching for something to use against her. I grab the protection knot and Elijah's journal in one hand. And in my other, I take the lit candle. I hold it near the journal so that the flames almost touch the old pages. It'll happen so fast, and for a couple seconds, there's a complete silence while we assess each other. One of her hands makes circular movements over her face, and streaks of brown return to her hair, and her skin turns younger in places. But the transformation's only partial, like our spells are fighting each other. I had no idea you could make a spell like this, she says. I guess I have those nitwits to thank. She looks confused. One of her partially wrinkled hands flies to cover her mouth. Why did I say that? What is this? What did you do to me? Her voice is muffled through her fingers. What did I do to you? You're my goddamn stepmother, and you want to hang me? It feels worse saying it out loud, as though it makes it more real somehow. I try to focus on the fact that she doesn't look... Ow, shit. What the hell? Sorry. Felt a stabbing pain. Sorry, I didn't know what it was. Where was I? I try to focus on that fact that she doesn't look like my Vivian. Some part of me wants to believe that she isn't. We face each other from opposite sides of the table. Her with the potion and me with the journal and the candle. We both have something the other wants. Her eyes are piercing and defiant. For the first time since the physical transformation, she reminds me of my Vivian. And you want to kill me with my own spell? The truth of her words stuns me. Yes, I do. Oh, holy hell. Why did I say that out loud? No, the truth serum's messing with me too. You will give me the journal one way or the other. She points her finger at me. My arm holding the journal moves toward her. I clench the protection knot and focus. Not if I can use the protection knot. I pull backward and bring my hand to a stop. This spell blows. It's supposed to tell me your plans, not have me tell you mine. The room's silent. Not even the descendants make a noise. I glance at them. Lined up in a row, you remind me of the group hangings at the trials. Wait. I shift my focus back to Vivian. You brought four of them. Why not 1 or 2? I bite my tongue to stop from talking. I realize I've overlooked something. You've been the one killing them for centuries, haven't you? Just like you did in the 1600s. Yes. Why? I blurt out. They were the victims. They all need to go. The trials killed my Elijah. I'm erasing them. She stamps her bare foot and mumbles under her breath. My thoughts tumble over each other in my mouth. And out my mouth. The pattern of deaths. You try to kill us all every time you think you've perfected the spell to bring him back, don't you? Maybe it's even part of the spell. No wonder all my relatives are dead. But how did you know Elijah would be in Salem? I ask, half angry with her and half with myself for not being able to shut up. The moment you found Abigail's letters, I knew he would come back to chase you off. My eyes widen. You were using me as bait? She grinds her teeth together in frustration. I knew that if I threw those clothes out of your armoire, you would eventually find those letters. I also knew he would hate you for being a Mather. A dark shadow staying in his sister's old room. It worked. He did hate me. I narrow my eyes, an expression I learned from her. But he also hates you. She screams low in her throat. Enough! She points a finger at me. Burn! The flame from the candle redirects itself toward my body. It singes my cut hand, and I lose my grip of the candle. It falls to the floor, putting itself out. I pull the journal towards my chest. The knife! Yells Alice. I scan the table, looking for it. I glance at Vivian, but she doesn't advance. Instead, she reaches her hand out, and Alice's body starts twitching. Alice screams in agony. Her knees buckle under her. She's going to fall. She's going to fall. Stop! I yell at Vivian. I abandon the idea of the knife and run to Alice, whose back arches unnaturally. I slip the protection knot into her boot. Slowly, her body relaxes and she regains her balance. But the look of horror remains in her eyes. You continue to choose them over me, Vivian says behind me. What does she mean? Before I can turn around, my neck tilts backwards. My body flies to the ground and slams down so hard that all the wind whooshes out of my lungs. I gasp for air as my body slides across the wooden across the wooden boards. A spell pulls me by my hair toward her. I brace the journal with one hand, and my other hand clenches my hair. I come to a stop, and my head smacks into the ground. My waist is exactly on the circle line. Pain radiating down my neck and along my spine. I attempt to stand, but I can't. It's as though I'm stapled to the floor. Elijah bends down and brushes the hair back from my sticky face. His eyes are demanding. You cannot stay in this circle or she'll kill you. I told you once, you are powerful. You need to focus. Tears blur my vision. I don't know what he thinks I can do. I just barely learned how to cast a spell a few hours ago. I try to lift my head. I'm not changing things or bringing peace like he thinks I am. And I'm not more powerful than she is. I gave Alice the protection knot. My voice is raspy from hanging. He flickers. Vivian carries the bowl of potion, and her bottom lip quivers as she watches him sitting next to me. You think she's innocent. Well, she's not. We're alike, she and I. We both kill to get what we want. Her eyes are wild. We're alike? Her words ringing in my ears. We both kill to get what we want. How am I better than Cotton? I tried to kill her. I vowed never to speak to you again, Elijah says to her, struggling to talk while under the spell. Do you know why? She leans close to him, as though she can barely make out his words. Everything beautiful in you died centuries ago, he continues. Now you live to crush and abuse. How many people have you killed? All these spells in the world cannot make you beautiful again. She stiffens. I'm doing this all for you. He shakes his head. No, you are doing this to control me. I will give you a chance now to do the right thing. The only one I will ever give you. If you stop hurting these girls, I will stay here with you and do what you want. But if you continue and you harm Samantha further, I will do more than despise you. I will forget you entirely. She pauses. That's the problem, Elijah. You cannot do what I want. Her voice wavers. You look at her the way you once looked at me. You love this girl. Heat steeps into my battered cheeks. She grips the bowl of potion until her knuckles turn white, waiting for Elijah to deny it. A tear runs down her cheek. She steps toward me. More of her hair turns brown, and her skin younger. My spell's wearing off. She holds the bowl above the journal on my chest and spills a few drops on it. Some of the life force is yanked out of my chest. My mouth opens and I wheeze. Elijah flickers violently. The blood she poured on the journal lifts into the air and swirls around him, attaching itself to his skeleton. He falls to the floor, his head near mine. He grabs onto his arm where the blood is forming veins, and he grits his teeth. I will make you remember how you once felt about me, Vivian says through her tears. I will erase her from your memory. You cannot cover truth with lies, he says, his voice pained. He tries to stand, but his new body won't support him. She makes sure she has my attention and points at Alice. The pendant I put in her boot flies out and onto the floor, rendering it useless. I'm sick of your protection spells. How will you protect your father when you're dead? Protection spell on my dad. I never put a spell on my dad. Did I? Elijah tries to say something, but his voice is too strained. I always wondered if it was my fault, if the spell I killed your mother with somehow gave you these abilities. She pours a couple more drops of potion on the journal. My mother? My heartbeat slows. I barely have the energy to resist. My life is slipping away. But when you're gone, I'll make sure Charles suffers. No! I scream. Ooh, that was louder than I intended. Sorry. An awful expression takes over. The book is called How to Hang a Witch. And if you haven't been here from the beginning, I suggest you go buy it. An awful expression takes over her face. When the police find you here, all the evidence will point to you. I'll explain to your father how you lost your mind, how you killed these girls and took your own life. Before he dies, he'll think you're a monster. She's going to take everything from me. Vivian curls her hand into a claw as the dependents squirm with pain. Please stop, Mary pleads. Susanna whimpers above my head. The noose dangles like in my visions. All of my visions are coming true. I cut my cheek. Susanna will hang, and Vivian is the crow. Standing up for the descendants wasn't enough. And if I give up now, I'm no better than any of the Salem townspeople back in the 1600s. No, I refuse to die like this. Determination pulses through me, and I push against her spell to lift myself off the floor. My veins bulge. I concentrate on my neck and head, pulling them with all my might. They lift an inch, then another inch. Elijah's journal falls off my chest and onto the floor. She watches me, genuinely confused. Why is your face doing that? Who's helping you? Her words are fast and jumbled. I push again, harder. It's like the strings that make up her spell and secure me to the ground are snapping. I sit up. She drops her hand and lifts the bowl. I fling the journal out of the circle before another drop hits it. It slides near the fireplace. Her eyes widen. Cotton? She sees cotton when she looks at me. I force myself out of the circle and immediately feel stronger. I run for the journal. She mutters a few words and my knees give out, hitting the floor with a bang. No, I say definitively. I use my hands to force myself back into a standing position. The journal lifts into the air and I grab it as it whizzes past my head. It tugs against my hands, but I maintain my grip. She shrieks behind me, and her feet pound against the wood floor. I run for the fireplace. I take only 2 strides before her nails scrape down my neck and pull at my sweatshirt, choking my already sore throat. I throw the journal toward the fire, and it lands on one of the burning logs. We fall to the ground, her weight on my back. Her weight on my back as my chin smacks onto the floorboards. The edges of the old pages catch fire. The taste of blood fills my mouth. She pushes herself up using my body as leverage to propel herself forward. I grab her dress and she comes toppling down again. She tries to stand, but I jump on her. I get one knee on either side of her waist and use her neck to smack her head. That doesn't make sense.
The difference was really night and day. I was so stressed out and I was so thankful.
I'm going to try reading that again. I get one knee on either side of her waist and use her neck to smack her. Oh, I get it. Smack her head into the floor. She spits out a spell. Hot pain runs through my arms, like they are being dipped in boiling water, and I lose my grip. Her hands shove me backward, and I hit the floor. She moves towards the journal again, pulls it out of the logs, and tries to pat out the flames with her hands, but it's already fully alight, and burn marks appear on her palms. I'm literally reading. No, I'm not falling asleep. You guys astound me. Like, I'm literally in the middle of reading. Words are coming out of my mouth. And you're like, you falling asleep? No, I'm wide the hell awake. Ask again and I'll block you. And you made me lose my place. Okay. She spits out a spell, and a hot pain runs up my arms like they are being dipped in boiling water. Like they're being dipped in boiling water. And I lose my grip. Her hands shove me backwards, and I hit the floor. She moves towards the journal again, pulls it out of the logs, and tries to pat out the flames with her hands. But it's already fully alight, and burn marks appear on her palms. I jump to my feet as the pain in my arms subsides. She frantically chants spells at the journal. I grab the heavy iron forked poker from the old set of fireplace tools and swing it It connects with her head and she falls backward. With a loud thud, a trickle of blood runs down her forehead. I step over her and her eyes meet mine. She brings her palm to her head and she looks at the blood on her fingers. I lift the forked tool again to hit her. Pardon me. I lift the forked tool to hit her again. Cotton? She says says once more, only with less force this time. I freeze. The poker hangs over her in midair, ready to strike. What did she say before? We're alike, both killing to get what we want. My big plan turned out to be hunting and killing a witch, beating her with a pitchfork. I thought I was breaking the pattern of the trials, and here I am repeating it. And like Cotton 300 years ago, I believe I'm eliminating evil. A small smile forms on Vivian's lips. Hit her, demands Lizzie. I'm not Lizzie. I can't kill her. And if I do, I'll be continuing the curse. The poker lifts in the air, but it's not me doing it. Cotton stirs inside of me. Maybe that inside-out spell had more consequences than I realized. No, I say to myself as Cotton makes my arm take aim. Vivian looks like she's won something. Susanna's stool flies out from under her, and as she drops, the rope makes a horrible snapping sound as it straightens and the beam creaks under her weight. Put this down, I yell at Cotton as Susanna chokes. I need to help her. My legs won't move. Cotton and I are fighting for control over them. She has been killing our family for centuries. We must put an end to this, I say in a voice I don't recognize. It's a hybrid of Cotton and me. We're both speaking at the same time. Sam, help her, please! Mary's voice is thick with sobs. It's hard to understand her. Mary's stool drops. Snap, creak. Fear and helplessness swirl around me like a black fog as I watch Susanna and Mary hang. I fight my own body, but it won't budge. They're going to die! I plead with Cotton. Then stop this woman! He answers with my mouth. Vivian's eyes sparkle with interest. You're not letting me, I say with such heaviness that I almost give away my grief. Don't you get it? She wants me to repeat the trials. Prove that I'm like you. They can't breathe, Sam, Alice's voice says surprisingly. Even she's itching. Let's try that again. Alice's voice is surprisingly even. She's inching her stools towards Susanna so that Susanna can get her leg onto it. She's actually doing something that is until her stool flies out from under her. Snap, scream. Vivian gloats and lifts her head off the ground. Blood drips from her brown waves. Kill her, Sam! Lizzie shrieks. She hurt my brother and your father. My brother, the one person I could rely on. Her voice wavers as her deep sadness falls out of her like water from a broken vase. Vivian shrugs and Lizzie's stool drops too. Snap. 4 girls hanging and the deaths of countless others and my dad's safety all hovering before me like a rainstorm in the distance. No, there is not. I will save them, I say to Vivian, searching myself for every ounce of courage to follow through with those words. Susanna rotates toward me on her rope, her hair falling into her face. Tears stream down her bright red cheeks. You believed in me, Susanna. Elijah believed in me. I close my eyes as tears seep through my eyelashes. When I open my eyes again, I concentrate on the wood beam that holds the ropes. I need to break it. It's the only way to get them all down at once. I stand a little straighter, fighting every urge to give into the blinding panic and the gasps of suffocation that fill the room. I picture breaking the beam in the center, splintering the wood. I throw all my terror and frustration at it, punching it with my mind. I gather every ounce of strength I have left and direct it at that old piece of wood. There's a small creak. My heart makes one deafening thud. Is it working? Vivian turns toward the descendants and then looks at me like a cat looks at a mouse. I push harder and faster. I hit the beam with my thoughts. There's a cracking sound, like the beam is holding too much weight. It buckles downward. A force flings me backwards a few feet. Vivian stands. I guess you are my daughter in some ways. Hi, River. I guess you are my daughter in some ways. Her words tear at my most inner self. I use my grief to direct my energy more aggressively. There's a loud splintering sound, and the girls tumble to the ground, gasping and coughing. Vivian frowns. I stare at her with more confidence. It was Cotton's fault. He didn't stop you 3 centuries ago. And I won't make that mistake again. But I won't do it by killing you, I say with our hybrid voice. I lost my place again.
Hi, I'm Kim, and I lost 67 pounds on Dolo.
But I won't do it by killing you, I say with our hybrid voice, and I can feel Cotton considering my words. She twists her fingers, and it's as though 1,000 needles are pricking me over and over. I want to tear my own skin off. Kill me? I was just a girl. He went off and had a life, wrote books about it. I had no life. Everything I had was taken from me. Her words feel raw and new, like she never wanted to admit them. I fight to keep my thoughts clear with Cotton in my head. That power and importance you thought you had, that power and importance that you thought you had by hanging witches was a delusion. You were rooting out evil. You and Cotton were misguided bullies, crushing the dreams and the lives of people around you. As I speak, Cotton stops fighting me. He loosens his grip on my body and stiffness slips away. After everything I've done for you, you have no loyalty. Everything she's... Really, River? No, you're fine.
Yep, I'm definitely a real person, not a robot.
Sorry. After everything I've done for you, you have no loyalty. Everything she's done for me? That's how she sees it? To my surprise, it's Cotton who answers. I'm truly sorry for all of your pain, but I am not the cause of it anymore. You are. Now it's me considering his words. A high-pitched noise comes from her throat, and the forked poker lifts into the air above my head. I reach my hand toward it. It stops mid-swing. We stare at each other, both struggling to control the tool, both determined. Look at us. We're all trapped together, making the same mistakes over and over. You were right. We're not that different. I'm not good the way I once imagined. And you're not purely evil. For the first time, Cotton and I answer together. The poker falls with a clang. She throws an arm in the direction of the descendants. still bound and struggling to catch their breath on the ground. They took your hair, and I sent them a warning with those pastries. They wrote psycho on your locker, threw a rock through your window, and turned the damn town against you. So I gave them a rash. I showed them there were consequences. What is she saying? Is she trying to tell me that she did all these awful things because of me? You killed people. I was the only one defending you. I gave you the choice not to die, to help me, to kill them instead. And after everything I've done for you, you still turn on me. No one ever chooses me. Not you, not Charles, not Elijah. This is about her being chosen. My heart thumps. It's just like when she killed Abigail. She couldn't handle not having top spot in Elijah's life. Everything spins. She lunges at me, knocking me backward. We hit the floor and her weight on my chest. We hit the floor hard, her weight on my chest. My back screams in pain from the impact. I grab her wrists before her nails make it to my face. She struggles to get out of my grasp, but doesn't seem to have the energy. Her face contorts and her body heaves in exhaustion. She turns her head towards Elijah. I have nothing anymore. I have no one. Tears mix with the blood on her face. I've never seen weakness from Vivian, or any sign of vulnerability. I don't know how to process it. You took the last person who cared about me, she says with the weight of 300 years. She says with the weight of a 300-year-old longing. She elbows me in the ribs, her wrists still in my hands. I grunt from the blow, and my aching body begs for the struggle to finish. Anne, nothing is going to change unless you make different choices. Let's try that again. I swear I can read, guys. Anne, nothing is going to change unless you make different choices, Elijah says, using her real name. She whimpers and her face collapses on my chest. Her breathing is heavy and her shoulders shake lightly. I lie still and sure of what to do. I let go of her wrists, her fingers curl into my hoodie next to her cheeks. She makes no effort to lift her face and cries into my bloody shirt. My skin tingles and the air around me stirs. Cotton's arms lift out of my own, and he pulls himself out of my body until he stands, looking down at us, his clothes antiquated like in the visions of him. His posture straight. There's pride showing in the lines of his face, and it reminds me of my dad. Vivian doesn't seem to notice, but instead pushes brown waves back from her damp cheeks. Something deeply hidden in me stirs, like a small candle at the end of a long hallway, and I bite my lip. I wrap my arms around her. She's so small. All this time, I thought she was the big one with all the power. I had no idea how breakable she was. My own chest lifts a little. All my life, bad things have happened to the people around me. I don't know how to ask what I want to ask, and I hope she understands. They deserved it, she says. That's just like Vivian. No apology. My bottom lip quivers. She killed John when he attacked me and planned on killing the rest of them. Who knows what she was up to during my childhood, All those birthdays that ended with someone getting hurt. I'm even seeing sorry. I'm even seeing the girl that tripped on the stairs at my 5th grade graduation in a different light. It's so sick and misguided. And she was doing it for me in a way or doing it to isolate me so that I would need her more. We're no good together. Maybe we never were. But some part of me is still heartbroken. I rest my cheek on her head, and a tear runs into her blood-streaked hair. She chokes a little. "My bird," she says in barely a whisper. Her fingers uncurl from my hoodie, and the air pushes out of her lips. Her body becomes dead weight in my arms. I sit slowly, holding on to her. Her arms fall limply, and I support her head in the crook of my arm. "It is finished," Cotton says gently. "You broke the curse." I shake my head. I don't know how. He bends down beside me, slipping his arms under Vivian's back and knees. A curse is just a cycle, which may only exist because people want it to. We all played our roles for centuries. We have been making the same choices we did during the trials, hurting and blaming each other. There is no real power gained by harming others. Cotton... Let me read that again. There is no real power gained by harming others. Cotton lifts Vivian off of me, and I feel so odd letting her go. I push myself up onto wobbly legs. From the descendants' bodies, 4 women rise. The original accused witches of Salem. They look at the young descendants and help the girls untie their hands from behind their backs. The older women glow faintly. Cotton looks from them to me. All these many years, I thought I knew the witches better than anyone. You can imagine my surprise to find one in my own family. Not the wretched being I once studied in my books, but a lovely young woman, you see. You see, witch is merely a title. It is not the title that is inherently bad, but the people who decide what that title means. How do you mean? I ask. If a man fears dogs, he may beat one with a stick when he sees it. As the nature of all creatures, that dog will bite him. And then he may tell everyone that he was right about the dogs and that they are evil. But I ask you, who is at fault in this scenario? The man or the dog? The man, I say. Now picture this story again, only with 2 men. Funny thing is, I say, dogs are friendlier... Funny thing is, I say, dogs are friendlier and more loyal than men. He smiles. You will grow to be a powerful woman, Samantha. There is much to come that you will struggle against, and many scenarios where it may seem easy and tempting to dominate. Do not use your power the way I did, labeling and damning others. I won't, I say, nodding at him. I promise. The body in Cotton's arms hums. Out of it comes Vivian's spirit as a girl in her late teens. She jumps from Cotton's arms and lands to the ground. With all the grace and pep of a dancer, she briefly examines Cotton holding a lifeless body before walking straight to Elijah. She sweeps her foot from side to side, pushing away the red powder on the floor, breaking her own circle. There's a loud crackling in the air, and the bones and blood fall out of Elijah, tumbling to the ground. He now stands easily and approaches her. Yes, he says, nodding. He doesn't look angry. He doesn't look angry. She must have said something, but I didn't hear it. She returns to me in cotton. She kisses her former self on the cheek and smiles, making her eyes tilt even more. The anger has left her, and the young face begins to glow. Cotton and the accused witches' faces do too. The descendants and I squint against the light that now consumes the room. Then all at once it's gone, and they fade into nothingness. Elijah, my voice catches in my burning throat. I turn fully around, but he's not there. I fix my gaze on the circle where we were trapped. Too afraid to move, to even think he might have gone with them. My breath is shallow. He blinks back in right next to me. I suck in air and it trembles on the edges of a sob. Elijah reveals a cloth in his hand. His eyes roam my many injuries by the light of the fireplace. We need to stop the bleeding, he says gently, lifting my cut hand. He applies pressure to the fabric and places it over my wound. For a few seconds, we are both silent. He ties the cloth tightly and makes a neat knot. She said your name right before she died. My voice is barely louder than a whisper. He nods. Was what she said true? He cradled my bandaged hand in his own, and I wonder if my heart will explode. That I love you? Yes, easily. You are strong and stubborn. You risk everything for the people you love. And most important, you are kind to the ones you do not. He nods towards Lizzie, who is trying to steady her breathing. I can't find the right words, so I reach out with my uncut hand. I touch his lips with the tip of my fingers, and he kisses them. He places my palms on his chest and leans forward, his face close to mine, and he ever so gently tilts my chin up. His lips move towards mine, inch by inch, and the world is filled only with the solidness of him under my fingers. Our lips tease each other, and our mouths move together. He turns his hand along my cheek and down my neck. Our tongues touch, and I push harder. He pulls me by my lower back into him, his arms enfolding me. There's a word. His mouth releases mine, but his eyes are hungry, and longing dances on his lips. If only I were alive. I don't care that you are a spirit. You must live, Samantha, he says. He holds me still. Dread slithers into the warm space of our touching bodies. My words fight me on their way out. You can't leave. I think it would be better for you if I did. My heart ping-pongs in my chest like a caged bird. I shake my head, unsure how to keep myself from drowning us both in my emotions. I don't want to do this without you. You have already done it. But I'm in love with you. My voice teeters like a kitten. My voice teeters like a kitten before her eyes are open. The front door to the house flies open, and I jump backward, breaking our embrace. Jackson stands in the doorway, panting from running through the woods. He came to help me after everything I did. His eyes land on me like a gavel on wood. Sam! Jackson runs towards me, stopping short when he sees the blood that streaks my clothes and skin. He wraps his arms around me. His heart beats forcefully against my chest. Elijah looks at us and smiles. No, I want to yell at him. I can tell what he's thinking. That I'm safe. That this is how it should be. Hi, Karina. I'm okay, my voice is raspy. Jackson pulls backward. You look anything but okay. He scans my beat-up body. Jackson, will you give me a minute? I ask, my eyes fixed on Elijah. And will you call for help? He nods, but steps away reluctantly. He moves towards the descendants as they rub their wrists and checks their wounds. I grab onto Elijah with all my might. Please don't go, I whisper. I barely had any time with you. We only had one floor picnic. He holds my face in his hand and tickles my ear with his breath, and I enjoyed it immensely. I press my cheek into his. This can't be goodbye. How could I ever tell him what he meant to me? Pardon me. How can I ever tell him what he means to me? I wouldn't know where to start. The air next to us shimmers. A faint breeze billows the ashes from the fire and flickers the flames. A beautiful girl with long dark hair appears. She wears the same content smile she did in her painting. Abigail? I whisper. My arms slip from Elijah's body. He turns toward her, tension vanishing from places on his face I've never noticed it was hiding. Immediately he seems lighter, freer. I can't take this moment away from him. Hi, Cynthia. I can't take this moment away from him. I can't plead with him to stay. I would have to be the most selfish person in the world. I pull both my arms into my chest. Hi, JFS. I pull both my arms into my chest, trying to shield myself from the heartache that has started there. My sweet brother, she says, her voice ethereal and surprisingly playful. He takes her small hand in his. How long I have waited to see you. In 300 years, not one haircut? She teases. He smiles, dimples and all. I was not born with your natural beauty. I will make a better effort. Beauty, my eye. You were prettier than half the girls in town, she replies. And I'm now sure they're repeating. Goddamn. She replies, and I'm now sure they're repeating familiar banter. The shared look is intoxicating. They're bonded in a way that I've never experienced. Abigail shifts her gaze to me. She has the same intense gray eyes as Elijah does. Without warning, she reaches her delicate arms towards me. Warmth fills me as she holds onto my shoulders. The Witch of Salem. There's silence for a long moment. She leans close to my ear and whispers,
Fascinating. I need to know how you wear your sister's body afterwards. I think you're hiding something. It rankles me. I'm rankled.
she leans close to me and whispers,
Living in a yellow submarine.
God damn, why am I crying over this?
Why would you go and you did something that got you expelled?
I've made it through this whole book without crying. She leans close to my ear and whispers, Your father just woke up, Samantha. My cracked heart tries to leap out of my chest, breaking the tenuous hold I had on it. I immediately start sobbing. All the tension and heartache I've felt for the past 4 months. God damn motherfucking. Ah. Why? Why now? Okay, sorry guys. My cracked heart tries to leap out of my chest, breaking the tenuous hold I had on it. I immediately start sobbing. All the tension and heartache I've felt for the past 4 months pours out of me. I have wanted this more than I have ever wanted anything in the world. And now it's real. I can't breathe. Elijah gently touches my face, intercepting my stream of tears.
Have you heard of the 12 human skeletons that were found?
If you saw the medical records, it would be very helpful in possibly identifying the
Intercepting my stream of tears. He mouths, I will always love you.
Still trying to figure out because of that.
If they had XGS, it should show up fairly obviously in the bodies.
This is a state funded clinic. I have to buy her. Sorry.
Give me 1 second, guys.
Hey, can I ask how you connected me to the group?
Jane, we have our rules.
He mouths, I will always love you. And disappears with Abigail. I sob harder. I don't know whether to collapse or jump for joy. My body probably couldn't stand either. Sam? Jackson asks in a worried tone, slipping his phone back into his pocket. Hold on, guys. I also can't breathe. Maybe you are laying on everything that I need. Oh my god, why do you weigh so much? Thank you. Sorry, I had to fight my dog to get the... So unattractive, I know, sorry.
This scan was taken before your eyes. The green and blue colors.
Okay, back to the book.
Same thing while you were in the house. Lit up like the 4th of July.
Sam? Jackson asks in a worried tone, slipping his phone back into his pocket. My dad's awake, I say through staggered breaths. Jackson walks towards me, my upset about Elijah and my happiness about my dad mixed together in a confusing way. I wipe the tears from my cheeks. I'm sorry I put you to sleep with that spell. I really am. Jackson shakes his head. You always threatened to knock me out. I guess I should have expected it. How did you wake up from it? I ask. How did you wake up from it? I ask as Susanna comes to my side. He pulls my grandmother's pendant out of his pocket. I woke up with this and it was on my chest. Elijah. He knew Jackson would come here to help. I almost can't take this. You should be happy I slept through this. You should be happy you slept through this, Mary says as she stands. Alice nods, free from her usual ice. You get to show up at the end, Jackson, and look cool and and look cool for having discovered us. I wish I could have been here to help, Jackson says. Nah, better to let the girls handle it, says Susanna in her raspy voice. And the girls laugh. She slips her delicate hand into mine. Jackson examines the room and spots the bones and the blood spattered on the floor. And the noose. Was someone hanged? It's Lizzie who answers. All of us. If it wasn't for Sam, we'd be dead. The crow woman? Jackson asks me. Where is she? Gone. Very much gone. She died in my arms, I think. But I don't say it. Chapter 47. Black-Eyed Susan. I take the last couple stairs slowly, 1 foot at a time. With each movement, my bandaged body protests. The smell of French toast and eggs motivates me to attempt a faster pace. Pans clink and clatter. I step through the arched doorway of the kitchen, and Jackson and his mother turn, with matching Merryweather smiles on their faces. Jackson puts down a plate of biscuits and approaches me. Sam, you're not supposed to get out of bed. And how do you propose I pee? And how do you propose I pee then? I ask, breathing in the scent of delicious, freshly brewed coffee. Jackson smirks. I could carry you. Yeah, fat chance that's gonna happen. Miss Merryweather comes to inspect me. I'll run you a hot bath after breakfast and make another poultice. I think that's how you say it. We'll get you feeling ship-shape in no time. I smile at the fitting expression. Thanks, Mrs. Merryweather. Why don't we all head into the dining room, Mrs. Merryweather proposes, as she scoops freshly whipped cream into a bowl. Need help, Sam? Jackson asks. If you keep treating me like this, like I'm helpless, I will bop you. I reply with a smile that hurts my face. Now that you can do spells, I guess I better be careful. Mrs. Merryweather grins at us. I follow them down the hall to the dining room to stop dead in my tracks. I've never seen so much food. And it is a thing of beauty. There's 4 place settings. There are 4 place settings, I say to Mrs. Merryweather, as she puts down her bowls of strawberries and whipped cream. Yes, dear, your father will be joining us. She winks. I grab a nearby chair for support. He's coming here? Already? They wouldn't even let me speak to my dad these past couple days. They kept saying they didn't understand how he could recover so quickly. They wanted to run more tests. I guess broken spells don't act the same as I guess broken spells don't act the same way real illnesses do. He cannot wait to see you. Her smile is kind. Jackson beams. Tears form droplets on my eyelashes, and I put my hand over my mouth. I turn around and head for the back door. You okay, Sam? Jackson runs after me. Yeah, I just need to get something. I run through the grass, stray leaves crunching under my feet. I forget my aches as I enter my house and head for the kitchen. I open the cabinet and push the front cups aside. I pull down the number 1 dad mug. He won't have his coffee without it. I swing the back door open, and again, anticipation fueling my steps, and stop. A single freshly cut black-eyed Susan rests on the doormat. God damn it, I thought it was done. A single black-eyed Susan rests on the doormat. I search the porch, but I search the porch, but no one's there. I smile. Elijah. And this is the history of cotton. I guess this copy doesn't have the forward. Oh, it does. But I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to wait. The next book I will start tomorrow. But that be the end.
Whether the repair is a simple fuel tank cap, a more complex sensor, or anything else, RockAuto.com has the parts you need. If you're smart enough to know a good wireless shield when you see one, listen up. And if you're not, we'll give you a minute. Smart enough now? Good. At Consumer Cellular, we're all about transparency. We deliver premium wireless coverage for up to half of the deluxe.
You can tell I've read this book many times because it's falling apart. I wish there was a hardback version of it. I don't know where the other book is. Oh, there it is.
Yep, I'm definitely a real person, not a robot.
Amazing coverage and award-winning service, all with no contract. Just give us a call at this number.
Switch to Consumer Cellular before March 29th and get a plan with unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan for just $15.
My page is wrong.
These underwear are period-proof and sneeze-proof and
You can get it on Amazon, or if you don't want to buy it, if you just want to read it, most libraries have a digital copy on their digital library, and you can read it through Amazon's Kindle app if you have their digital app.
So it's about the difference. Oh, it's so much more.
It's the word 20, dear.
How does that?
Discover a world of mystery, scandal,
Oh, really?
romance.
No.
In June's journey, you need to be able to spot things out of the ordinary to discover important clues. Sounds good, right? Where's my tablet? There's a detective in all of us. June's journey. Download now for free.
I'm still mad that she didn't continue the series after book 2. Like, there's so many things she could have done, and so many moments in history she could have used, but she stopped with book 2.
You were there. You killed the bad guy, David. I know you ain't there, but it always makes me look like. Does that make me think so? I guess that closes the case.
In other words, A's have been identified as Fargo.
You think the bad guy was working for Fargo?
Yeah. Used to be that the punches were written up to keep us more in case.
Sherry, they still are. That means I'm a fucking human still suspect. And change your shirt.
Miss Harmonia?
Hi, Mom of 3 brats.
Dr. Brennan. How are you feeling?
Well, they gave me medication, so I feel how I imagine people with average intelligence feel all the time. I came here to see if you can run away.
You say that after I sent Agent Food to save your life.
But you knew where the body
Eesh, that's loud. Sorry. Hi, Joker's Wild.
By the time we finish a more general search, you'll actually have to shave.
Okay, nice facial hair. The marker of an adult male. Why not cut? I'm taller. Alright, keywords. Well, Fargood targeted a group of people who were sick of the world. Literally. And promised them a new life, right? A life without suffering.
Sick of the world, of course. You know who you're referring to.
Yeah, people who were in pain, lost hope, who were sunk in existential despair.
It's not literal enough, Sweets. We're talking about old people who have nobody else to turn to.
Oh, she did buy tortillas.
He was right. The bone structure is a very close match.
They were trying to figure out exactly when you changed your name from Tom Fargood to Edward Gallo.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
You're selling shares in a very exclusive retirement account.
There was some investment.
To be honest, this is the first one I've read that like has anything to do with Salem. And it's mostly fiction. I mean, yes, they use the history of the Salem witch trials, but
Probably from
I mean, obviously the most of the characters were fiction.
I want a lawyer. And I won't be drinking anything from that class. You want my DNA? Get a warrant.
Well, there's no point getting your DNA when it isn't compared to it.
Alexander Gallo's identity is bulletproof.
I am certain that's Harvard.
Tim, she's certain. That's good enough for me. We gotta keep this guy in custody. This is gonna run.
Good enough for you is not good enough for a judge.
That man poisoned young people and used a spear gun to kill 12.
Look, we're gonna find a way to
Don't arrest until shift twos.
What?
FBI stuff.
Do not thank me. You'll be out of here in 24 hours. Gallo, Fargood, see a shred of evidence proving they killed themselves.
Everybody's quiet now. I mean, y'all have been quiet the whole night, but you know what I mean.
Here's why you should switch from Google to DuckDuckGo on all your devices. DuckDuckGo comes with a built-in search engine like Google, but it's private and doesn't spy on your searches. And DuckDuckGo lets you browse like Chrome, but it blocks cookies and creepy ads that follow you around from Google and other companies. And there's no catch. It's free. You make money from ads, but they don't follow you around. Join the millions of people taking back their privacy by downloading DuckDuckGo on all your devices today.
Whether you're a professional driver or just a fan,
What time is it?
vehicle breakdowns are costly.
5 a.m.
Started making some really weird noises.
The last thing I remember is just the engine cut out.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Here's that transmission.
It's an exhaust leak.
Broken axle.
But with Endurance, you could
Hi, David.
pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
I had a seat sensor that went out. $1,400. Endurance paid it.
You got a brand new transmission and you never seen the repair bill. Use any certified mechanic you want. Just bring your car in and Endurance
How are you?
will pay them direct. All major parts are covered.
What I like about Endurance, they don't play games, there's no middleman. They're a solid company.
If I didn't have Endurance, I would have paid over $7,000 out of pocket to take care of you.
Hi, Mads.
Break down. Make Endurance pay for it.
With Endurance, your car repair costs go way down, while your car's life expectancy goes way up, allowing you to drive more and pay less. One claim alone saved me more than $4,000. I've had 5 claims, and that is $3,500 that I've kept in my pocket.
Derek
Who's gonna
Penelope.
pay for your next car repair? You?
You know better.
Whether you put 10,000 or 100,000 miles a year on your car, if it's less than 20 years old, Endurance has you covered with unlimited miles. Plus, your brand covers 24/7 roadside assistance anywhere in the country. Call right now to get $300 off any plan, plus a full year of our top-tier elite benefits at $2,000 value free. And all Endurance plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee, but you have to act now.
Call 1-833-496-3892. That's 1-833-496-3892.
If you're taking an antidepressant, but you're still masking your depression, you could be experiencing
Sleep.
a partial response to your antidepressant. Partial
I honestly have barely slept in the last 3 days, so I'm gonna sleep.
Rexulti can cause serious side effects. Elderly dementia patients have an increased risk of death or stroke. Antidepressants may increase suicidal thoughts and actions and worsen depression in children and adults. Report new or sudden changes in mood, behavior, thoughts, or feelings. Or if you develop suicidal thoughts or actions, report fever, skip also symptoms. Uncontrolled muscle movements which may be pregnant. High blood sugar which may cause death. Increased cholesterol, low white blood cells, unusual urges, dizziness on standing, seizures, trouble swallowing, or sleepiness may occur. Ask your doctor about Rexulti.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free. Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
I hate this part.
Why are all these tax different? The core missing.
Companies are gonna feed it with me.
Any proof that Peter Dollar or bad guy was following? No, I need the van.
What are the chances of finding a vehicle stolen 10 years ago?
And I need this.
You want us to find a 10-year-old stolen van and a spear gun all in the next...
$12 tops. Let's go. Before miracles. Let's see if we get a make and model on that spear gun.
What is that?
It's hard to negotiate. Remember, she said Fargo applied these seals himself. The saliva on the seal is how we get Fargo's to live. How do we get this?
Welcome back, Joker's Wild.
Oh, I wouldn't like me. Well, because all these years you thought your sister left you without saying goodbye.
Really, this man murdered you.
And then buried her in the mass unmarked grave.
Why are you trying to make this harder for me?
Is that Tom Fargo?
This man murdered us.
Next time, make it look more like you're taking advantage of the situation, not scripting it.
Don't keep me hanging, people. Are Alexander Gallo and Tom Fargo the same person?
Yep, perfect match. But your facial expression suggests that you are dissatisfied.
You proved that Gallo was Fargo, fine, but now you gotta prove that Fargo killed those people and dumped them under their fountain.
Charged with murder. You're sacrificing the spirit of the wind.
Hi, Shelly.
I'm the only one. Oh, you don't have a variable, so you're not being precise, you're simply illustrating difficulty.
Everything maybe adds up all the time in the lab, but in real life, sometimes you lose one.
What should we do? Count?
Still in your shot, still in your shot.
I love Caroline.
Fargo just wanted to get away with mass murder.
You know, I don't want to talk about work.
Well, what do you want to talk about? You alright?
Not really. I have something that I want to say to you from inside my heart.
Blood is moving. The idea that the heart is the seat of love and strength of character is ancient, but metaphoric. I mean, in reality, these qualities are basically how we acknowledge as part of the brain.
No, ever since I woke up from my coma, I've been wanting to say something to you about you.
Why didn't you say something?
I just want to finish this case. And make sure that I'm back, that me and you.
Well, does the fact that we didn't close the case give me house?
No, we did the best that we can. Hold on, you don't think I'm fully back?
No, I knew you were wrong.
Do you?
Well, you're wearing your socks.
That's alright.
Oh, no. Oh, do not kill the clown. Oh.
Final approval. Final approval. Translate.
Sometimes you gotta just settle for the second best situation.
I'm sorry, too, for how we manipulate you into scratching his face.
It was rational.
Yes, and yet, irrationally, I still feel bad about it.
The cards say only your top layer was rational. Underneath, you're as crazy as I am. And that's a compliment.
Doesn't sound like it.
This is usually when we go drink.
You two are gonna keep doing things as usual.
Sometimes you gotta settle for something worse.
Right, my cards tell me this war works than attention.
Oh. Really?
What almost happened? What? What almost happened?
Sometimes you gotta settle for something worse.
Right, my cards tell me this war works than attention.
Oh. Really?
What almost happened? What? What almost happened?
Hold that one there. Those two. Ew.
Rolex? They just gave you a Rolex.
My book was number one on the bestseller list for 12 weeks and sold 630,000 copies. It's all their appreciation.
Wow. That means they gave you a pretty...
I don't really know how much actually, but I'm told I'll never have to work.
Good. What? No. Slow down, pal. That's extortion right there. What? No. Forget it. No. Don't want anything. Bye. Some comer who wants to charge me $800 to fix the plumbing in my walls.
Oh, that's getting a problem. It's looking numerous times. And full garage over here.
Great. Well, it's just after the coma. I've seen her.
Hi, Judy.
But I'm gonna have to figure out how to do it myself all over.
I can use the money.
It's okay. Just roll it. I'll be fine. Tomorrow, this is exactly why I hate cats.
They're feral. They're natural scavengers. Hawkins is going to sit their excrement for evidence.
Right. Don't want to take this one away from me.
You need all these cats brought back to the Jeffersonian. No, shoot. Hey, get out of there. Victim is an adult male, Caucasian, full
partner here says that he has been kitty kibbled for 2 days. Why didn't you notice him sooner?
This structure is long-term parking. Roof isn't used much. We don't like the cars baking in the sun.
Security cameras around here?
Somebody cut the game.
Yeah.
He said they're coming in the fractures to the femur.
Right, man, he broke his leg. I get it. Somebody ran over him after he was shot. Hey, dude, do me a favor and pull some paint samples off that speed bump, okay? Okay. Why are the cats staring at us?
Actually, it's much more likely to find a dog than attack to consume its owner.
Yeah. Which, okay. This.
Steel wool commonly used with silencers come up with the sound of a gunshot.
A silencer definitely was for professional hit.
This sort of apparatus was used to lengthen his bone when he was a child, so he was definitely Russian.
That one's done. That one's
Prior
done.
to 1981, he was around apparatus
Oh, wait.
used in the Soviet Union. Ergo, dead Russian.
Very good, Mr. Bray.
Yeah, don't often get to say ergo.
And for bonus points, any clue why his neck is chopped off?
The bone has been chipped and bruised around the trachea, like someone was trying to pull someone off his wrist.
And when they couldn't, they
Truly did.
When don't learn anything at the lunch?
You were discussing lunch while holding a tray of Chemex from it.
Everybody poops.
Okay,
What
true.
about it? I found a piece of plastic in the cat's feces from a bag of airline nuts.
Aeroflot.
Yep. Preferred airline of Mother Russia.
It looks like our Russian friend was a recent murder.
That's it? Why you State Department guys all over this?
Because that's not it.
What is it? What else do you have?
I was told to assess whether you'd be the best agent looking to entrust some very sensitive information.
This is my case.
The state is supervising Agent Booth. I was the investigator.
Oh, you, okay, an ex-army ranger with multiple combinations of pristine record at the FBI isn't good enough for you or them?
You shot a clown.
It's a mechanical clown. You tell me you never wanted to do that?
This one has to be done at discretion.
It's not just your career, it's mine too.
Meet your old, but I'm skipping.
I can pretty much complete that one. Awesome.
Antonov went missing after arriving 3 days ago. Dulles International. His photos were taken as he passed through the diplomatic checkpoint.
Yeah.
Then why would a diamond curry have diplomatic clearance?
That's why this is so sensitive. The state didn't authorize a diplomatic visa.
What about the briefcase that wasn't found in the body? You sure? Do you have a diet?
Sure, we have to assume the worst. That's why this has been treated as a national security threat.
Try vaping to quit smoking. It might feel like progress, but with 30 times more nicotine than a pack of cigarettes, vapes increase cravings, trapping you in an endless craving loop. Nicorette reduces cravings until they're gone for good.
Ooh, number 7 featured a new dent cream. The first is damage.
I can't tweet that anyway.
Reverse visible skin damage with a world
So let's see.
Who's got damage? Besides all of us.
Don't regret, just reverse.
When you have MS, like me,
Progress is
Reducing relapses and slowing disability progression.
Don't mean to talk on it.
An infusion treatment that's just 2 times a year.
A prescription for adults with relapsing or primary progressive forms of multiple sclerosis. Ocrevus is proven effective in reducing relapses in RMS and slowing disability progression and reducing brain lesions in RMS and PPMS.
Don't take Ocrevus if you have Hep B. And tell cancer may exist without this, and it can increase the risk of infections. PML is rare, but may happen without this. Infections and PML can be life-threatening and lead to disability or death. We choose hope relief.
That's more progress, less progression.
Ask your doctor about starting with 2 times a year Ocrevus. Introducing the new Weight Watchers app.
I lost 60 pounds and I can still enjoy all of the foods that I love. Small changes lead to big results.
Weight Watchers' new app features can make your weight loss journey easier. So all you gotta do is you. Join Weight Watchers today. But good news, there is another Pokemon. Fantastic. Short is a luxury crime.
That's so repeat. Okay. I don't need.
I'm Daniel, the founder of Pretty Litter, the color-changing, health monitoring cattle. Did you know that cats tend to hide symptoms of sickness and pain? I learned this the hard way after losing my cat, who showed me to create this by working with scientists and veterinarians
No, cat.
to develop a new litter with color-changing technology.
Get your ass down.
To tap into your cat's health. With a
Stop chewing on cords.
and easy maintenance, it's no wonder we're called the world's smartest litter. So give it a try. Visit prettylitter.com today.
The Omaha Steaks semi-annual sale is back. Right now, you'll save 50% site-wide on America's best steaks, chicken, burgers, and so much more. All backed by our 100% guarantee that you'll love every bite. Never tried Omaha Steaks? Save an extra $30 with promo code FIRSTTIME. Visit omahasteaks.com/TV today and sink your teeth into big savings on the quality you deserve. If you're smart enough to know a good wireless deal when you see one, listen up. And if you're not, we'll give you a minute. Smart enough now? Good. At Consumer Cellular, we're all about transparency. We deliver premium wireless coverage for up to half of what the largest carriers charge. How do we do it? I'll show you. But you've got to promise not to tell anyone. I'm just kidding. Tell whoever you want. The truth is, we don't actually own those towers. We just pay to use them. That's how we deliver the exact same coverage as the largest carriers and save you money. Meanwhile, someone else maintains that great nationwide 5G network. You've got more time to focus on something else. You. Boom! Say hello to one of our 100% US-based customer service call centers. If you need help or want to make the easy switch, you can call and talk to a real person in Arizona like today here.
Yep, I'm definitely a real person, not a robot.
Prove it. Hopefully not a robot. Okay, so it's clear. Consumer cellular
Hello.
5G coverage, backed up by incredible service. That wouldn't be much without super low prices. I've already know what cat switches the largest carriers. But guess what? AARP members can save even more. We got the latest phones, but if you want to keep the phone and number you already got, that's fine too. There's no contract, you pay nothing up front, and activation is free. Just give us a call at this number.
Switch to Consumer Cellular before March 29th and get a plan with unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan for just $15 a month.
Alright, well, I think that Dad's mouth handle was severed in order to steal the plate case.
Of course. Here's kid, $10 million worth of gems from our mine in Siberia.
Richard Courier managed to get cleared past the diplomatic checkpoint.
To diplomatic? No, you must be mistaken.
Mistaken? No, that seems areas in the approach and the city clearing the diplomatic checkpoint.
I don't understand. As you can see, all the paperwork was in order. There should have been no complications at customs. We have couriers bringing you stones all the time.
You work with Tintin on board?
This was the first time.
Well, we're going to need all your import and export information from the company and any other information you might have on this transfer.
Of course.
Okay.
Every courier is thoroughly checked out. There are psychological profiles, recommendations from past employers. You can have them.
Hi, LMJ. On that one.
Ouch. According to this, the car weighed approximately 3,700 pounds, which gives us 152 possible vehicles.
April speed bump is called tungsten silver. Trade name? Casino Royale. You know how things sound a bit.
Hey, have you two seen Dr. Brennan?
Yeah, I think she's with Booth. Why?
It appears Mr. Bryce lost his scholarship. No scholarship means no internship at Jeffersonian.
What? Well, how did that happen?
Apparently, the trust that funds his scholarship ran out of financing because of the economic mess.
Oh, that stinks. I like Wendell.
We got drunk together last week. Carries great meaning for him.
He's one of us, even Booth likes him.
Well, how did he react?
I haven't told him yet. I want to see if there are other funding options.
What's that?
Hey!
What's new?
Since you saw me on the forensic platform 5 minutes ago, not much.
You? Nothing.
Not up from here.
Zippo on my end.
Hi, Sherry.
It appears you have a match. That's new, isn't it?
Yes, I do. Yes, you are something, Wendell. You are.
That is Lon's car. James Bond. Those wheels and the silence. You ever by any chance found evidence of a marquee shaking or stood up without a shelf?
I don't need that.
Do you believe James Bond killed that Russian?
Well, no. But come on, there was more than a grain of truth in those bomb force.
Let's see the Lord.
That's gonna be in the book for you, actually.
You can always hope.
Blazing our spy fantasies.
Dallas had me do an app search for the car.
Trust me, Angela. Nothing is as it seems.
I know. I actually thought you guys were a little too psyched to see me when I came in here.
Oh, we can't be excited to see you, Wendell.
We got some intimacy issues there, man.
Oh, sweet. Profile you? Camping off a spy?
No, still putting the pieces together.
Whatever he says, he gets.
No, it's a subjective evaluation based on quantifiable psychological markers. And you guys are going through this every time?
He may as well be telling stories around the campfire.
Okay, that's your scores. Okay, all of Antonov's answers from his psycho evaluation are too perfect. No one is this perfect. Now that, coupled with the fact that he had an unexplained diplomatic cover and was killed by a professional, would lead any reasonable person to conclude that he's a spy. Spy-ish.
Oh, great. Yeah, I'll pick it up this afternoon. Whoa. It's not Pilates for dummies. It's plumbing for dummies. Right? Get back to that. I just want to fix the leak in my wall, that's all. I mean, I'm very capable of doing it myself.
That's a dummies book? What is that? Wise?
Since the coma, Boo can't remember how to take care of his own plumbing.
Don't ask her. You make it sound like I gotta wear diapers.
I offered to lend him money for a professional plumber. I just received a very large check from my publisher.
It was you had to make it stop. Great, thanks.
Small, very large disparity in income can often have a detrimental effect on a relationship.
No, it doesn't. I just get more satisfaction. I'm relearning an old skill instead of paying a plumber $800.
Okay.
Yeah. Besides, plus me.
Nothing, I accept what you're saying.
Boom. Okay, great, right away. What the fuck? Not the killer's vehicle. I will pull the car around you. Goodbye. Breakfast, okay? Just relax.
Hello.
Okay.
Okay, I need that one.
You should let him teach you about plumbing.
I'm a wealthy, accomplished woman. Why would I want to learn a menial skill?
Well, for Booth, so he can regain whatever he feels he's lost. I think for once it would be beneficial if you were the student.
Cars registered to a high-class rental car service. Lease use no longer. That car, Universal Exports. What's happening down now?
I see superficial lesions on the lateral and anterior surface.
No. That's what you see there is scratch off. Skeleton's car is the chassis, right? Gas tank.
Get down, Spencer. Why can I not find this card? Okay. No, baby. No, baby. Hello.
Make your free TV even better with Tableau.
Switching to Tableau has really been a lifesaver. With Tableau, I can record something on my phone, I can pause it, I can go get a drink, come back, continue with the family room.
Order today at TableauTV.com.
Number 7 feature new day cream. Reverse this damage. What, like from sitting my makeup? Reverse visible skin damage with a world-first peptide technology. Who's got damage? Besides all of us. Don't regret, just reverse.
Can I get that one? Empty content. You don't need that one. No chance.
Over 3 times more nicotine than a pack of cigarettes makes increased cravings, dragging you in as a straight
Don't need that one.
until they're gone for good.
Jackpot.
This is not just a pharmacist.
Need that one. Disposition. That one.
This is not just a delivery.
Hello.
This is Canadian together. Walgreens.
Here's your parachute. Certain it's okay?
That one.
Or imprint certain?
For sleep.
So congratulate coworkers or say thank you with promotional products from ForImprint.com. I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2008. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free. Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
I support many different organizations that provide food, housing, and medical care for people in need. Should I withhold funds from that?
No, but it's Wendell. He grew up with nothing. He worked his whole life for this.
I try not to get attached to my assistants. I've learned that even the best ones can suffer me. I noticed that there was microfracturing on the inside edges of the scapulae as if they'd been rubbed together.
I need that one.
And where's the briefcase? And what's in the briefcase? I hate to break it to you, Jack, but you're the guy who studies bugs, slime, and feet. It's hardly assassination worthy.
Hey, a lot of people would like to see me dead.
I'm not gonna touch that one.
Unaffordably granted scholarships to high school students. What about you, Mr. Conspiracy Man? Doesn't your foundation give out grants?
Yeah, after the crash, our trustees froze all assets until they could reevaluate the portfolio.
You packed me lunch. You guys are gonna have to try.
Hey,
What are you doing here?
Agent Booth is here to drive Dr. Grant to Lang.
Thank you.
No. Pretty fun.
Shouldn't we be honest with each other? We're honest. I mean, aren't you? I mean, I am.
So you have no problem with me making so much more money?
No. Yeah, I mean, it's a little weird. I mean, you're loaded. I mean, if you really want to, you still even have flat screen. It's just kind of weird, to be honest. It's like a fraction of things.
Don't you feel that your life would be different if you were wealthy?
Sure. But better?
Hi, Misty.
I mean, yeah, we wouldn't have to fight coach, but like throwing us, that's what makes us who we are, right? We're fighting through stuff. The good things, they're not any sweeter if you're rich. Parker, you give me a hug because here's my weekend and me and you solve cases, but that's not about money, right? No. No, it's not.
But I'll never have to pay that much.
Martha Williams, Assistant Director of Intelligence. We are very sorry about Rich, but he wasn't working anything for us when he was killed.
Well, the FBI matched ballistics from Red Dwarf's gun to the shots that killed Yuri Antonov.
Red Door was issued then. I'm afraid that protocol in the intelligence community isn't as simple as someone like you was used to.
Someone like me. Look, brothers, the more you tell us about your agent's assignment, the easier it will be for us to track down the guy who murdered him.
That's what someone like him does.
Right.
Well, Red Door wasn't an agent. He was an analyst and a foreman at that.
So that means it doesn't matter that he's dead.
As far as what assignments he was working on, that information is classified. And far beyond what I'm able to share with
Someone like me.
Yes.
FYI, I have level 3 clearance in my SFBI. It was renewed 2 months ago, which allowed me to get this one.
Well played, Bridget.
Thanks, boss.
Right. She doesn't have clearance. You can wait till I've done a minute.
I can't keep secret.
Great work to Turkmenistan does. Analyze their websites, searching for communications, hidden in images and texts.
So you got an analyst who assassinated Russian colonel.
I already told you we didn't. Whatever motive Craig had for killing Antonov, I'd like to know just as much as you would.
It seems to be about the briefcase.
Can you find one?
Did you know anything about that?
Hello.
It's gone missing.
Jim, what might be inside the briefcase, Mr.
Don't need that one.
Right.
Those eyes are near as you flush out. You think Dory was hammered when he got?
There's no alcohol in top screen.
How was marks on his right arm? How's that hurt? They're holes, uniform in diameter. The pattern is random.
Looks like they were made by
I need that one.
He might have been tortured. I'll get x-rays and RNA photos for that.
Let me ask you, you mentioned the neighborhood where you grew up. And I don't mean to pry, but you said it was kind of poor.
You know, like a good bar band rather than the opera. But trust me, there are more people on my side on that one.
No, I was just asking because of your scholarship.
Oh, you mean the miracle?
Miracle.
Yeah, that's what me and my mom call it.
Really?
Yeah, she's in church every day giving thanks. And she's there more than a priest. You know, I come into cash someday. I'm starting with myself for other guys like me. I'm sorry, you have a question about the scholarship?
No, that answered just about everything.
This was Greg Doran's office. Mr. Rutledge wanted me to make sure you have everything. I can't believe Greg is dead.
There's no computer. There's no computer. There's no files. There's nothing.
Any employee who dies has his equipment and files secured.
Are you Frenchman? Mr. Boyd? You know, they said that he was a good analyst. Maybe that's what got him killed.
No, he was exceptional at his job. He was always finding threats the other analysts missed.
Why would they say that he wasn't good?
Because Greg would push, make sure his things were followed, or he'd file a report. They wanted it to look a little nicer
his reports wouldn't be taken seriously.
Do you know what he was working on?
Hi, Kat.
No, but he was working late. We were supposed to have lunch over the weekend.
But
They say I never heard from him.
anything else you want to tell me?
No.
Mr. Rutledge did say, whatever you need.
He did say that. Greg was told to testify against someone, and he wasn't sure whether the guy was really guilty. But it was part of his talk with me. He said he wanted to be a team player.
Who did he testify against?
His name was Pedro Marquez. The agency thought he was a terrorist. He was detained in a federal prison for almost a year before he was cleared of all charges.
So was Craig's testimony before behind bars. Did Craig think that this Marquez guy was seeking revenge?
I did. Marquez was released from prison last week.
Good position.
Hello.
Party's over.
Cannonball.
Tired muscles and joints were keeping me from my family. Now I can be myself again. Blue Emu supports healthy muscles and joints.
Shop our expanded family of products at major online retailers. Ooh, number 7 feature renew day cream. Reverse is damage. What, like crusading in my makeup?
Of course I need that one.
Reverse visible skin damage with a
Washing
world-class
up.
peptide technology. Who's got damage? Besides all of us. Don't regret, just reverse. Dry skin is sensitive skin too. And it's natural. Treat it that way. Aveeno Daily Moisture with prebiotic oat is proven to moisturize dry skin all day. You'll love our formula for face too. Aveeno. Hunger is here. In the box. And my
Chocolate factory.
Remember, easy on the gas.
Of course I have it. I got a this commercial. I think I'm late on my payment.
It's okay. The general gives you a break when you need it. Yeah, we let you pick your own due date so you can pay your car insurance when it's best for you.
Oh, it's good to know. That's next thing. I take a while.
For a great low rate, go with the general.
How am I going to find a doctor when I'm hallucinating? What do you think, finger lobster?
What about some doctor?
Sock dog?
Dr. Costello is a great bedside manner.
So many options.
But Dr. She-Chan will take your sketchy insurance. She-Chan, 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 She-Chan.
Thanks, bro.
You've got more options than you know. Look now. More real estate professionals list properties with Realtor.com than any other site. Really? Really. Trust the #1 app real estate professionals trust. Download the Realtor.com app today.
Pedro. You recognize this man? Yeah. That's the spook that accused me of being a terrorist. Hey, come on, look at this sweet face. Without your horrific thing. It's not more really just the poor little misunderstood conflict.
Hello.
Yeah, so, great door, Pedro. Says I should write on thank you note.
What, for sending you to jail?
The CIA just cut me a check for $100 grand for wrongful something and defamation or something else. I got it yesterday. Hey, I don't have to steal cars anymore. Alright, so where were you last Friday night? Working? Like I said, I only just got the check.
Your chop shop, do you have a 7-gauge drill bit?
Yeah, I got everything. We have evidence that Dort here was tortured before he was killed. Dude's dead? Yeah, they drilled holes in tons of heart.
A 70-gauge bit would be a perfect fit.
Come on.
That was before the CIA gave me the check.
I'm thinking he's looking to take some revenge. Hell no. You could ask my mother, I would never kill no one. So I'm saying that you followed Dort, saw him take out the courier. So you probably figured that the briefcase was very valuable. So you killed Dort and take off the case. Is there anything possible you guys could accuse me of all this in a public courtroom? Because I really like to buy my mom a new comb.
I
According to his file, Dort fractured his ankle twice trying to complete an entry-level obstacle course during CIA training.
This makes no logical sense. He dressed like a fictional British spy and pursued a shadow career as a CIA field agent, even though he clearly did not possess the physical aptitude necessary for success.
He didn't want to be stuck behind a desk. He saw an opportunity to live out his dreams and he took it.
It's ridiculous.
I don't know, it's always been my dream to work with you. Sometimes dreaming is the way to go. Not in this case, of course. I cross-referenced the x-rays and enlarged photographs of the holes drilled in the radius. Most drill bits leave striations. These have none.
So, not a drill. Find out what other objects can make cavities this smooth.
Already on it.
Excellent work, Mr. Ray. I'll be sorry to see you go.
What am I doing?
The Camden type.
I guess not.
She can occasionally be quite sentimental. There were funding cutbacks and you've lost your scholarship, which of course means your internship is canceled.
But are there any other funding resources?
We have explored all of the options.
Take the off of work. But if I'm placed here, there's no guarantee I'll come back.
We can't hold a place. No, I'm sorry.
Sure, I understand.
You're one of the best interns I've ever had the pleasure of. You will be missed.
Okay. So, I was inspecting Dor's watch, right? And I see that the battery case is loose, so I open it. And what do I find? A bug.
Why such excitement over this particular insect?
This bug is not an insect. It's a bug. Bug. Someone was spying on our spy, who was spying on another spy. Come on. No enthusiasm here?
I lost my scholarship.
Oh, man. You told him.
I thought he knew. I should tell Chris about this first.
Thank you. Good morning to you as well.
I'm fine. I just cut myself trying to fix the pipes. No, don't. I'm fine. Okay, let's get to Mandy. She's waiting in the interrogation.
She can continue to wait. In your book for imbeciles detail how to avoid injury?
No, the bookstore ran out of copies, and it's book for dummies, not book for imbeciles. I thought that I could remember how to fix the pipes, but obviously I can't.
I'm sure it's very difficult. I mean, I can't imagine being capable enough to fix my own plumbing.
Because you don't want to. You'd rather buy a plumber.
I'd rather have someone teach me.
Look, I can teach you. Well, I could have taught you. Just let's get inside, all right?
Rutledge said the bug was tracked out in your name.
I got the bug because I was afraid Greg was cheating on me.
So why didn't you mention this before?
We weren't supposed to date. I guess it's not like the FBI. We're not allowed to sleep with someone we're working with.
What? Is she talking about us?
We're not.
No.
Oh, it's okay on CIA. My lips are sealed. Greg and I were under the radar, but a week before you went missing, Greg broke up with me. I guess I got a little too jealous.
Wait a second. Isn't that how we broke up? Sent a picture waving goodbye to you in an email?
Oh, we had our problems, but we loved each other. Greg was about to propose to me.
And why did you think that?
Because the last conversation I overheard, it was Greg and Mr. Rutledge. They were talking about diamonds. And I felt so guilty for not trusting Greg. I disconnected the bug and never heard anything else. I swear.
What kind of creep breaks up with someone over email?
Like there's an acceptable protocol for crushing someone's soul. Hey, wait a second. This is weird. This image file is way bigger than it should be, which either means there's some sort of compression error or worse.
I'm afraid I doubt it will have fun.
He didn't break it with him.
Maybe he wasn't breaking up with her at all.
She was the only person you could trust. You sleeping with her last night, she...
DirecTV. The good stuff. And you don't need a satellite dish. Oh, I used to love doing my business on those things. You're one sick pigeon. Them dishes kept the rain off our beaks. We just have different priorities. Satellite-free DirecTV. Never thought I'd see the day. Our lifespans are quite short.
Stream DirecTV without a satellite dish.
I'm going to do this thing with my neck just for a bit.
Stay ahead of your moderate to severe eczema.
I need that too.
Skin and less itch with Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists to help heal your skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur. It can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop active medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent.
If you're smart enough to know a good wireless deal when you see one, listen up. And if you're not, I'll give you a minute. Smart enough now? Good. At Consumer Cellular, we're all about transparency. We deliver premium wireless coverage for up to half of what the largest carriers charge. How do we do it? I'll show you. But you got to promise not to tell anyone. I'm just kidding. Tell them whatever you want. The truth is, we don't actually own those towers. We just pay to use them. That's how we deliver the exact same coverage as the largest carriers and save you money. Meanwhile, someone else maintains that great nationwide 5G network. We've got more time to focus on something else. You. Boom! Say hello to one of our 100% US-based customer service call centers. If you need help or want to make the easy switch, you can call and talk to a real person in Arizona like today here.
Yep, I'm definitely a real person, not a robot.
Prove it. Hopefully not a robot. Okay, so it's clear. Consumer Cellular offers amazing 5G.
I don't need that.
Backed up by incredible service. That wouldn't mean much without super low prices. We already know we're half as much as the largest carriers. But guess what? The AARP members can save even more. We have the latest phones, but if you want to keep the phone number you already got, that's fine too. There's no contract, you pay nothing up front, and activation is free. Just give us a call at this number.
Switch to Consumer Cellular before March 29th and get a plan with unlimited talk and text or the flexible data plan for just $15 a month.
Still no cause of death, but the damage to the cartilage and lumbar vertebrae definitely indicate torture. It was bad in some very painful way for a long period of time. I'm analyzing the injuries to get the exact position.
The strange thing is, I found no contraction then necrosis in the myocardium.
And that means he showed no signs of distress even after hours of torture. Isn't that possible?
Unless the CIA underestimated this guy. Anyone who can take that kind of abuse makes James Bond look like a weenie.
Weenie?
I'm sorry, I have no idea where that came from.
Okay, Angela is still trying to decode the picture. She says it's very complex.
We're dealing with the CIA here. How's that?
The book you wanted to fix your plumbing. I found it in a used bookstore.
Look at that. Hey, Bone Dragons. Simply dish for name. Star.
The book was, $6.42. You can pay me.
Evening? It's a gift.
No, if I gave it as a gift, you might think of it as insulting and forever. I can take a check. That's easy.
How about a credit card?
No, I don't take credit cards.
No, just joking. Okay. Well, once I flip through this, if you want to learn,
Sure, I've always wanted to wield a wrench.
okay, just don't get all defensive if I'm something more than you do.
There's something that I don't understand. How come we can't bring Rutledge in for questioning? Mandy said that he and Dora were discussing diamonds, and clearly he was lying.
Well, he's the assistant director of the CIA. You can't just accuse him of murder without something more definitive than an overheard conversation, right?
But perhaps Mr. Bray's found something more on the remains. Cam says he's staying remarkably focused despite losing his scholarship.
I found, in addition to perimotor disc compaction, there was also significant hemorrhaging on C3.
Trauma confined to the limited space.
If a precision knife hand strike was delivered to C3, it could be used to render a victim
Blow to that region can cause severe nerve damage.
Which is why the maneuvers normally by trained combatants, special forces, Navy SEALs,
And perhaps the assistant director of the CIA.
if you've been field agent first, it seems likely. That's my mom. I haven't told her yet. You know if I take this?
I'll let this go.
Hey, Mom. Prior to becoming assistant...
Hey! Number one, you just scared the shit out of me. Number two, there's no one out there. Now stop.
Reputation for very effective interrogation techniques. Torture? Yeah, one of the techniques was temporary nerve damage to the spine.
Why would he torture Red Door if they're on the same side?
Perhaps he's a double agent. I mean, Rutledge certainly fits that profile. They're usually intelligent male officers who had poor father figures, resulting in repressed anger and revenge fantasies. Double agent. By betraying his country, Rutledge is in a sense choosing a new father, one who might treat him better than the last.
Yes, but that would also fit Booth, and he's not a double agent, are you?
Stop. Watch it, sweet. Elephants are great things, but not all great things are elephants.
Yeah, it scared the shit out of me.
You were really going
Kaylee! That is enough. Now stop. No one is out there and you know it. Now stop it. Kaylee?
You created security holes so the briefcase could enter the country.
That's your signature. Go now.
I created a hole so an additional 20 million in diamonds could be brought into the country. The diamonds were then to be shipped to Pakistan in exchange for political prisoners.
Keep Congress in the dark. Hiring cops all do it.
So you killed your own analyst because he got in your way.
No. Dora Benson won't let you have Rutledge change. I told him to mind his own business. I tried to sleep. Dora got killed because he didn't listen to me.
Or maybe he got killed because there was something more dangerous in that briefcase instead of diamonds.
Only electrodes, the smart waste technology. For the most effective and longer lasting fabrics. Now available in
No.
Ooh, number 7 future ready day cream. The first is damage. What, like from sleeping in my makeup?
reverse visible skin damage with a world first peptide technology.
How's that damage? Besides all of us.
Don't regret, just reverse.
So you have diabetes and your glucose is
Go, Derek.
Dexcom G7, the most accurate CGM.
Go.
Informed glucose.
Go, Bubbas.
That's more peace of mind. With Dexcom G7.
Some bad luck, Brian. Yeah, I think I laid on my car insurance. Good thing the General gives you a break when you need it. Yeah, with flexible payment options to keep you covered. So today is your lucky.
Hey, back south.
Great. Go with the General.
You missed the end of the book.
Or more in credit card debt with JJ Wentworth. A debt-free life is possible. We help people resolve their debt through our debt relief program and have over 30 years of financial services experience. JJ Wentworth can help you pay off your unsecured debt faster. Clients on average save up to 51% on their total debt amount before program fees. Speak with a specialist today. 855-629-9743. Act now.
This is not just a stop for allergy meds. This is a great price on what you need to survive this season.
Don't need that.
Find an expert. Right in your neighborhood. Walgreens.
new features in the Weight Watchers app just dropped. In my progress tab, I can see just how far I've lost 60 pounds and I still enjoy all of the foods that I eat. My project, I'll teach you what's working, making your weight loss journey easier. So all you gotta do is join Weight Watchers today. I got this $1,000 camera for only
Luna, you're killing me.
This KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got the body sofa for $26.
And shipping is always free. Go to dealdash.com right now and see how much you can save.
When occasional heartburn won't let you sleep, get fast relief from Comes Plus Heartburn Plus Sleep Support. Love you back and fall asleep faster.
Let's play Dare to Compare!
My signature hybrid mattress versus this leading brand name hybrid mattress. Both combine types of memory foam with integrated coils. But my signature is just $9.99. Theirs is a whopping $20.
Eventually, I'm gonna go to sleep.
My signature with the Power Bond Elite Base still costs less than that.
Sure, they're not exactly the same, but it's there for so much more.
When the looks of love go for less, there's only one thing to say. Oh my God.
Discount furniture.
If you're paying over $60 a month for streaming TV when you already have locals for free, you're paying too much. Luckily, Sling TV is just $40 a month. That's an unbeatable price for the best of sports, news, and binge-worthy shows. If you've already got the antenna, now add ESPN, TNT, Fox News, CNN, and more for just $40 a month. Sling, the live TV you love. Visit sling.com/antenna and watch now.
Oh yeah, hot honey pizza and wings from
I don't like that. This is orange. I don't like that.
No, the CIA is taking over the investigation of Tony Collectibles since remains in 10 minutes. So we only have 10 minutes. Yeah, how are things going? I'm still trying to decode the image. It appears that most of the data is centered in his hand. It could be a map of some kind. Well, do it fast.
We're just playing national security.
You can't do that.
No, we can't. You can just bury the evidence. We won't be able to touch it.
9 minutes left.
9 minutes to joke. No, it's our joke. Let's just pretend this is the Stanley Cup Finals right now. Right? You're now about 2 goals. You got 9 minutes left. Yeah, there's so much data you fuck is about to drop.
Well, if you don't sleep at night, you eventually get tired enough that it doesn't matter what time of day it is. And judging people who choose to sleep during the day isn't really cool.
Okay, if he was left upside down long enough, congestion of the head and brain would lead to asphyxiation. Particularly how he explains bloodshot eyes.
There's one goal. You still can't tie your brothers to the murder.
When I was in Chechnya, I didn't find bodies. There was one victim who suffered the Ukrainian torture called swallow. Suspended upside down, very similar.
No, that's not enough. One shot on goal.
Sometimes. It must not have come through. Your next comment didn't come through, honey. That's why I took that as judging. It went from I don't know how people sleep during the day to I'm not judging, read my next comment. There's nothing in between. No, Derek. Go, Bubba's.
telling
Don't mean that. Ha. Hi, Shermanator. That's awesome, back south. Go. Hi, Tiffany. Go, Derek. Get off my foot. Go. Thank you. Morning, Lori. Okay, goodbye.
Please allow me to say thank you to Anonymous.
Please still need all of the evidence photographed from the MRI before it's sent it to the federal prosecutor's office, Mr. Wright.
Yes, that's what we're doing. Thank you.
Actually, they received enough anonymous donations for 3 scholarships.
What a coincidence.
So the next step, we need to test the elbow using the PVC cement.
What, back south?
There's a beautiful logic to this. You know, it's like reconstructing the circulatory system. The water is the blood, the pipes, the veins.
Right. So what you need to do is just apply pressure right in your hole for a minute, okay? Alright, now just making sure that it's safe. Teacher.
Handballs now.
I'm glad that we don't have any secrets to the
Yeah. I like that.
Go. Go, Derek. Get down. Derek Morgan, I said get down. Go. Go.
Sometimes looking at it through your eyes.
Alright, so my seems nice and secure, right? Just hold on to it there. Let me just
I knew that was gonna happen. Try rewording it.
Okay, so the guy here says he was out doing routine track maintenance and he saw the bones in front of his deer.
Human dentition is completely different. Another example of our country's deplorable educational system.
All right, so when a kid becomes a dentist, we have some psycho trying to hack the body out of the speeding frame.
You know, these bones were under the frame. If body parts had been thrown out a window, they'd be scattered in nearby foliage. The level of decomp suggests the remains have been exposed to the elements for at least 2 months.
Wrong? Suicide.
Conjecture. But evidence of sharp force trauma on the scrotum.
Stab.
More conjecture.
Aiden.
Could you please stop that?
Come on, it's a beautiful day, Mom. You must enjoy conjecture.
There's a distinct lack
You could send me a private message.
of dead being hit by the train.
All right, so we killed and dumped him on the tracks in hopes of trying to make it look like a suicide.
I can't determine motive, but I can say the train dragged the victim and his body broke out as it smashed against the rails and ties.
Oh, hours in the bones of the body were scattered along the track.
Yeah, for miles. Yes. All trains should be diverted from this track until we locate the rest of the remaining.
You see how much chaos that's going to cause Amtrak?
Well, I told you, what's the matter? Just conjecture.
You know, when I was a kid, Bones always wanted to be a hobo. I wanted to ride the rails, play the guitar.
Malnourished, riddled with preventable disease.
You know what? You can make Santa Claus cry. Do the thing.
I make myself go to sleep when I need to,
Yeah, ever since the whole...
or I stay up through the appointment and then go to sleep.
Why would I wear something?
See, look, you always have.
Yeah, that's
No. Go. Go on. Go, Derek. Go.
The result of the various
You knock things over, Bubba. No, get off of there. Leave the cords alone. Go.
What do you got there?
complete with perimortal fractures of the parietal. Looks like the victim was badly beaten.
Brennan said this was a teenager, right? Yeah. His clothing scraps look hand-stitched. I think his mom made them. That makes it sadder somehow.
Where's Dr. Brennan?
Doing an isotope analysis. Since the victim might be from another country.
Oh, that makes sense. His cavity suggests that his drinking water wasn't fluoridated.
When did teenagers start having sex?
Hello.
If they could, start in the morning and go until they drop.
Please tell me to see about this.
This is about Michelle, isn't it? She having sex?
Look at years might be on view.
I meant my age.
Dr. Sawyer, may I be excused to attend to something more case-related?
Oh, Dr. Brennan already requested that you suit up to supervise the FBI tech's retrieval of the remains at the train tracks.
Wait, Dr. Brennan wants me to put on a jumpsuit and walk along a railroad track? That is not a good look on a brother.
I thought you were an early starter. I wrote you credit. A prodigy.
It was good.
In case you haven't heard, this month today where I have work to do, so excuse me.
Yeah.
No pesticides, no evidence of processed foods.
Kids with moods.
No, it's more significant than that, Louis. Our victim grew up with no bone markers that indicate modern life. No evidence of contact with electricity or petrochemicals.
He's Amish.
Maybe developing nation.
No. Isotopic analysis of his bone matches the geology of the mid-Atlantic states.
I don't get it.
Neither do I. Our victim was a teenage boy who died about 2 months ago, but according to the data, he grew up in the early 1800s.
He's an Amish kid that was on Rum Schmingra. I can almost guarantee you.
What is it about Cindy Crawford?
For decades, she's mesmerized us with her timeless beauty.
And the press exclaims she still has us enthralled.
The secret to Cindy's surprisingly ageless skin is Meaningful Beauty Supreme, created by French anti-aging specialist Dr. Jean-Louis Sabon.
Dr. Sabah has been hailed as a
Look how people think they can stop aging.
I discovered the origins of our victim's markers. What? Discover what? Markers. Great. She wasn't from the 19th century. I took dual X-ray from geometry
What's
scans of the pelvic bone and then computed by trust.
Kayla, you're fine. Lay down.
Brennan just get to the conclusion.
Our dead teenager was Amish.
Amish, like buggies and hats Amish?
Yes?
Then let's go with maybe something we should always see person.
He's already checking. I'm going to meet him. Is that a cartoon rendering of a penis?
Why, I guess it is. Look at that.
Why is it talking? Isn't it expected?
It's cute.
Kaylee, come here. Kay Winnette. Kaylee.
She was probably on a school trip
No.
in the DMV for Amish drug drive while living in their community.
No, I mean, Rum Spring Avenue.
There's a period when Amish youth are encouraged to explore the outside world. It translates to running around.
That's crazy.
No more crazy than your religion.
We reject Satan and they reject violence.
Proofing is a quite rational way to help teens make an informed decision as to whether or not to be baptized into the Amish faith as adults.
A bunch of sheltered kids, it's a loose recipe for disaster, if you ask me.
Well, actually, over 85% of Amish teens return to become full members of their church community.
Really? Huh?
How many baptized Catholics are still practicing their faith in adulthood?
There we go with the Catholics. You know what? I don't want to hear about the Pope's hat. Again, okay? He's got to wear it just like, you know, the guys in front of Buckingham Palace hat.
Why don't you care about poverty?
I don't disagree.
Very sorry for your loss. Trying to protect him. I told him that which was dangerous. I'm seductive. Where did he go? Washington. He went with another boy. Joseph Beach.
So then he wasn't really missing.
First, he promised to call us once a week to check in. There's an English family down the road. Let us use their phone.
Then the phone call stopped.
I spoke to Joseph's parents. Joseph told them that he and Leroy hadn't been living together for quite some time.
We contacted the police and filed a missing persons report.
Last time you spoke to your son, you seemed disappointed or sad about it.
No, he sounded alive. Happy.
Would it be alright if we took a look in his room?
That is not accurate. They would not have done that.
This span of track only uses southbound trains, which means the body most likely came from the north.
Bad news?
No, we're still missing a lot of body parts. And north of this section, there are multiple switch points where the tracks branch out into dozens of other lines. Clark's looking at a lot of hot hours under the sun.
Okay. Sending a rotate to search.
Hey, what's going on with Michelle?
Michelle is his boyfriend, Henry.
Oh, I met him. He's a hottie.
Who's a hottie?
Carrie, Michelle's boyfriend.
Sure, if you like athletic, confident, young.
Struggling.
Okay, let's not say Studley, please. Do you have something for me?
Yeah, that fine and the bones is kudzu. The growth rate suggests the body parts have been undisturbed for approximately 2 months.
So the victim must have died shortly after the last time he spoke to his parents.
Harry's a senior, isn't he? That might be why he's pressuring Michelle to have sex.
Why do you think he's pressuring her? Women want sex just as much as men.
You know, she's a child. She still has stuffed animals.
Oh, I did too at 16. And I also had Brandon. All you can do is tell her to respect herself and use protection.
During the Crusades, knights used to lock up their wives and daughters.
How helpful. Anything else, Hodges? Let's try something case-related this time.
Right, yes, may I? So, victim's bones were covered in the sedimentary rock dust comprised of carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. So as indicated, he was most likely hooked beneath a coal car.
Well, that eliminates the need for me to search for passenger-only trains, which means I can focus on which lines use coal cars. Hey, listen, Cam. Every teenager goes through this. Think about it under
Me? Oh, God.
Well, there's no posters, there's no video games. Tell you what, if I was a teenager, I'd want out of this place too. Nice quilt, huh? Oh. What do we have here, huh? Is this some kind of an Amish thing, French?
Rock collection. I don't think so.
Mrs. Yoder, do you have any idea why your son would keep these under his bed?
No, I've never seen those before.
Right, we should get these to sort of stay like that.
Why? Hodgins would be the one to know if stones would have any evidentiary value.
A kid hides rocks underneath his bed. They're going to mean something back to Hodgins. Yeah, sure.
That photograph of Levi, is it possible for me to keep it?
The Amish always came in a suit. He doesn't have any pictures of his son.
Yeah. Of course, here we go. Okay, that's great, thanks. So listen, we have to flash tracking down the address for this Joseph kid or other nephew.
Because the other half of your comment did not come through.
Hello there.
And again, my pronouns are they, them. And on that note, before I snap, I'm going to go ahead and go. I will see you all later. Bye, guys.